Ow, Bologna.
I heard someone mention this. How do you get the height of the mountain?
I know, but Newton had an apple fall on his head, and that proved gravity.
Hold on, that's a really good question. As far as altitude goes, which I mean, this is this is an effective question. Whether or not it's Earth or flat, globe or flat, where do they get these altitude numbers? How do they establish tip of the mountain, right? And I think
you know them. They just claim things. Just think you're dumb.
Hold on, though. Well, I mean, hold on. I mean, we have, Mount Everest, the highest point on Earth. It's approximately 35,000 feet, right? How was that determined? And I think it was determined before GPS, wasn't it?
Yeah, surveying how it goes.
There were no surveyors on Mount Everest. I goddamn guarantee that shit.
They used a magical theodolite, like they always do. The thing does everything.
To be honest, I think it's fairly accurate. I'm just wondering where they came up with this number. As the average, distance above sea level. I mean, it's not completely accurate. I mean, within a few hundred yards, I guess. I don't know, but yeah. It's kind of weird. They know the peak of Mount Everest because they measured it. With what tool did they measure Mount Everest? And like I said earlier, call me ignorant.
If I remember right, what they do is, I'm calling you ignorant. I'm going to tell you what they say. All right. So
I know what they say.
In America, they surveyed peak to peak by using a heliotrope. So heliotrope is like a reflector that'll reflect sunlight in a direction. So they get on one mountain with a theodolite, reflect the light from one crew to the other crew, and then they measure that dip angle to calculate the elevation of the mountain. And of course, you got to factor in curvature, so baked in the cake.
Kind of curious about specifically how do they measure the highest point on Earth? Land point on Earth, which they claim is Mount Everest. How do they measure that?
By chaining a bunch of triangulation networks together. Do a lot of surveying. They started. Yeah. I think Everest was surveyed called like the Great Indian Survey or something like that. So that those Indians with the dot, not Indians with the feather. So, is that racist?
Well, where were the surveys done
it's very
from?
Distinguished.
Were the surveys done on the ground, like below that level, or how far away were the surveys done to measure? Go ahead.
They start at the ocean at sea level and work their way inland. This is my understanding of what they do.
Okay,
They do leapfrog surveys.
So when they take surveys from sea level, right? Is this what you're saying?
Oh, sorry. I mean,
to be honest, I'm ignorant about this. You may know more about this. Probably know more about this than me.
No, they
So
just
when
take a lot of little lines, man. Like, you know, say you drew a
so
straight line
they measure a lot of flat spots.
Yeah, of course they do.
Okay.
But say you started surveying at the Indian Ocean and like made a beeline right to Mount Everest. You know, you just keep measuring the change of elevation as you go in that direction. Except for they're not just doing a line; they're doing a bunch of triangles.
Well, how can you do it? Well,
math, bro. That's how. Don't you even math?
Triangles. All right, so the triangles are they right triangles?
Ooh, I do not think so. They're curved triangles, man. Remember?
Triangles. All right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know where to go with this.
You know, you want to get people to not believe in the globe model? Just say most of it out loud so that people can hear it and they won't believe it right off the bat. Sea level is curved. Triangles are curved. Plumb lines are curved. Like, I mean,
shit. Pythagorean theorem. If you use in surveying, if you use the Pythagorean theorem, there ain't no fucking globe. I mean, fucking A. It's broke. I mean, what are you looking at with a theodolite? You're not looking at a curve. And you know what's really interesting to me, Indio, is that they'll say, hey, take a theodolite, put it at the shore of an ocean and look across and see if the horizon drops. There's your curvature. That's not even why they use theodolites.
And 30 seconds later, they're like, the horizon's not physical. We never said that.
Exactly. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Oh, my goodness. Well, and like I was talking about that video that the first person I ever talked to about this was Red's Rhetoric. He brought up the theodolite, and I was totally ignorant at the time about it.
So was he.
Yeah, well, he might. Yeah, but since then, since then, I've looked at it as I'm just like, dude, yeah, that's some bullshit. It doesn't even work like that. What are you talking about? Well, and just like I think a couple weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, you were in here, and it's just like a lot of people that come in here as globe earthers, just like they'll discount almost everything we say, just for the sake of it, because obviously they're wrong because they think the Earth is flat, and it's the better position to take because we don't believe the general consensus, right? So it's like they actually have a feigned it's really appeal to authority, at that point. It's just like even if we bring up a good argument, they're like, well, the flat earther can't be right. This is in their mind. For the general public or anybody listening to the conversation, they can believe whatever they want. But the people that, are new to the topic, it's like, well, these flat earthers can't be right because I already know the Earth is a globe, but for some reason I want to go talk to these flat earthers, It's like, bro, have you ever talked to anyone about this before? And they may or may not have any information about, the theodolite or all kinds of different information about, the globe curvature. But when you really take a look at it and say, "Oh, wait a minute, there may be something here," then you're going to be like, you know what? I'd rather just hold back from this and go back to my old life, because what you guys are saying is that's a new life. I can't. Once
exactly
I understand
right.
once I understand this, you won't see the world the same anymore. So it's
no, it will not. And that's what they're really afraid of.
Yep.
I'm not ready for change.
It's not because we're wrong. It's just because they don't want to go there.
Well, I'm convinced they want to believe it, and that's why they believe it. They just want to. Nothing but just desire.
Well, I feel like it didn't have a choice to actually, to go there. It was just like, it hit me full of front, at several different parts of my life. And so it's kind of like, I might as well be here. It's not like I really have a choice. Can you go back to the globe, or can you go back to, any of these, these government programs and shit? I mean, you can't do it. News programs and stuff. You just can't do it. Once you see through the nonsense, you just can't go back there.
Well, I think it's funny you said the general consensus is that the Earth's a globe, and from what our experience is, most of these people don't know what the globe model is in any detail. So it's like the general consensus is that this book is good, but nobody read the book. Right? So this is what we deal with. They don't know anything, but they have an opinion about it somehow. And they're going to take their opinion and treat us like we're stupid.
Yeah, it's even worse than that. They're going to treat you like you're stupid, but they're going to have some aspect of authority over you when it's like, hey.
Yeah, the general consensus of people that have no clue what they're talking about.
Well, hey, but they're in the same place in their mind. I think they're in the same place of authority as fucking Fauci or anyone. It's like, you're denying this, or freaking Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're denying this because you just don't believe it. And I will say, you're goddamn right I don't believe it. And so, but even at that point, they're like, well, then you're just a reality denier. I mean, well, what do you perceive as reality? Well, I mean, and then we go through the third rock from the sun, and then we go back through the full fucking flat Earth argument. Shit, it's like, I mean, but at the same times, once we expose them as just believers, we'll expose them as just believers. They don't even know shit about the scientific evidence, from one side or the other. They're just believers. They're just like hanging around. They'll talk shit all day until they actually get cornered where they have to actually provide evidence for what they believe. And for the most part, their evidence is like, man, how about this NASA video? Hey man, it's just going to space. Hey man, well, they really don't have anything. They just believe everything they see on TV, and it's like, here's their main argument. If what you're saying is true, everyone would know And so it's obviously not true. It's basically their argument. So it's appeal to authority, you know. Specifically about flat Earth. If the flat Earth was true, it would be obvious to everyone, and so therefore it's not true. And you know what our argument is? The Earth looks flat, doesn't feel like it's spinning. Sun, moon, and stars move above our head in a circular pattern for thousands of years. That's the obvious thing. But their argument against it is that, well, if it was flat, everybody would know. And even though it looks flat, it's really curved. So you flat earthers are dumb as fuck. The end of my bloviation there.
Good morning. Hey, hey. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The earth is flat.
Jibby jib.
Hey, Ilio. Oh, just having my coffee after the morning shower. Yeah.
Pretty close to passing out.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're on the other side of Earth.
Yeah. Going to work.
Well, I would say you're on a different portion of Earth, not the other side.
I know. Planes have sides too. You know.
Huh? Yeah, I guess they do. But yeah. Earth has a topographical.
Exactly. Yeah.
I've been trying to find some really cool memes to pull up in here since nobody's talking. So.
Yeah. It's hard to find them because this censorship.
I mean, a lot of people risk their whole Facebook channels and shit to put out some really cool shit, and I try to capture it before their shit gets shut down. So.
Yeah.
All right, there's a good one. I think.
Let's see.
I mean, of course, it's a Simpson.
Oh.
Nice. See the ball, Bart. Here he went. Oh, yeah. Okay. Michelle Thaler, the genius astrophysicist. I actually think of myself as a
complicated rock.
I'm a very complicated rock. Yeah. Oh, a very, very complicated rock.
Yeah,
it's just like over the top, friggin' very complicated rock. I mean, she's a genius rock, I guess. Like very complicated.
What she say? May God give her. You know.
Rocks. She also said rocks are our cousins.
Yeah, and it's funny how they use these things. It's like these people have read the Bible and they know. We have these events in the Bible where the woman just turns and he gets stoned, petrified, you know, like physically. He turns into a statue.
Are you talking about the
Yeah, that story with Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah, where Lot and his wife, and she turned back and she turned into a pillar of salt.
Yeah, and I'm 100% there is a symbological connection.
There's most definitely.
Yeah. They always talk like this.
I'm a complicated
from
rock.
The Bible. Yeah.
And so Lot's wife turned back.
Yeah.
Became a complicated rock. A pillar of salt.
Yeah.
Right? But let's not talk about what happened to Lot afterwards. That shit is really fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, maybe we should talk about it. Well, we won't have to talk about it right now, but do you know what happened?
Yeah, incest and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
And
it was weird, man. I mean, it's kind of a result of their culture, I guess. The reason that Lot and his wife and his daughters left Sodom was because they're gonna freaking kill and rape their daughters and shit. Anyway, that's it's a Bible story.
Actually, today in the gaming industry, there is a big trend on this. How do I call it? Subject or topic?
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't really trust much. I mean, I think I trust more in the ignorance of people. When I come across like information, like that,
Yeah.
you can if they're trying to exploit certain, they may or may not have certain knowledge about some. That, to be honest, they at a certain point they have, like, with the story of Sodom and Gomorrah,
Mm.
they, in modern times, a lot of like online people and trolls and stuff, that they're quite aware of the story and the spiritual influence and everything. So
Yeah.
no, I mean, we often experience like a lot of like low level trolls here, but there are some high level trolls in different different platforms. So you have to be really, really careful about some of these guys that they may be into
Yeah.
Satanism and stuff. So you're gonna have to be careful.
Mm. True. You have to be careful about them in real life,
Well, I mean, it's not. It's. I mean, you don't have to be careful necessarily. And I mean, it's like, hey, my heart is. I was gonna say my heart is pure, which is not true. God damn! I mean, who would say that? But I'm quite familiar with the tactics of the enemy and
Mm.
and how how a lot of this works. And especially online, it's really kind of like, it's really easy to take advantage of people, and so anyway, you have to be careful.
Well, I'm going on these websites, which are like more to the dark side, you know. And yeah, this is the trend that I see inside there. It's
Yeah, but I mean, do you think they have any power or influence?
um but this shit is what I want to mean is that this shit is coming from these uh young men, programmers, coders, which have been educated in our school systems, which we praise so much, you know. And look at the produce of them, what they produced. They produced these coders who are making these games, but yeah, when I look into such a game, I really see what's inside the mind of that programmer, coder. You see all his mindset, thinking, character, everything. You see it inside there. Because, yeah, they may be good at programming, but they're not good at literature. Well, anyway. Have a good rest. Mic check. Anyone here? Wake up, Globies. The moon is so weird. I'm looking at it now in the morning, and yeah, it looks round, but only a small portion is lit. And that other side, you can still see it. It's not dark. It has a gray tint. The sky begins to turn blue before the sunrise. So the sky is not pitch black, but the moon is gray. So why? It should be dark, not gray. To be gray in the heliocentric model, it should still be illuminated. I know it's not much of an observation, but yeah, it's something very simple that anyone can look and observe. What are the shooting stars? Must be every day there has to be ritual in the heavens. And yeah, when everything is finished, clear the table. And those falling crumbs from the table uh, shooting stars. Chunks of mana. Those are some big mushrooms.
Hello?
Man, it's dead quiet in here. I just moved 2 new guys down here. Anybody in here? Oh, dude, Uncle Bob, Lad.
Yeah, mate, I'm in here, but I'm kind of playing my music at the moment.
Oh, you jamming, huh?
So, how is everyone today?
Ranger and Lesser Jack is new.
Fine.
I'm good. What's up, Toby? Has it been dead in here today or what?
No, what do you mean? Everyone's talking.
I sure hear a lot of chit chat. Well, I suppose we'll start with a question. Who believes in what?
As I really can't decide between the dodecahedron-shaped Earth and other Earths.
The dodecahedron,
What?
decahedron.
Yeah, dude. 12-sided
How-
Earth is the best sided Earth.
Yeah. Well, how do you observe this 12-sided Earth?
I guess you can't.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm just checking.
yeah, that's not even original, Tro. It's all good though. We're used to it.
I'm not actually
You're making a joke.
fucking troll.
It's okay.
I was just
I mean, I don't know where in everyday life you can view a sphere. You can see Earth as a sphere in your everyday life on Earth. So how you would see it as a decahedron, I have no fucking idea.
I mean, okay. So consider this, right? Earth looks flat, so it must be flat, right? But mountains, the mountains are just the sides and edges. The mountains of Earth are just the sides and edges of the dodecahedron. It's flawless.
Okay, so flat earthers don't absolutely mean flat. More like level surface,
Yeah, no, I know.
a plane with topography. So we don't mean it's
I
flat.
don't mean
like
completely
water.
flat.
Right. I mean, we don't either. I don't know about them, but I rode my bicycle and my skateboard down the hills as a kid. I know it's not totally flat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Earth isn't completely level the entire way.
I don't think anyone's going to argue that.
No, it's just whether or not you believe there's a rate of curvature, which I see no evidence for. I see a bunch of people point to the sky and say this happens because it's spherical, but I see no proof that it's spherical. Just a bunch of people saying it can only work like that on a sphere, but they can't say why.
Well, because that's the only model that is consistent with what happens. For example, sunset and sunrise, that is only consistent on the model of a globe.
Really, there is no sunset or sunrise. The sun neither sets or rises in your model, so I don't know what you mean.
We call it sunset or sunrise, but it just goes below the horizon.
Or out of sight, out of view. You know what atmospheric extinction of light is, right? You know light's not infinite through a medium.
Not entirely have to research that, but
so light is not considered to be infinite in a medium. We know it's not. I mean, you shine it through a diamond, it scatters and attenuates to the point of extinction. And the atmosphere is a fluid medium with varying density levels. But the ideal that it only works with your model. So what are the other models you compared it to in contrast?
there is no other model to compare it to, besides maybe the flat Earth theoretical model, but you guys don't have an official model, just like the old kind of sun and moon spinning around a flat plane.
Are you sure? I mean, there's geocentric, heliocentric, and flat Earth central. There are multiple models. There are multiple models, and the phenomena we see above us work in all three.
We aren't talking about like geocentrism and heliocentrism. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. Geocentrism, like whether you want to argue about
we're
that
talking about models.
Yeah,
those are all models. Heliocentrism is your model.
Well,
geocentrism is another model that says Earth sits at the center of the universe and everything revolves around it. And the observations ring true in that model too. So does that mean that model's right?
Either way, about the shape of the Earth, that if they were true, then yes, that would mean the Earth was flat, circular. Wow, my language. Okay.
Well, listen, the only truth about three different models, and the same thing works on all three models, is that you can model a lot of different things, but it doesn't prove it to be true in reality.
But having a glow
models
birth
are-
is the absolute only like any model with a glow birth is the only one that can support quote unquote sunrise and quote unquote sunset, or the sun going
Well,
below
so-
the horizon.
I just gave a scientific reason why it could appear to disappear at the end of your view or the horizon you want to. So, I mean, do you think
That's not like
the
that's not like
horizon-
dissipating though. Sorry, I'm interrupting. Sorry,
do
continue.
you think the horizon is an apparent position or is it a fixed position? It's an actual place.
I guess apparent position.
Yeah, it's an apparent position. So your sun goes around an apparent
No.
position that when you get there, it changes. That position goes further on down the line. And the varying levels of atmospheric density give you varying levels of atmospheric extinction of light. This is why in the morning, the sky lights up first, and then the sun light seems to come all the way down to the ground because the ground is the thickest one. So it has to be closest for it to shine through there. And as it goes away, it can be seen still in the sky at dawn, just before dusk, because that's the thinnest layer of atmosphere. So attenuation is a perfectly valid reason for how the sun appears to set on a flat Earth. Attenuation of light to the point of atmospheric extinction of light. These are scientific principles. They're not flat earther principles. It's a science. It rings true when you're talking about viewing astronomical objects too. They're not in the position you're looking at. That's an apparent position, an absolute position. I'm about to piss off every member of this of this Discord.
Sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what you said.
Yeah, so most people don't know that atmospheric extinction of light is a real thing.
Could you send me a study that proves it? Any study that's valid.
Just Google atmospheric extinction of light.
Okay, I will.
I mean, do you not believe that light is attenuated and scattered as it goes through the atmosphere?
I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm just asking for.
We can build a logical thing because scattering and that leads to attenuation. I mean, refraction and scattering lead to attenuation. It's the diffusion of light.
He never said he doesn't believe it.
Yeah,
I know. He said he doesn't understand it.
No, it's not that. I'm just asking for evidence that it is true because it's a new concept to me. That's all. I'm not denying it.
You see live stream, voice text right above the live stream lobby. Even charted and graphed. It works in inverse square law. And it's inversely squared proportionate to the distance from the light source. You look up there, that first one will be atmospheric extinction of light. And I'll send one for atmospheric attenuation of light.
Yeah, I'm doing my research right
I
now.
mean, it's better known as refraction. It's better known as refraction or scattering. I mean, a quick search says, what is atmospheric attenuation? The reduction with distance from the source
I'm
of
reading.
intensity of an acoustic or solar radiation electromagnetic signal propagating through the atmosphere caused by interaction with the signal gaseous contents of the atmosphere. So it's a fluid medium, the atmosphere is. By fluid, I don't mean liquid. I mean, it's inconsistent, always changing, always moving. Which is why we have so many different sunrises and sunsets. Because the atmosphere we view it through is always changing. It's a Rayleigh criteria.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, good evening.
What's up?
Not much, bro. Just hanging out, playing games, video games. I just come here to chill with my fellow flat earthers.
The Rayleigh criteria applies to everything you view through the atmosphere too, and the effects of the atmosphere on it. What surface or what elevation you might be viewing that thing through. Angle of resolution, limits of resolution, attenuation, angular size reduction. All these things need to be calculated into the observations, not just the shape of what you live on. I could easily attribute any optical phenomena I view from Earth on the Rayleigh criteria, attenuation of light, scattering quicker than I can by saying, well, it's either round or flat. That leaves out everything we know about how we view things, how light propagates.
What up, Mike?
What up, Sirius? We getting serious in here.
Yeah, it's chilling, man. Long fucking day. Still got my shoes on, and it hasn't ended yet. Gotta go grab me some groceries, man, for tomorrow.
Dude, I just got out the truck. I hear you. I'm fucking burnt, man. I need me some aloe vera lotion, damn it.
I'm about to roll up this blunt lotion, man. I'm about to roll up a blunt. Gotta relax it.
I got up at 5 a.m. One of my boys was sick, so I got up at 5 a.m. Started with my, shoveling in the morning, and then went and covered 2 shifts for a guy who's sick. So he says he's coming back tomorrow. Yeah, he says he's coming back tomorrow, so Mike's taking a motherfucking 4-day weekend. Fuck it. I'm the boss. Who's gonna bitch? If they bug me, they worked me this week, bro. They bugged me. I'm gonna tell them, do it short. Fuck it. Get the overtime or get as much done as you can and start again tomorrow. Fuck it.
Oh.
My back is kicking.
Yeah, man. It's my feet today. Just been on my feet the whole day. Luckily, no labor. Or actually, I'm about to strap my hot water heater. Doing some work for the landlord, so just cool. It's always nice, working your own crib. Get paid for it.
Oh, off for rent. Yep.
Yeah.
You got to change your hot water heater?
No, just it's not strapped. It's not earthquake strapped to code. So he wants that done because he wants it appraised, you know. And it had it had a leaky roof. He put a lot of dough into it. You know, it's a new landlord and he's a cool guy. So he put some money into it and he just wants to get shit running right, you know, which is good. Which is actually rare for landlords, you know.
Well, some of them guys get them. They buy them, raise them in value, take a loan against it, buy more houses, and always hold more than they got invested.
Yep.
My brother-in-law does that.
I think this dude's got
10 houses.
Yeah, he's got like 7 just in this town. He's got 7 houses, so it's like, yeah. I'm sure he does that shit.
Yeah, they just shit. My brother-in-law, he bought 10, remodeled them all, and went and got a loan against every one of them for the limit, and then started renting them out to make loan payments.
Yeah,
bought more.
Yeah.
It don't work. It worked out for him.
Oh hell yeah! If you do it right, you know, if you're smart about it, you can. That's shit, man. You're good. It's a lot of fucking work. It's a lot of work, though, man. Maintaining properties and shit.
It is. Yeah. He owns over 350 right now, dude. He's got a maintenance crew, a couple of them, to be honest.
You got to, man.
Yeah. So where'd the new guy, Ranga? Did you have any questions? I think your boy's actually reading up on what we talked about already, and I kind of like that when people read up on it. Don't stick just to my links. You know, you can find other links on it. Read that too. I don't cherry pick. I don't pick one thing from one link and only focus on that one thing. I'll focus on the entire link, and anything on the topic you can. Sources are sources. As long as it's a valid source, I'll read all of it. I prefer others do that too. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything.
What were you guys chatting about with the new guy?
Continuation of light to the point of atmospheric extinction of light.
Yeah, so we were talking about sunsets, quote unquote, and sunrises, and his view is that it is caused by a refraction, the disappearing of the sun. I think I got that right.
Refraction?
I didn't say that was my belief. I said it's a valid replacement, but no, not refraction. Scattering and attenuation to the point of extinction through varying levels of density of atmosphere. Refraction, that's scattering. It's light is scattered, refracted, reflected, and every time it loses intensity. The further you get from the source, you'll propagate to a point of extinction as long as you're in a medium. In free space, if it could break through the medium all the way to the next side, in free space, it'll come out at a constant speed, but we're not in free space. We're in the atmosphere. This is one of the biggest ones. They say our model can't accommodate a setting sun. Yes, it can. Your model only says everything you observe in the atmosphere is based only on the shape of the planet you live on, where ours actually accounts for every scientific thing known about eyesight and propagation of light. If you throw in how eyesight works, angular resolution, the Rayleigh's criteria, atmospheric extinction, and propagation of light, and you throw in all the sciences that they have for that, like gravitational lensing, you could begin to ask questions why the entire globe isn't lit up all the time.
That's right.
Because they all come parallel. They all 360 parallel around a radius, which they should be gravitational lens to the other side of the planet, and the other side of that planet should be lit up. So it should be light all the time on your spherical Earth. And that's your
not really.
science.
The gravitational lensing of Earth isn't severe enough to make the sunlight bend all the way around it.
Well, here's the thing. That's a theory, right? And so is gravitational lensing. We can't get outside this frame of reference to take an outside view of what's actually happened there. So we don't even know that gravitational lensing is true.
May I remind you that a theory is very different from a hypothesis?
Sure it is, but you know what is the standard to become a scientific theory? We're talking science now. To be labeled a scientific theory has to be backed by experimentation. But seeing how this is outside of our frame of reference, we can't experiment on it. So that theory is just a colloquial theory. It's not a scientific theory because it's not backed by experimentation. So the entire line of reasoning it doesn't apply here. It's a non sequitur. That's just a theory, just a colloquial definition of theory. If you think you can back it with experimentation, then break it out, do it, and win your Nobel Prize. I mean, I've got a BSc. You know how many definitions I can give you for what a scientific theory is? About 35. About 35. Now, which one should I hold true? Or which one should I hold to people as a standard? The one I best prefer? Pretty ambiguous, isn't it? Let me flip through my scientific theory definition file here. Okay, we'll use number 17 today. Kind of like mass and matter. What definition of matter are we using today? Sirius, you pick. Fuck it. Cut the deck.
I'll go with Avogadro. Let's go.
And how is it these people who think their science is so sewed up, the science is sewed up on this, how is it they don't get the ambiguity of it? When you got 5 different definitions for every word you use it in your scientific description, how does it then make sense? It becomes babble, doesn't it? When you're talking in this sense, it means this. When you're talking in that sense, it means that. But you can't apply this sense to that sense because these two senses won't make sense.
I know what you mean. Yeah, all right. I'm doing my best to read up on it.
Yeah, so it's like when they say it rings true in the microscopic level, but it wouldn't ring true in the megascopic level. That's like saying I can start building a house out of wood, but when I'm finished with the house, it'll be a brick house.
You know, like if they got more than one explanation for one thing, or like, you know, like how something works, if there's more than one explanation, the truth is no one knows how it works. That's the truth. Because it's like, okay, because we don't know how, like, you know, the radiometer, Crookes radiometer, just it's a partially evacuated bulb with like these like 4, you can call them flags, but they're like painted white on one side and black on the other side, and just it's on a needle, so it's a very low friction bearing, and when you hit the thing with light, it starts moving. So there are like 5 or 6 different explanations of how this is supposed to be working. You know, which means no one really knows how it works. But it works. It's kind of weird.
Kind of like electricity then, huh?
It's weird shit, man. There's like stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, like electricity. There's more than one theory, you know?
Yeah, we can use it, but we don't know where the hell it comes from in nature. But it is a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, it is, actually. Just funny. You know, something so advanced, actually. Like, or we can make so many, you know, technical things out of it, and it's just lightning, right? Yeah, there was a time where mankind has conquered lightning. And they would pipe it, you know, down tubes. It's like, oh wow, okay.
Baghdad battery. Yeah.
Oh, this is like what we do today, man. It's like lightning and wires,
I got lightning rods in my barns.
Mm-hmm.
You damn Skippy, I do.
Where's everyone at? People are.
I don't know. It was dead. It was dead when I came in here. These two were Ranga and Litherjack.
I'm just reading up before I make any comments.
You're all right. You're all right. I'm just saying. They were sitting in BC checking, and nobody was up there, and I came in here and it was quiet. So I just brought them down.
We're just chilling, man. We're just having a good convo. I mean, shit, bitchin'. We like to chill, We don't have to necessarily debate and fight, but we can have a back and forth discussion, about ideas and shit. So what do you think about the light attenuation stuff? I wasn't here for it, so I just want your thoughts on it. If you want to talk, if your mic's shy.
Wait, you
ever seen that? Yeah, you ever seen that GIF I got where these people are out on a boat and they see day and night, a Terminator line, and day and night right next to each other. It's day on one side of the boat and night on the other.
Yeah, I have this.
Yeah, I like that one. And here, I got a GIF for your sunrise and sunset that I want you to look at. Somebody zooms in on a setting sun. It looks like from a distance that it's already going or over the horizon, but when you zoom in on it, you see there's still a gap. It's still above the ground.
Where is that?
Waiting for it to load up, but damn, looks like Discord is being slow today. There's the sunrise one. I'll find the one with the day and night next to each other.
Maybe another little nugget or roll into this. And I was just, grinding up some weed, and I was like, I couldn't wait to grind up all of it. So I rolled a joint before rolling the blunt. The pre-blunt joint.
Here's the day next to night. And I also got another GIF you want to check out. It shows on how all the observations of the heavens work on both the heliocentric model and the geocentric model.
Okay.
We can map and model both ones. Both models ring true when you observe it in reality. The funny loops on geocentrism, that's called retrograde motion. The reason they don't have them on heliocentrism, that's because of the aberration of light. They say they're doing regular turns, but it takes light so long to get there. It's a Doppler effect of light. They call the aberration of light. So they basically call it an illusion of light. Otherwise, the heavenly bodies, the observations of the heavenly bodies wouldn't work with your model at all. They didn't work until they came up with the aberration of light, or the theory of the aberration of light.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
Hey, Mike, do you have the GIF of the, it's probably like 10 little personal atmospheric domes with the sun moving across the top, and how each person's perspective would show that sun as it travels across. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
And here's a link on the aberration of light. That's without that, the observations and the movements of the heavenly bodies don't work on the geocentric model unless you ascribe to aberration. If you don't agree with that, then you might as well throw the whole model out.
Man, some good cheap weed. Not bad.
I know that's a Wikipedia, but it's a good starting place. I know Wikipedia is not an accredited source, but sometimes they have accredited sources within them.
Exactly. Cited below, right? The references.
Well, I wouldn't cite Wikipedia if, in college.
No, but you can use it. I would cheat. Like, I would go to the citation in it, and then go to the book and just cite that.
Yeah, you just
never cite Wiki.
Cite their source, like James Bradley for aberration of light. Here's a link on the discoverer of the aberration of light, or the first to theorize it. I can't say you discovered it because there's no experiments that really prove it true. It's a postulation. This guy was a natural philosopher. I wonder, do people know that most of the people they call scientists, they were natural philosophers, just like Aristotle. These guys were studying what they thought was the great book of God's creation. They were all Jesuits or Pentecostals, and they believed in God, and they were studying the creation. Every one of them has a thesis on natural law, on Leviticus, Leviathan. They all have dissertations on the Bible. Every one of these guys believed in the Bible, even William Herschel. I'm not saying I do or not. I just want to point out these were God-fearing men, natural philosophers. They weren't scientists. They've been labeled scientists by men eons later, whatever.
Yeah.
Decades later. They seen themselves as natural philosophers.
That's what I always called myself, because I like to study many different subjects, man. It's cool. But like today, everything is, you can take one subject, right? You can spend 20 years with it, Depends on the subject, of course, but. So today we have more experts than natural philosophers, right? You could only do humans that only do one thing and one thing only in their life. It's kind of sad. Oh man, I gotta run in the store before it closes. Too much shit. Gotta do. I just made some money though, you know. But remember, we're talking about thrift stores, Mike. You know, I always pick up whenever I see the decent receivers, you know, stereo receivers, you know, like the older 5-channel ones. They're like the good ones that I buy, right? So like, I'd buy for myself. So, anyways, I bought a couple of them, $10 a piece. Old Sonys. One, well, the newer one is a piece of shit, obviously, and it doesn't work. Like, and the other one is perfect. So shit, bought it for 10, sold it for 50. That's a good deal for me.
Yeah, especially you get them old tube ones. You don't need to buy a preamp.
Oh, a tube one I'm keeping, man. Yeah, not yet. Haven't found one yet.
Yeah, they always look at me funny when I go in there. I try to go there while I'm still in the work uniform.
Yeah. Don't pull up in a Rolls Royce, yeah.
Don't get funny looks jumping out of a Corvette, going into the Goodwill.
Right.
Pull up in a '68 Chevelle to the St. Vincent.
Bro, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. It's like the other day I remember, like, I saw this lady hopping out of a Jag and going in there. I was like, wow. I'm like, okay. You know, and it's cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shit, everybody shops at a thrift store.
Well, I love good deals, man. I just, hey, that's better than any, like, drug dealing ever. I put 10 down, you know, and I sold it for 50, so I made 40 net profit. That's decent, you know.
I like it when I find real 10-karat gold or silver there, and they're selling it like it's costume jewelry. Like, oh yeah, run that. My daughter likes it too. When I get enough of them, you know, I melt them down and make silver bars out of them. My daughter's always all in on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn, Dad, you got a bunch of silver now.
Yep. It's worth money.
I recently scored a 1967 Zenith turntable console, completely working for $60.
Yeah.
How much does it go for?
If I cleaned it up a little bit, I just have to replace the idler wheel on the turntable. The turntable works fine. It's just a little out of sync, so just need to replace the idler wheel and kind of do a little touch up on the wood trim. But fully restored, they go for about $2,000.
Oh wow! Okay, good deal, man. For $60 then, good deal.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you sell it as is right now, what are you looking at? 1,300 or what?
As is, I could sell it right now tomorrow for probably like $600.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's
just because it needs some work. It's a solid state receiver, and some of the diodes might not be the best. So,
okay.
Are you talking about a bookshelf receiver or one of those that sit in a cabinet? You open the cabinet up.
It's a cabinet, and the reason it's more valuable is kind of the style of it. It's like a mid-century modern style.
Okay.
Yep. I've got one of those in the barn.
I love thrift stores, man.
Yeah. Tell me, is it like this one? This was at my dad. It was at my dad's deer hunting cabin, and I brought it home with the old floor model TV. Make old nostalgia front room in my hangout above my barn. Take them back to the '70s. I got shelves full of records, dude. Albums. I got these the first disc player you ever seen. A movie disc player. They're as big as albums.
Cabinet style. Yeah, that's old as fuck, man. How old is
Yeah.
that? Well, I mean, not old as fuck, but like that sort of design just takes up the entire fucking room.
Mid-60s, yeah. That's mid-60s.
Oh, nice. It's badass though, man. Like, it's a nice piece of furniture, you know? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I
Knowing
was wondering
myself,
if you
I've
meant
just
like that.
got that, put some serious fucking speakers in there.
Yeah,
It's not
it's
worth
pretty
my while.
loud, dude. It's hard to play albums if you put too big of speakers in there. Yeah, that's tight. I've seen them ones.
Yeah, it was a pretty good score. The louvers close on it.
Oh, that's nice. Well, that looks really good, man. $60, yeah, that's a fucking score. Just like as a table for $60, that's a good deal. The wood,
dude.
You know,
my
I'd pay
mom had
$150 just if it was furniture.
100%. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, wood is worth a lot of money, man. Like furniture. Fuck yeah.
We had one like that as a kid, and I always thought it was a plant table. And then one day, my dad said, "I don't know why your mom does this. This is a badass stereo." And I was like, "Dad, that's a plant table." And he said, "Here, move this shit. Put it on the floor. Looky there, boy." I was like, "Oh, it is a stereo. My bad." Yeah, that one's older than mine.
I like the style of that one. That
Mike,
looks
I think
that's
the
super sexy. That's modern as fuck. Actually.
Mike, the picture you sent, is that yours? Of that
That's
console?
it's something like the one I got. It's almost exactly like the one I got.
Because that turntable that's in that one is, I'm pretty sure, the exact same turntable that's in mine. It's a Voice of Music is the brand, but it's the manufacturer, but it's labeled as Zenith.
Yep.
Okay.
I can take them apart and put a turntable off of anything in it. And take a turntable off an old Fisher stereo, take it right off it, put it in there. But I mean, my dad knew how to do that shit, so.
Yeah, I'm just trying to restore the original that's in there since it's functional for the most part. I completely took it apart. I took apart the whole entire turntable and cleaned out the old grease and re-greased it and put it all back together. It's just the idler wheel that it's supposed to be rubber around the outside of it, but over the years it's hardened up.
Yeah, rubber.
It's
call it ages, right? It has age because the water dries out moisture.
It's basically.
Have you thought about
basically
just going
solid? So there's not enough friction to keep it at a good constant speed. It slips a little bit.
You could always go get a rubber O-ring, like a 1-inch, 2-inch, shave the inside of it flat, see if it fits right, and slide it up over the wheel. Just remove the old one. I've done it. I've made my own idler. It's more like a gear system. The rubber spins the table, right? You're talking the wheel.
So the diameter. Oh, okay. Diameter controls the speed of the table. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a little motor in there, and on top of the motor, like the shaft coming out of the motor, it has different sizes to it.
Yep.
So when you click it for, if you're playing like a 78 or a 45, it just clicks that shaft down and up to a different size diameter, and the idler wheel rubs against that and the actual shelf of the turntable itself. So that's what controls the speed. So that idler wheel is in between the shaft of the motor itself and the outside edge of the turntable.
Right.
Or the inside edge of the turntable.
Okay.
Yeah, so generally there's 3 different kinds here. I'll show you a picture. The kind I'm talking about is the center. Mine's got an idler wheel just like this image in the center. The center one is mine. Yours is maybe one of the flat disc.
Yeah, it's the exact one on the left. Pretty much the exact same one.
Yeah, see, I would try to get my own rubber and make one. Never hurts to try.
Yeah, I fuck around with shit, man. I have a shop, so You know, I'll be
But
firing up the lathe and doing something.
yeah, but you can get these parts online, dude. You could probably find it
For
if
sure.
you can.
Cheap,
You got some
$2 or something.
Yeah, if you got some calipers, you could. In my town, we can still go to Radio Shack and get one, a brand new one.
I did find a guy that basically is the quote unquote guy for voice of music parts and stuff like that. So I can send, as long as I send the old idler wheel off to him, he'll give me a replacement. I don't think it's too bad. It's under $100.
Yeah,
I'll machine one for you out of whatever. Send me the material.
that's what I'm saying. We'll take your old one, peel the rubber off, put it all in a kettle, get it all boiling, dip it in the rubber, and give it back to you. Here you
Right.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, that's actually a solid. Like, you can build the edges up if you have a lathe, right? If you have a lathe, you know, with some sort of liquid rubber compound, let it set up, right? You know, and then you just machine it down to spec, to whatever spec you want. And to machine rubber is kind of tricky, but a trick around that is to freeze it. It becomes really solid. You can actually machine it, shave it down like with like lathe tools. Otherwise, it's miserable shit if it's really soft. But that's a cool trick. You can freeze rubber to machine it.
Well, you know, listen, that's called is a rubber grommet. You can go to the hardware store and look through the rubber. Yeah, you can look through the rubber grommet section. Generally, find one. It'll be solid, but you can just take a utility knife and groove out the center so it'll loop around it. Rubber's easy to work with. I got a grommet set, you know, assorted kit, bunch of different grommets. But
so that one is like a sleeve, right? That fits around the lip of that.
yeah, it's like it's like a donut glove. Just pops right around it. Yeah.
Right.
Mine is the center one. I got the center one. So all I do is dig through my rubber grommet section and get something that mic's a little bigger than the one I had on there.
Yeah.
So it takes up the airspace, and then I pop it on there. I'll pop it off. I'll pop it on there and make sure it works, and then I pop it off, super glue around it, and pop it back on. But I've had to keep my own turntables working. To me, my brother, you guys would crack up. You see us drink a fifth of scotch, and all of a sudden the turntable quits working. One of us has already got the screw. Hold up, I got the set. Tear it apart, bro. It's surgery. And then we're bitching about the shitty radio station the whole time.
Yeah, I tore the whole turntable apart. It's pretty awesome working with stuff like that. That's all analog. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The whole entire turntable functions off gears and springs, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
Mechanical beast, you know.
And that's why I want to get. That's why I was
So
really angling for the original replacement, because it all kind of comes down to timing on all the functions for like the reset for the needle to go back and over, and whether it drops down. Like all that's based off of timing.
It's just like it's a manual turning center, and it turns it. The tool is your needle, and it turns it all the way through it systematically over and over and over again. It's a manual. I've made homemade shit. Still got my sister's fold open Elvis record player.
Yeah, the thing about the old ones, man, you can fix them. You can work on them. All the new computer tech and all that kind of stuff, it's like you can kind of work on it, but what a pain compared to all the old analog stuff.
Yep. Because it's circuit boards, transistors, processors, chips. prefer the old analog.
I like working on mechanical systems, such as calipers, like brake calipers, clutches, pistons, camshaft, all the above. No problem. And I don't like doing my own shit, but if it's like a project, like building something cool, yeah, that's different. But like fixing or maintaining vehicles, yeah, I do the maintenance, but don't like doing it. I got to do the wheel bearings on my truck now. F-150. It's like I'm not excited for it at all.
What? Why are they too hard? Front or rear? Is it
rear? I already replaced the driver's side one. No, it's not too hard. It's just
four-wheel or two?
Four-wheel drive.
Well, it's a little harder than a two-wheel drive, but
yeah, it's just more fucking nuts and bolts. But it's easy.
Yep.
I mean, the front one, yeah, it's more difficult, I guess. So it's gonna be a lot of work, So I'll buy me some quality bearings, I guess.
It's always kind of a pain in the butt to do that kind of stuff, but it's rewarding knowing you can do it yourself. Like I had to replace all the hard brake lines in an old Silverado I had that one of the brake lines had rusted through. Those things don't do too well in the rust, the old Silverados. I replaced all the steel brake lines in it.
Yeah, I get big reels. I get a reel of brake line. If you come out here, you got to blow the brake line.
You double flare it yourself, or you use double flares or bubble flares? Which one?
Well, I can use both. I got this set up to flare both styles. So.
But what do you like to flare?
Well, it depends if we're going with high pressure braking system, something on a race car or something. A single flange is fine for stock. When you get in a heavy duty, you want a double. So, yeah, it depends, if you're talking about a 12-inch brake shoe or an 8-inch brake shoe,
Oh, dude. Talk about the 14-inch rotor.
Right. Drums are all-wheel disc.
Yeah. All-wheel disc, man. I hate drums.
It's just cheaper. It's cheaper to have this.
It's cheaper to manufacture. I mean, like drums, actually.
Well, to have a reel, just have a reel of 1/4-inch line hanging on the wall.
Yeah, for sure.
I got 1/4, half, 3/4, 1 inch.
Nice.
I'll do fuel lines too. If your fuel line's all rusted out, I cut it out, replace that.
Yeah, you live in Michigan. You guys use salt, right? You guys salt the roads.
Yep.
Shit eats up everything, man.
It does. That's why I use your bed protector.
Bed liner. Yeah.
Not the bed liner, but the spray-on liner.
Spray. Yeah.
Yeah. If I really like a truck, like my winter vehicle, I underbody coat it with that. That fucking salt will eat up your brake lines, eat your rear end seals out, your gaskets.
Everything. It's terrible. Yeah. It just takes all the life out of your vehicle.
A lot of people here, they get a brand new vehicle and they start coating it. They buy it in the spring and they start spray painting the underbody of it the minute they get it. Because we're in Michigan. They'll cover everything with 5 layers of paint. Makes it harder to rust. My dad, I remember when I was a kid, my dad bought my mom a car and I said, "Why are you already painting the underbody, Dad? It's straight." He said, "We live in Michigan, boy. Shit'll rot away in 5 years if we don't paint it."
Nice sign.
I laughed at him, so I ended up painting my mom's car like 6 times under. Paint it all, boy. Paint all of it. Make it all nice and black and shiny.
here we use like liquid de-icer all the time. We don't salt the roads. Just funny.
Oh, I thought you meant for your windows. I say Michiganders get out there with their fucking ID if they ain't got nothing else.
No, man. I mean, like roads, yeah. Because we have hills and ice and snow. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's actually so. I don't know how it is, but back in Chicago, like you couldn't fucking chain up or studded tires or anything. Here, bro, it's all kosher. Go for it. What you got? You got chains? Go ahead. You know, you got studs? Go ahead. What else? You got wires? Go ahead. Whatever, you just do it. Because it's, you know, you'll die.
Before I hurt my back, me and my brother used to go out in the winter on our. We both got a YZ 490 with studded tires. We race on the lakes when they freeze over.
Oh, nice.
We used to go out.
I use is all terrains though. It's like I don't even like use studded or anything. Just all terrains. 4-wheel drive though, trucks. So I guess that's the difference.
Yeah, I've considered those, but I'm all right with them Insta chains. But me and my brother used to go out in the middle of the night and try to get the county sheriffs to chase us in the winter on 2-wheel dirt bikes, all studded up tires.
Oh, nice. Dirt bikes.
Yeah, we got chased a couple times, but most of the time they just shake their head and wave. Don't kill yourself, country boy, you dumbass fucker. You ain't got no lights on that thing.
Oh man, why are these guys driving like idiots? What the fuck?
Yeah, you get older. You get older and slip a disc, and you're like, oh, I want to go do that dumb shit, but I don't want to hurt myself.
I know, man. It's like today basketball. Like I was warming up before the workout, and I was like, I really like want to, you know, just kind of like move a bit, but it's like, damn, do I want to risk it and fuck up my disc again? I'm just like, no. Then I'm out for 6 months, man, just because I wanted to play ball. So it's like, nah. Take it easy. Discs, man, they get you, dude.
See what we do for fun in Michigan at night.
I'm not looking. Did you post a pic?
Might take a country girl out, kayak down the river to the first big lake, stop at every party you see on the shore. There's 12 different lakes we can get to from the rivers at my house. Me and my son went kayaking. He's like, I'm gonna have to bring my girlfriend out here. Every house we stopped at, he said, you know these people, Dad? I was like, no, but I got a big bag full of Hooters, man. You just come up on the shore and introduce yourself. Hey, I'm Mike. I'm down the road. Y'all smoke fatties?
I'm gonna go on mute for a bit. I'm gonna step inside the store. I'll be listening.
See the live stream filled up a little bit, but nobody else is talking. What the hell?
Battle Mod, is that on the lake? Is that all lake shorefront properties?
Oh yeah, all that is, yeah.
That's stunning, mate. That's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, we went around the shores of 2 different lakes, and everybody was partying. Nobody was worried about social distancing. Nobody had a mask on. We carried ours with us. I know quite a few people on these lakes, but I don't know them all. I mention them when I stop at their neighbor's house. Yeah, I know your neighbor Bob down there. Paved the parking lot at his business every year. Just being friendly. I fish, though. I fished the whole time.
Yeah, most locals will trust a man with a rod that just comes and enjoys the water for what it is. You're trusted almost straight away.
Yeah, a kayak. I give away a lot of fish. I caught a bunch. I was catfishing. So I give away catfish everywhere I stop. You boys want some fish to fry up? They're like, hell yeah, what you got? Catfish. I caught this muskie, big ass muskie, and this old lady was like, I'll take that muskie and that brown trout you got, if you don't mind. I said, ma'am, I don't mind. Go ahead. Like she looked to be about 70. We stopped at their house, and we stopped at the neighbor's house, and I seen them over there sitting there by themselves, and this old ass man trying to throw wood on the fire. So I told my boy, come on. I said, let me get it burning hot for you, old man. So you guys eat fish? They said, yeah. I drugged the kayak down there. I got a live well. I was like, I got a whole bunch of them. What do you want? The old man said, give me that catfish. And the lady said, I'll take that brown trout. And they were sitting out there 60, 70 years old, drinking beer and just watching all their neighbors have fun.
Yep, that's what it's all about, man. And you just went and fed that community by giving them a couple of fish. That's cool, mate.
Yeah. My son, he knows how it is. We can get to these lakes, but I've never really took him down through here at night and partied. And he's like, when did you start doing this? I was like, when I was a kid, I used to roll up to that shoreline, 16, 17 years old, and I'd say, I got a big ass fish for anybody that's willing to give a 17-year-old a beer to drink while he's fishing. It's been a long day, and people would always hook me up. He said, But he's older than that now. He's 26. He can buy his own damn case, but, well, 27, excuse me. But I used to do it. Them old people give you a 6-pack for a big old fat catfish. Like, oh, yeah. I used to crack on them about mowing their lawns, too. Was a little entrepreneur. Tell them how I fell in love with this Trans Am down the road in this field. If you just let me mow your lawn, I'll do it all for $35.
Yeah, I've kind of been there over a motorbike like that, yeah.
Yep.
That's my side gig,
They're
Mike.
good people. Yeah, hey, the first thing you got to understand is all these people live on lakefront property. So they fucking got money. Damn it. That's all there is to it. They got money. My dad had money, and I couldn't get $20 for mowing 40 acres. I was like, what the fuck? He said, living ain't free, boy. Don't get me wrong. I did a lot of work on the farm growing up, but I got a weekly allowance. Plus food, shelter, and clothes when I needed them. Many hands make light work. We all got them free years. Look, we waited till you were 10, boy. Your brother's been earning your meals. Now it's time for you to earn your own. All right, Dad. Yeah, some of these houses are awesome, man. I took some pictures of a lot of shoreline just to... We got to put lights on our kayaks, we can't be out on the shores without the kayaks. Look at this one here to the right that I just posted, to the right of that lit up house. The whole front's lit up. Where you see the red lights, that's a party store, restaurant where you can just go up there on your boat. They don't shut down till like 1 o'clock. Go in there, get a beer, get some catfish. They usually catch it fresh.
Yeah, that's real life. That's just real life. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I got some stars. I mean, I don't live on a lake, but I live on a river that connects to all these lakes. It's called the Chain of Lake Regions. So there's like 14 lakes that all connect together from rivers. I prefer. I like to hang out with people. I'm a people person. You know, I like the type of people that enjoy themselves on the water, on the lakes. They'll work hard all day and come home and enjoy the lake at night. This old man right here started following us around. He wanted to see where I was getting all them catfish. I was wondering, like, how many years you lived on this lake, old man? Shit, you know, there's 5 deep spots here. He's like, yeah, there's more than that, Michael. Let me show you. I was like, yeah, all right. He had a kayak too.
Yeah.
We had like 12 people kayaking with us before it was over. He says, so you're just going door to door, huh? I said, yup. He said, you don't say. And they're all greeting you, huh? I was like, well, you don't know your neighbors? Your neighbors are all friendly, dude. He said, come on, I'll go with you. I got the beer. I drank 1 beer with him, but just to not be rude. My son got drunk with his ass, so he was whining all the way home. This kind of sucks upstream, Dad. I said, yeah. That's how I had them guns. That's how I maintain them guns, boy. Just keep rowing.
Yeah,
I used to do it in a canoe. Right. I used to do it in a canoe, dude. It was way harder. But I also had, 5 brothers wanting to go too, so 3 of us in a canoe, shit, we could zip around these lakes. I like them kayaks, though. I really do. When they came out with them, I bought one, and I was like, hell yeah, this is better than a canoe. Then they kind of got better at designing them so they don't tip over so easy. You can have a sporting kayak. Those are the ones that'll tip over easy, or you can have a fishing, just for fishing, That's what I got. It's got a wider bottom, so it's harder to tip.
Yeah, the modern gear's nice. We get taken out on rivers from high school age to learn canoeing and watercraft. That was great fun. We learned an awful lot. With balance, motion, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, that's what we did that in Cub Scouts. I teach my Cub Scouts how to kayak, how to canoe, how to port the boat, how to use a regular B-bottom rowboat, how to fish, water safety. You can part of Cub Scouts is getting your Red Cross CPR license, first aid license. We have people come in and teach them that. Generally, it'll be the firemen, Jackson County firemen give the class. But I like them to learn that. A lot of kids will stop after. Some just do Cub Scouts. Some get into it. They like Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, and Weebos. I do Boy Scouts and Weebos. I don't do the younger kids, the Cub Scouts. That's a little young. I mean, it's not that I can't handle young kids. It's that I think they could get more attention from a younger den leader. The boys I'm teaching, they're older. They're more about gathering information. But the younger kids, you got to wear them out. That wears you out.
Oh yeah.
I like Eagle Scouts too. I was an Eagle Scout before I was a Marine. I like the surviving in the woods in 3 days with only so many tools.
Yeah, sadly, all that stuff for children here's more or less gone. You've still got Boys Brigade and the Cub Scouts, and there's girls' equivalents, but nothing on these kind of levels. And if there is any survival stuff, it's the kind of thing that fathers and sons have to pay an awful lot of money to go and do as an event.
Yeah, I was in Scouts for a long time, up until I was like 17 years old. Still have a lot of good friends that I've been in Scouts with, or was in Scouts with my whole life.
I like teaching them archery and fishing and survival. Foraging, that's one of my big things. Farming, foraging, how to forage to farm. Like my morel mushrooms, I got certain patches of them, and people are like, man, you got it lucky out here, Mike. And I'm like, no, every year since I was 12 years old, I've hunted mushrooms. 75% go in the house, the other 25% get spread around in this area right here. My honey hole, my patch, I spore the whole area. So I'm not lucky, I'm a constant gardener, you know? I like the lion of the woods. I love all kinds of mushrooms. If you can spore them out, you know, bury 4 spores, 5 spores, take 1 mushroom, next year it'll be 5. You can turn a few mushrooms into a patch. Man, from my Facebook stream, it seems like a lot of people in the nation are getting pissed off, putting up with retard shit from a dumbass. Like Biden gonna talk about that we the people, that's us, that's the government. We're the people. Like, what? The fuck you just say? Dumb motherfucker. That's why he don't make no speeches to the public. He does that shit from a production booth. Better do that. You say that shit, it'll become quid pro quo real quick. Question. You stutter and stammer and Alzheimer's victim. Did you just say what I think you said? We the people is the government. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know, I mean, it could be considered somewhat true. You're part of the people of the nation, but this isn't where your birthright's from. Shit. But you're definitely not we the people. We the people is everybody under you, or everybody you think that's under you. They got this social contract we exist in, or they call it democracy. They got it all fucked up. That's because most people don't even know it's a social construct, just a contract between people. We all gave up some of our rights, and we expect to have a benefit for it. But do we see any benefits? Do we get justice? Do we get liberty? Can we live in crime-free areas? Do we get uninterrupted life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Hell no. And we got people that want to act like they're our rulers. You bet you're not our rulers. This is a social contract, and it can be null and void at any damn time. And guess what they call that? When it becomes null and void, that's a revolution. It's where the scales of liberty are unbalanced. The government gets all the benefits and we get shat on. So we say, Screw your social agreement. It's time for a new one. I mean, the Declaration of Independence didn't give us the right to fight off a tyrannical government. It's our birthright. We were born free. I'm going to the grave alone. To make my choices for what's best for my life here and now. I don't need a government to do that for me.
Tell me this, Battle Mod. If we're the people who do all the daily jobs and dig all the minerals and power all the electricity companies and make life happen for one another at all times in life, and we tidy up after ourselves, we fix the roads, and we make the whole thing actually happen, we run the banks and we provide all the services. We're the ones that do it. So if we're all the ones that's actually doing it, what do we need these muppets in government for?
Yeah, we don't need them, they need us. We are the many, they are the few. Oh, man, that didn't give me the link to the damn article I wanted it to get. Damn it. Yeah, I see a lot of people screaming impeachment. Impeachment. What's up, Metal Lark?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
You can't sneak in here and be all quiet and shit. I see you the minute you enter.
Just,
How's that profile pic?
you got me.
It's all lavender and shit. I was like, who's this lavender motherfucker? Oh, it's Metal Lark.
I figured I'd try something different.
Bushel of roses.
Yeah, I have a bunch of different profile pics, so I just pick one at random.
I don't think I've ever seen roses that color before.
Roses are red, violets are blue, the earth is flat, and soon you'll find out too.
Love it. I love it, Metal Lark. How you doing, mate?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, sir. Yeah, that candy pink in your pic, that's beautiful. I can see Battle Mod spraying a car that colour.
Yeah, the flat earth is a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing.
I was just thinking that'd look pretty hot on the Corvette.
No, you had to say Corvette, didn't you? I knew I was lighting a fire here. I just went and burnt myself in the process.
I would rather buy a GT5 Honey, man.
And, well, that color would look hot on the GT too.
What color? Which color?
Where'd Metal Lark go?
Oh, I missed a color.
Yep.
Next time.
It was like a lavender. Fucking shitty weather.
Buy me some ice cream, which is good. I was like, all right, what
I was
kind
just
of
thinking,
unhealthy snack am I gonna buy? Gotta buy me something that's unhealthy. With the meat, you know. Strawberry shortcake it was. Man, everyone was quiet tonight, man. Kind of felt bad for you in the store. I was like, damn, no one is manning the mic.
Yep.
Well, I like to talk, but usually when I do, I get yelled at.
No, man, this is your time to shine right now.
Why are you talking? Why are you not stopping him from talking in my head, Private Cyrus? Hoorah!
Stop picking on me.
Hoorah!
Private Cyrus.
B105, Full Metal Jacket, sir.
Now I'm starting to see why you guys do end up doing karaoke, because it gets fucking this thick in the room. It's like, fuck it, let's just start singing.
This is my rifle. This is my gun. One is for killing and one is for fun.
Well, you managed to hack that one up now.
I've actually never seen the movie.
It's this is for fighting, this is for fun. If you lose that rifle, you will be fine. You understand me, sir? Excuse me, sir. Sir, but the president just left a bunch of rifles back there. I lost my rifle. The fucking court would charge me. Might even get a court-martial.
Yeah, probably. How dare you fucking lose your rifle? What do you mean?
This motherfucker left thousands of rifles. And man, he broke our old... How the fuck's he the commander-in-chief? No man left behind. What the fuck? We hump our fallen soldiers out the fucking woods off the front. The fuck's this dude thinking?
You know, I'm very Viking like. I think our king, which is like our foremost leader, should always be capable of physical combat. If your king is out of shape, like he cannot actually engage in battle, then he cannot be king. That's my opinion. Then I don't know.
You know, that motherfucker couldn't fight his way out of a bowl of cereal that he fell in.
See, I was watching JP Sears today or yesterday, and he has the 17 things that our great leader has done so well, and he was going through them and whatnot, and one of them was he had this list, and our great leader had said, here's a list of the things that they say I'm allowed to say. He literally said that they say I'm allowed to say. And I was like, can you make it any more blatantly obvious? And anyone who's not getting it at this point, can you please open your eyes? Serious, I was getting into that video you shared about the theory of anti-relativity. That is legit. Oh my gosh.
How is that calculus? Now you understand what calculus is, right? So fucking easily. The way you see, oh my god, the way he explains it, that's how you know that he's a really good teacher. From the way he explained calculus, it's like, wow, dude. Only if I knew that back in when I was taking calculus. It's like, wow.
See, I've never gone to college or anything, and I don't know. I didn't do very well in my schooling, but I was able to understand what he said, even though it's high level stuff. It would seem like.
He's a really good teacher, man. He simplifies it like really
Yeah, I'm
well.
gonna be watching a lot of that guy.
There's another one. There's several lectures from him. There's the theory of anti-relativity. If you want to look into the history of RCA, that one is a really good one. It's pretty short. There's another one, something at the San Francisco, what is it? Tesla Society or something like that. So he's got.
He's there right now.
Once I get home, I'll post them for you. But I know where to get them. From the same website.
Who are we talking about?
Dollard, Eric Dollard.
Oh yeah. I've seen a lot of interviews with him. The one where he's sitting in an old car.
Yeah, but he's got lectures, like old lectures he's done like before when he was, kind of active.
Yeah, where he's drawn on the board, not the board, but he's got
yeah, that's one of them.
Yeah.
Yep. The board is the theory of anti-relativity. The paper one, that's the history of RCA, and he's got. I have all his stuff. I got his stuff from the 80s.
I just love saying
in the garage
theory of anti-relativity because, well, screw Einstein.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a genius, man. But I feel like all super geniuses are also a little
little on the crazy
kooky
side.
a little on the crazy side, which is why
They can't handle themselves in society.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. They don't know how to integrate. Sort of like us, but I try to integrate myself,
I try to integrate myself, but I also try not to think of myself as a genius. I like to imagine myself as very intelligent.
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
I don't want to get that God complex,
you.
I feel like it's important to realize your limits, I guess. But that's just knowing yourself, First you must know yourself. Or how does it go? Conquering yourself is easy. Or once you can conquer yourself, then the world is easy. Something like that.
Something like that.
I butchered it just like the quote from the movie.
Lethargic, I see you're back in the lobby. Did you have questions about perspective? I know Battle Mod gave you a bunch of stuff to look at.
Indeed. All right, I got back home. Where's that globe at?
Hasn't Napalm been here for a while? I seen him around.
Lethargic.
You recently joined, right? You did, right, Nicole?
Yeah, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Recent member, right?
Couple months, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, that's one. Something like
2 months, something like that. And I'm completely new to Discord. I have no clue how to find other servers or any of that stuff.
You wait till they get posted. That's how I've joined all the other servers. Is they posted somewhere in a text chat.
Thank you. Go the fuck on. Thank you. Get, motherfucker. Come on. Oh, yeah.
Or what? Dog wants your food, huh? Oh yeah, so
snacks. I had
who
to go
was?
get some.
Were you talking to your dog or what? I heard you talking.
Yep.
All right. That's
Yeah,
what I thought.
the cat.
Okay. Oh, so yeah, I wanted to bring this thing up. Yesterday, I was told that there was this discussion about blood pressure, right? And how would it escape to the atmosphere if it's less than the atmosphere? Did any of you guys like hear this? I wasn't here, but I was in checking, and I was told that this was something that was being debated in the live stream or discussed.
Blood pressure.
Yep. Like how would you bleed, right? If your blood pressure is not higher than 14.7 psi. Right.
I didn't hear that one. That argument.
Oh, it was yeah. I don't know. I don't think you were here, and I wasn't in the live stream either. But anyways.
Hey, battle mod. Hey, Mr. Battle mod, man. So,
What's up?
What model of flat Earth do you believe in?
We don't have a model.
Okay, well, do you think that the sun and the moon are close and they like orbit around it as like a?
Well,
like,
let's
you know
get
what I
one
mean?
thing straight. I don't think it is a flat disc floating in space.
That was what I was asking though.
Yeah, going upwards at 9.8 meters per second.
Ranger, do you see
All
the
other
sun and the
planets
moon
are
move in the sky?
evolved.
Well, hold on. You got a specific point with this, right? Why don't we see the angular size of the sun change throughout the day? Is that what you were going to say?
No, that's not. But yeah, I was just asking, like, do you think that they are in like opposite orbits around the Earth? Like, you know what I mean?
Opposite orbits? Or they orbit at different speeds?
No, okay.
Yeah, opposite orbits. Does your moon from the west?
All right, I phrased that wrong. I just mean, like, do you think that they're close to the Earth and they orbit around close? Like above
I would say, I think it's closer than they say it is, but I don't believe in triangulation for many
I
reasons.
don't know.
Like refraction. How can you triangulate an apparent position? We never see the actual position of a moving light, because by the time the light gets here, the object actually moved.
Yeah, but if it's moving at a constant speed, you should be able to predict where it's going to be.
Well, that's if we don't know that they are. That's why there's things called retrograde, where the apparent motion shifts.
Okay, well, my main point was that if the moon is close to the Earth and is above it, and everyone always sees the same face of the moon, no matter where they are on Earth, like,
Dave.
do you think?
Yeah,
do you think that?
Did Dave told you this?
What? I don't know who Dave is.
Dave.
Dr. Dave.
Oh, do you mean a YouTube channel?
So I don't listen. Here's the thing, though. I can understand how
he's pretty lame.
A bunch of people on a level surface, a level plane, could always see the same face. That's the face that's presented to us. I don't see how people on a sphere could.
I highly recommend watching Globebusters. They review one of his videos. He posts 10 questions.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to see everybody on the sphere see the same face of the moon. If, say, we draw a circle and we call the right side the right and the left side the left, if the moon's exactly in the center and the people on the left would be viewing the backside of the moon from an angle down, if it's a sphere, and the people on the right would be viewing the sun from a different angle down, and the people just below it would be looking straight up at it. So nobody in this world, if it was a sphere, would see the same face of the moon.
The reason that we see the same face is because it's that far away that no matter where we are on Earth, it doesn't make that much of a difference in position.
No, that's not. Isn't it tidally locked or some shit like that?
Well,
Okay, just because it's far away doesn't mean gravity can't affect it.
Gravity?
Ranga,
Oh my god.
Gravity.
Ranga, we need to establish that the Earth is a ball first, right?
Well, naturally,
I'm just trying to bring up specific points, like
Yeah, specific points would be that the Earth is a ball with a rock tidally locked to it, right? That would be your first step, that the Earth is a ball. Okay?
what's your point?
Do you agree or disagree with Roger's point? Yeah.
So the Earth needs to be a ball, right, for you to claim that that there is a rock, quote unquote, orbiting it, right?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, necessarily, right?
The rock orbiting it is the only valid possible explanation for why we see the moon the way it is. So
No.
yeah,
No.
give another one.
If the Earth is not a ball, right? If it is not curving, then there cannot be this heliocentric model with this rock, quote unquote, orbiting it. So where can we find some validation for the radius? Who measured the Earth being a ball?
What?
What?
We're not asking for measurement.
What do you mean,
That's a different thing entirely.
We are.
Hey,
My question still hasn't been answered.
hey,
We're essentially asking what the nature of the moon is.
My question,
but I got drowned it out.
Yeah, you did, man. You were talking like and.
So first off, do you know NASA says that the moon is in our atmosphere?
In our atmosphere.
In our atmosphere, yes.
Correct.
That'd have to be very, very outer atmosphere.
Yeah,
where,
that'd be.
Air particles are so incredibly scarce. It's
Listen, that's a non sequitur. It doesn't matter the amount of particles there. It just says that it's more
You said
local.
atmosphere, but gas doesn't have an inherent shape.
Right. Just let him carry on his point. I know. He knows that, man.
I still don't see how all people on a sphere could see the same face of the moon when there'd be people in front of it, people be behind it, and because of curvature, they'd all be looking at it from different angles, so they'd all see a different view.
Like what Ranga said, because of both the size and the sheer distance away from the moon, it becomes really hard to see separate.
My statement about NASA was a rebuttal to that. It's really not that far away. NASA says it's right here in our atmosphere.
How about I look up the distance from the Earth to the moon?
How about you? What you look up the what?
I'm gonna look up the distance. So the distance from the Earth to the moon is 384,400
How'd you measure? Yeah. How'd you measure that? I'm cool with that. How'd you measure that?
I'm literally just looking up information that is well known.
Okay.
This
You
is
know
just
that
general.
before you say it. It's not well known. It's well propagated. Any idiot can get it on Google. We know this. You don't have to tell us that. You're reading Google to us. We know it.
Okay, well he was anyway.
What he asked.
I'm trying to address your point, but I keep getting more points.
I'm going to keep talking over you if you don't, because we're going to stay on the. Listen, what he asked was, how do you verify that number? How do you know that number is true?
I can't personally verify that because I don't know much about measuring distances.
What do you at least know about the methodology that was used?
No, I don't.
Well, at least you should study that before quoting it. Maybe they're wrong. I don't know, right?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to address this one point, and his point was that we would see different angles depending on our position in the Earth, and that's not true because if the moon is 300,000 kilometers away, then it doesn't matter where we are on the Earth. It's that far away that our position wouldn't make a difference to the angle that we see.
Well, okay. The problem with that
kilometers
is your
or
distance.
miles. You keep switching. Yeah, from kilometers to miles. Which one?
Sorry, we're Australian. We use
Did I say mile? Yeah, we use kilometers.
Cool. That's kilos. Yeah, I think. Anyways, so yeah, it's the you're basing this on the distance, right? So it's okay. Let's crack into the distance now. Otherwise, I'm just gonna hand wave dismiss your claim. Just psh, deflect it. It's like, all right, how'd you get this number?
All right.
Yeah, you gotta show me. Hey, man, if I tell you, all right, like if you tell me, like,
I'll look
okay,
at the
how big?
calculations. I have a feeling it has
What's the
something to do
square
with Pythagoras'
footage?
theorem.
Hey, Pythagoras. Okay, how? Show me how to do that.
The
Yeah, I'm
Pythagorean
looking
theorem.
up the.
Pythagoras to the moon. Yeah, sure.
I don't.
Work it out and show me. So I'm cool with that. Like, well, I can Pythagoras.
Yeah, but you're
I can
basing
a
your
squared
premise.
plus b squared equals c squared. You know,
You're basing your premise. The moon must be so far because it is in a heliocentric model, right? You're on a ball, and the moon is is x kilometers away, whilst you started by begging the question that the Earth is a ball, right? So we first need to establish that it is actually a ball, right? So
If you use that logic, you can just like dismiss any claim made about anything.
No.
So.
No. Right. So Ranga, what would we have to do to establish that the Earth is a ball? Right. When have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
You can't yourself just standing outside experience the Earth as a ball because it's that big.
so
you're not gonna. It's not like standing on a basketball. You're not gonna feel it or see it curving.
That's perfectly fine. So nobody experiences the Earth as a ball, right? The Earth presents itself as a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is what every human being, Ranga, this is what every human being experiences, right? So then they came to you, right, with this story, and they told you, right, they've never shown you any proof of it, but they told you that you're actually on a ball, and it is so huge you can't see curvature, you can't feel anything, but still a ball, right? So they then told you how big the ball is, right? A radius of 6,371 kilometers. This radius has been given, so surely we can measure if the Earth is a ball. Would you agree with this?
That's what we're discussing. This is literally what we're discussing.
Okay.
Yeah,
now
so-
you're discussing the distance to the moon.
Roger, let me slip this in here. Okay. If you see live stream voice text, you guys see that text lobby. I posted a couple memes that show what I'm talking about. How people on the sphere would view it from different angles. One would see the front, one would see the back, one would see the top, one would see the bottom.
We explained that the distance.
My original question still hasn't been answered though.
Listen,
Can you guys not talk over each other?
Hold on. I know. And your explanation, it doesn't make sense to me. All you're saying is it's at a Goldilocks zone where everybody would see the same face. But that makes no sense when we actually break it down.
Why not?
The angles to the face doesn't exist for people on the top and the bottom of the globe or all the way around that circle, that radius. It wouldn't exist. Somebody'd see the backside of the moon.
So here's a very simple experiment.
It's a circle, remember? It's a sphere.
Yes. Now, look at an object from the other side of the room and then move your head, I don't know, a centimeter or to the right or left. And its angle probably doesn't change much. Now go up to that object and then move your head in the same way.
The center
and all of a
point
sudden
isn't
you can see-
analogous to 12,000 miles apart. Two people 12,000 miles apart. Well, it's actually more than 12,000 miles when you say the circumference is 24,901 miles. They're 12,400 and some miles apart. So can I move 12,000 miles away from the thing that I'm looking at, and then I'll see the opposite side of it, if I even see it at all?
No,
But that's not the real time scale. More realistically would be look at your TV face on, then move to another point in the room and see if you see the same angle. But I wouldn't. I'd see more of the back of the TV from the left and the right if I go furthest left and furthest right. somebody would see the backside of the moon if it was a sphere. It wouldn't matter how far away or how big it is. If you orientate to the right enough, you're going to see the back of it.
And we can't orientate to the right enough. Or the
well, that's what you say, but how do you prove it?
By observation. We cannot see the back end of the moon. We cannot see any other angle.
Yeah, us not being able to see any other angle doesn't tell us the shape of the Earth, though.
Well, it does, because that's
actually, no, it doesn't. You're reifying your model.
No. The Earth globe is the only thing that can explain that observation.
No, it's not.
Then give me another model.
Listen, I got you. Listen, all your observations are like of a ball. If all your assumptions are nullified by actually doing a test, a comparison test, like a measurement, to determine the sphericity, and so when we find no sphericity, you can just shove that theory up your ass. That's it.
Oh, so is this where I dropped the PDF for the laser survey?
Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad idea.
That's the whole deal, right? We need measurements of curvature, Ranga.
Yeah, read this PDF here.
You can just research and find those.
No, actually, you can't. We have researched. We've been looking for them for a long time. But here's a laser survey that shows that 22 kilometers over water, no deviation, 0.
I have an image that kind of helps with my original point.
This is a laser experiment, a laser survey. We're not talking about images. We're talking about actual measurements of large bodies of water, which would have to adhere to a rate of curvature in a geoid gravity model. Now, I want to ask you something, right? Oh, hold on. Your model is a geoid model, a GSW84 model, right? The geoid model. So a geoid model is defined as a theoretical model of Earth and gravity that makes water stay in a ball. It's defined as a theoretical.
From what he said about the moon.
Yeah, we've gone completely off my original mind.
Listen, don't interrupt me. And whichever one of you guys get the feedback, you need to go in your user settings and turn on echo cancellation. But listen, you're saying it's like this because it's a sphere. But the model of your sphere, the geoid and ellipsoid model, are still defined as theoretical models. Now, if your model's been proven, why is it defined as theoretical?
We're talking about the moon, not the show. Like we're just purely asking a question. How else
we're talking about? No, when we get down to the root of it, we're talking about the shape of Earth, and the reasoning being how we observe things. Now, I'm asking you, if it's been proven that the Earth is a geoid, how come a geoid model is theoretical? If it's been proven Earth is an ellipsoid, how come the ellipsoid model is still defined as theoretical?
Your original question just never answered.
So this isn't a gotcha, Ranga. So your premise is that the moon is a ball and is 237,000, and you're having feedback, Ranga. Can you fix that?
Yeah, I think it's just because my headphones aren't really great at canceling noise.
Well, just stay muted until you're about to talk. That's
okay.
That's the
so
best
your premise is that your premise is that the Earth is a ball and the moon is 237,000 miles away, right? And because of that, we always see the same side. And if you're on a flat plane, that wouldn't happen. But you have not validated that the Earth is actually a ball, right? You conceded that you only experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth, and that you and there needs to be validation of the ball Earth first for you to claim that there's a rock orbiting us. Okay.
My point was to give a proof for that. Like I can't give an evidence for it without giving evidence for it.
It's an assertion. Listen, but you're not giving proofs. You're giving assertions. This appears this way because we live on a sphere. That's an assertion, not backed by proof. Not backed by proof that Earth is a sphere. This is what he's telling you.
We don't even need the premise.
Redefining.
Of course. Yes.
It's not a proof. It's not a proof. It's an assertion.
It's begging the question.
So we don't need the premise that Earth is a ball. We only need two premises. Premise 1, we always see the same face of the moon. Premise 2, that only works on a globe Earth. Conclusion?
Yeah, begging the question that the Earth is a globe.
Why would that only work on a globe Earth, though?
Listen,
explain any other model that works on.
My original question was why do we always see the same face, and why is it always the same shape?
See the problem with that? Explain any other model that
broke it down how it doesn't work.
Like, just give me something that like says or shows how.
That's what I'm saying. And then I falsified your model with the lack of curvature with the laser test, and you're like, "Oh, this is off subject." It's like, no, I'm scrapping your model with the laser test because, like, hey, man, whatever you say is cool. Where's the curvature at? Well, everything you say after that is
I'll look at the laser test.
Whatever you say.
I'll look at the laser test.
All right, then. Sounds good.
But
I gave you video instructions on how to fix your echo.
Like you basically answered.
Listen, dude, go to your user settings, go to voice and video, scroll down till you find echo cancellation, then turn that motherfucker on, please. Thank you.
Or just push to talk. But we're not assuming the premise. We're just asking the simple question.
Push to talk. Then it'll echo when he's talking.
So
I can teach a 5-year-old how to get rid of the echo. Come on,
echo
guys.
cancellation is already on.
All right, man. Let me light up my 2-gram blunt.
Just put on. Just turn on push to talk.
I'll put my engineer hat on for you. I'll put on my engineer hat.
You saying it doesn't work on any other model? That's an assertion. Now I want to know how. So build the bridge. How does it not work on any other model?
Well,
why? Why is it impossible on any other model? You already admitted you didn't have alternative models to compare against earlier when we were talking.
No, that's because no other model actually works.
Which name the models.
Name the models. Which model?
Let's take the model as like the profile picture of the server. Okay, that would not work.
Name the other ones that you compared
them model,
to.
Dude. That's not a model. And here's the thing. That's not our model. So you're saying it wouldn't work on something that nobody gave you. You're denying it from a standpoint of ignorance because you don't know what we believe the flat earth is. You still think it's some circle. That everything circles around a circle and then that's the end of the world, right? That's what you think?
No, I don't believe you have a specific model, but you asked me for a model. I didn't say what your model was. You asked me for any model that can be compared.
Well, you're the one that said it doesn't work on any other model. And why wouldn't it work on that little GIF we use for a rudimentary bullshit image of what it could possibly look like? The living portion we live in. Why wouldn't it work?
Because you would see different faces of the moon if you looked at it from another direction. Or another
How so?
side.
On a flat surface, we're going to see different angles, but on a sphere, we wouldn't see different angles. Now, this doesn't make sense.
Why?
Because people on different points, every different point you're on, longitude or latitude, you're viewing it from a different angle than the guy to the right of you. You could be dipped down farther, he could be standing up higher.
That is negligible.
No, you didn't explain anything because you couldn't validate your numbers. Just like he said, we can throw those numbers out without proof because you can't back them with proof. So you don't know what the distance is. And so you haven't done any equations on angular size, refraction, observations, angular resolution, how your eye would observe it. See, you're hand waving it with this bullshit assertion, but you can't build the bridge. Why wouldn't it work on any of these models? It could be at a Goldilocks zone, wherein that's the only way you see.
Oh, man.
It's the face, and it's at that perfect zone, just like you're saying. But you're saying the perfect zone could only exist if you were on a sphere. Well, why so then? Because there's more angles to view from for people living on a ball than there is for people living on a flat Earth. They'd have to be on a mountain. They'd have to be on a mountain to get a varying angle. Or in the valley to get it. And then in that valley, they wouldn't have a varying angle. The crest of the valley or the hill, that'd be their horizon, and they couldn't see beyond it.
Here, check this out.
You to explain how the moon works.
Wait, I got you. Before we do that,
I'd like him to explain why it wouldn't work.
Yeah, dude, Mike. Okay, check this out, man. So they put the moon really far away and really big, so it appears to us as if we live on a flat Earth. You understand that? Because now you're saying it wouldn't work on a flat model, right? Whichever that means. But okay, cool. Let's play this game. Is that now on a sphere? The only difference is the moon or what you're on a slight arc, right? Which is the curvature of Earth, but it's so big that the arc is not big enough to see, right? That's the claim, right? So it doesn't matter. So you actually do the projection as if the moon is traveling across of a flat surface, because either the Earth is rotating or the sky is rotating. It's irrelevant, or the moon is rotating. It doesn't matter. We view the same exact thing. So that's why they actually put the moon so far away, because they tell you, we would, it appears the same. They work out the same, actually. And if you actually looked into this, the mainstream admits, man, a lot of this shit works out the same. For a geocentric, stationary Earth. But
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it would. And for the purpose of flight, we consider the Earth to be a non-rotating flat level plane. For the purpose of ballistics,
you would see the moon.
Missiles,
you would see the moon from the side, Mike.
Battery. Yeah, I think you would see the moon from the side on either model.
Either one, ball or flat. Exactly. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, because when you actually map it out on a piece of paper, do a sketch.
Here's the thing:
the sketch works both ways.
On a flat Earth, you're on a plane of existence where there's only so many angles. But on a sphere, it's a three-dimensional plane, so there's more angles.
Yeah, you're traveling in an arc.
You can't just say it's so far away that everybody would get the same view. You absolutely can't say that. Because one guy on a sphere will be closer to it, one guy would be further away, depending on their orientation on the sphere.
100%.
So the distance wouldn't be the same for every observer.
So the argument is the distance again. That's why I cracked there from the beginning.
And how about
it very much is. You're failing to recognize the exact scale of how far away the moon is. If you're like a little bit further back on the planet, it's not. It's not significant enough to make a visible difference.
The scale.
Let's go verify the distance and the size. Let's rock and roll.
Deductive reasoning. So, it is the only possible explanation.
Deductive. Okay, tell me how'd you do it? How'd you do it? Like. Deductive measurement, whatever that means, but reasoning? No, you don't use fucking reasoning to get the square area of your floor to buy the hardwood for it, the amount of hardwood to floor it. I'm sorry. Actually measure it, So how'd you measure your distances?
Yeah,
again?
You first need a radius. For the measurements of the moon.
What?
So, do you even know the radius of the ball Earth?
Man, they sound like they do.
He said he's doing research on it right now.
Yeah, so you came in unprepared. So
cool. I can't come prepared for every single discussion we have.
Yeah.
And every
That's cool,
discussion.
Man. That's cool. That's cool. Hey, so as long as you're willing to concede, right? It's cool, dude. You know what I'm saying? When we get to a point, it's cool. So, yeah, carry on, Raj.
Yeah, the Earth has to be a ball for your rock.
There's his argument right there.
Whoa.
In meme formation. And here's another one from the Dave video. And look, Dave just made it a flat disk, and that's Flat Earth Society. Those dudes aren't even flat earthers. They're Glovers who decided that the only way they were going to beat Flat Earth is to become Flat Earth, make us look dumb as hell. So every one of these premises you bring up only exists on a flat disk. But we don't.
What do you believe that? What shape do you believe that is?
But I would have got there if you hadn't interrupted me. We don't believe that Earth is a flat disk. We believe it's the floor of the universe. It may be infinite, but it'd take an infinity. That's speculation. It'd take an infinity to prove it's an infinite realm. But we absolutely don't believe space is a place we can go to, and we have no empirical evidence that we can. You couldn't verify 100% for me that going in space and living on the ISS is a reality, no matter how much you tried. It'll only be, they said it goes this fast, and I see it, and it goes that fast. Yeah, we can do calculations, but what we can't do is actually go up there and verify what we see that's going that fast as they said it would be going is what it is. We can't verify it's as far away as they say it is. We can't verify anything about it. And that's not just me, that's you too. That's all men on earth, all mankind. We got to listen to all these prophets who say, we did it, man. When they come back and they do news briefs, and they don't look like the people who just fucking did it. They look like people who were just about to lie about it. They don't look happy as shit. You know, I've seen high school kids happier when they came back and lost, but they made it to state finals. But they lost. I've seen them look happier than the motherfuckers that supposedly did that shit. We put
So
our mark on the moon, motherfucker.
Do you think that the entirety of like outer space and the ISS is just a big hoax?
Let's discuss some serious shit.
No, I think what I said, I can't verify it to be true. That's what I think. And that's what I know to be true.
Earth needs to be a ball with a validated radius for tin cans falling around it, Manga.
Roger doesn't mess around, man. He wants that radius validated, dude. I think it's crucial. So anything, if you invoke refraction, you invoke anything, you need the R. You invoke gravity, you need the R. Like, you know what I'm saying? So anywhere you go, we're going to ask you for the radius and how do you attain your radius. So you better just scrap all your discussions and let's go to how you attain the radius. Because we're going to take you there anyways. Because you have nothing without the radius.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go sticks, shadows.
Question, which is, how did we measure the distance to Moon? And then I'll move on to radiuses.
Oh, phenomenal. Let me know when you get there.
You need the radius for a measurement, right?
Can you see that GIF? You see how that it just doesn't work out on the globe. All parties on the ball seeing the same face. Just doesn't work out at any distance.
Yeah, that's horse shit. See, that's what he's claiming, right?
Even if you put them at parallel lines infinitely out into space, they'll never converge to the exact same point of view. Those lines will never converge.
Doesn't seem to be to scale.
The lines, like the thickness?
It's not meant to be scale.
Not the
it's
lines.
meant to be a representation. This is if it was real close to Earth, the first one, the second one a little further away, the third one infinitely farther away. Do you think those parallel lines are ever going to converge where a guy on the top of the globe and a guy on the bottom of the globe are both viewing from different, one upside down, one right side up? Do you think their lines are going to converge? Do you think their lines are going to converge so that they both see the same face of the moon, infinitely off into the universe like you're talking about? I think not.
I have an image that's more that helps with understanding how everyone can see the same face of it.
I don't understand that. I want proof.
I have something that like
images are not proof, man. Like
right,
I mean, we have cartoons.
It's not a proof. It's just to say like that. It's to say why.
He's explaining the premise, and then we'll get into the proof of that premise.
So when we throw in that one orbit for every rotation, one rotation for every orbit, do you understand that? Tidally locked means that moon rotates once for every orbit it goes around the Earth. So the viewer on top sees it at this orbit, but the viewer on the bottom is looking at it from a different portion of the orbit. When it comes down here, and it'll at the bottom, it'll be at a different portion of the orbit or rotation of the moon. So it takes one full orbit of the moon for the moon to rotate once. So both those two movements have to comply with what we see.
And indeed they do.
Indeed they don't, because it would be moving. The face would be moving. It's what you don't understand. A quarter of the way, the face turns a quarter. As it turns a quarter, it'll be facing the guy on the top, but it won't be facing the guy on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it gets to the bottom, it'll move another quarter. It'll move another quarter. you do know what that's called a tidally locked orbit, that the moon does rotate. It's supposed to, in your model, rotate
it rotates so that it is always facing Earth. Yes. Okay, we got that.
Yeah, just explain that. One full rotation for every full orbit, just like a gear. If I put a gear around and I say this, they're all going to be looking at the same tooth of this gear. That tooth is going to move every time it moves through this picture. The lower picture, the tooth is the bottom. You see where it says lunar rotation and there's a guy on the bottom? That guy is going to keep rotating with every movement it does through that path in the sky.
Yeah, the guy on the moon would be rotating, yes.
Yeah, so how do you not get it? When the guy is pointing straight onto the Earth, he's in the middle, right? The middle of that circle, he's pointing straight at. Now, the guy at the top of the Earth will be looking at an angle to the right side of this guy, but the guy on the bottom of the Earth would be looking at an angle to the left side of that mark. They'd be viewing two different teeth on the damn gear. Two different angles. It's a sphere, remember? It's a rounded face. There'd be a portion of it one of you can't see. There'd be more phases of the fucking moon if it was a sphere. Orbiting a sphere. A sphere orbiting a sphere, one rotation every orbit. We'd have so many phases, it'd be pitiful. And you guys want perfect. How does it work on your model? Hell, honestly, you can't come up with a explanation of how it works on your model that people can't kick holes through. We've debated with astrologers over this, and you know what they say? Well, this is the best we can explain it. What you say makes sense, but this is how we observe it, and this is how we explain it. So it becomes
cosmologist.
Yeah, cosmologist.
You said astrologer. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, it becomes well, whatever that dude was. He said it becomes this is the best understanding we have of it. So that basically means nobody really knows. And then we have people every day who come in here and say, well, this matches with that. And the people who study the model are still trying to make it work 100% with the model, and they know it doesn't. This is just where they're at. It's your best explanation.
Oh, Jake on the plane. Welcome back, bro. You again?
We debate all kinds of people with PhDs in here. Some of us hold bachelors. Some of us are engineers. We're not uneducated people. And we don't normally just debate high school kids at 2 a.m. It's a lot of times that's what we get stuck doing. But even they understand when you say, make it a reality. Well, they start with, for me to make it a reality, you have to imagine this. Because I can't prove it, Mike. We're inside the reference frame of movement. We're not separate from the reference frame. So we can't go outside the reference frame and give you 100% proof. They admit it. But they also admit that if there's a Goldilocks circumstance for this model, there's a Goldilocks circumstance for every model, any model.
Oh man, what's going on here, dude?
If the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959 and every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So at 1 foot observer height, the horizon must be at 1.225 miles. This is never the case. Okay? Earth cannot be a ball because it measures flat.
You gotta make sure they understand that, though, man. Like, are they on your level?
I don't know.
Maybe
they came here with the understanding about the moon, right? So they understand shapes. The moon is in their paradigm a ball. So we're standing on a ball, looking at a ball, right? And this ball Earth, they claim, has a radius, 3959. How has that been validated?
Yeah, I'm flipping between a bunch of things currently. Between trying to find a way to explain that on a globe Earth model, we can't see different angles of the moon.
Yeah. So we know the stories.
We'll get to it.
Right? We know the stories about the heliocentric model. This is not our first rodeo. Okay. So we've been asking, how can it be a ball if it measures flat? Right?
So what? Okay, let's test your knowledge. Easy shit. What causes the seasons in the heliocentric model? There we go. Tongue twister. You don't have to Google it. Just say I don't know if you don't know, or just take a guess. Do you know?
Are you asking me or Lethargic?
The Globe guys. I'm not sure what your names are, man. I'm sorry. What's your name, dude? We were talking earlier.
Ranga.
Ranga, and who's the other guy?
Lethargic.
Lethargic. All right. Any of you, go ahead. What causes seasons? It's cool if you don't know. Just tell me. I don't know. It's fair, you know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something to do with the tilt of the Earth relative to the orbit of the Sun.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I'm stuck
You
on a
just
few things
Google
right
it,
now, but
or
yeah, I think
you
that's
know?
accurate.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yes. Most people think it's the position in orbit, right?
The angle of light.
Which makes absolutely no sense.
Nope. None at all.
Distance. The variation, like the tilt, how much closer do you think the tilt gets you to the sun versus the position in the aphelion versus the perihelion? Do you know what the difference is between the
It's not the distance though. It has to do with the amount of light energy that's falling, right? It's like if you take a
Well, why is it-
flashlight.
Yeah,
That's what I
phenomenal.
said, Jake. The angle of light.
Yeah, I mean it's like a flashlight, right? If you shine the flashlight perpendicular to a sheet of paper, you're going to have a nice circle.
We're
but
straying from the original thing, though.
you're going to have the same amount of energy diffused over a larger and larger area, so there's going to be less and less energy over a unit area, right? It's the same reason why.
Exactly. If you're getting closer, you know, you should warm up anyways.
It's the same exact.
Even with the angle is the same, but you should definitely have increased solar flux, 100%. Why would you have less solar flux on the equator? We'll just talk about the equator, right?
So if you imagine the column of
always
light,
shiny, right?
imagine a column of light the width of the Earth.
It's not a column of light. I'm sorry.
Well, it's ultimately a column of light that hits the Earth.
No, it is
because
not.
light-
It's not ultimately a column of fucking light.
The light that doesn't hit the Earth doesn't hit the
Where's
Earth, so it doesn't
collimator?
matter. It just flies off into
Where's your
space, right?
Where's your collimating lens? Where's your collimating lens if it's a column of light? Let's go.
We're talking about the energy absorbed.
Collimating lens now.
You don't need to be triggered, okay?
Now.
If you look at a solar panel, the light that doesn't hit the solar panel doesn't matter because the solar panel can't turn any of the energy into any of the light into electricity that doesn't hit the panel. Just like the light from the sun that doesn't hit the Earth doesn't warm the Earth in any way, right? All the light that misses the Earth, it doesn't matter. So what we have is we have a column of light that can hit the Earth. That's the width of the Earth.
Correct.
Because that's the
why
light
I'm
that
talking
hits
about the
the Earth.
equator.
Okay.
Let's stick with the equator, bud. Come on, man. That's why I stuck with the equator. I'm just equator, man. Let's just go equator. Sun is always overhead. Cool.
So
12, high noon always. Let's just rock and roll, man. Why play anywhere else?
So on the equator, the equator gets an even amount of solar energy throughout the year.
Awesome. Awesome. How's that work?
And that's the reason why the climates are temperate near the equator. That's why the equator has more or less, 70, 80 degree days all year round.
yeah, but the thing is, the equator gets closer and further from the sun, depending on where we are in the orbit.
So are you telling me the distance to the heat transfer is irrelevant to the heat transfer rate?
Yeah, you didn't fully explain that. when you're closer to the heat source, you're going to get more heat. Everybody knows that. I can show you that with a torch head. It doesn't matter. And when you're further away, you're going to get less. And I agree that the angles at the top and the bottom would be lesser and greater too, as you got closer and further away. The tilt, yeah, that would matter. The edges never get the direct heat that the front does that's closest to it.
Right.
So if you think about the tilt and that column of light energy that's hitting the Earth, when you have when you're talking about periods of time when you're talking about the
that's why I talk about the
equator has nearly even days and nights for the entire year. It's almost 12 hours. It's basically 12 hours. 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night, almost the entire year.
That's why I use it. I use equator position.
And that's why the equator...
I'm talking about solar flux.
Right, and that's why the equator doesn't have...
Listen, Jake, hold on. You keep just fucking talking over him, man. It's two people talking over each other. Apparently, he doesn't know what fluctuation is or flux. He's asking you why doesn't it fluctuate more when it gets closer and further away. You haven't given a good explanation for that.
Okay, sorry. And he's not letting me finish. That's why I have to talk over him. I can't get a sentence up before I get interrupted.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Jake. Go ahead, sir.
I'm not agreeing with that. You just started talking in the middle of his sentence. Either there's lag or you stutter or stop.
It's cool.
And you're not done, but it sounds
I do have a speech impediment that sometimes comes out.
Okay. We're begging the question of the ball.
So due to the fact that we have almost 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night almost all year round, pretty much the whole year, there's very small fluctuations in that period. You get a very temperate climate, right? You don't have extremes from winter to summer on the equator.
Well, okay,
what's the differences in aphelion and perihelion? 300,000 miles closer?
It's well, the eccentricity of the Earth's like 0.01. It's almost a perfect circle. So there is a small difference of a few percent.
Listen,
not there.
That's not what we're talking about. Aphelion and perihelion. There's during the orbit, we're closest to the sun and furthest away. You still haven't given a valid explanation why when we move closer to the sun, the heat source, we don't warm up more. There should be more fluctuation by the point that protrudes closest to.
And the best point to measure this would be at the equator because it's always overhead. So you have constant flux coming in from the sun.
So because the Earth's eccentricity is nearly circular, there is a very small difference in the amount of energy that hits the Earth between aphelion and perihelion, but it is measurably different, which is why the equator does have a slight seasonality to it that's related to the orbital nature of the Earth, and it's also why the coldest winter is in Antarctica in the southern hemisphere, because that's the winter where the Earth is physically the furthest from the sun, when it's at aphelion.
Just put that winter red herring away. I don't know why we're in Antarctica. We're talking about solar flux of the equator again.
Well, we're talking about that.
And hold on. May I?
They're
double
interrupting me again. I can't finish the sentence.
Because I want to tell you where. Okay, you double spoke. You said it's constant around the year, around the equator. You're like, arguing with me. And now you're like, yeah, equator has variation. So what I'm saying is difference between perihelion and aphelion is like 1,000,000 miles. So how come we don't see significant solar flux increase, at those two, at the extremities, at the aphelion versus the perihelion, right? How come we don't measure that solar flux difference, or do we? And what are the numbers? To prove
it is measurably different. It is measurably different, but
is that?
No, it's like I don't know. It's roughly 1%, right?
Is it?
Where as opposed to
we're 1,000,000 miles closer. Is that 1%?
I mean, it's around 1%.
All right. Yeah.
It's not a large amount compared to. Think about compared to when the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, when it's at solstice, winter or summer solstice, or if we're talking about specifically about when it's at its highest, at summer solstice.
Okay.
You have a part of the Earth that's, where you're going to have long days of solar flux and very short nights.
That's why we're talking about the equator. Come on, man. Don't play this game with me. I played
on the equator, like I said, that there's a very small amount of seasonality related to the aphelion and perihelion, but it is very small.
It's a significant distance.
It's like 1% difference.
And we're begging the question of hemispheres.
Yeah, we know that, Roger. We haven't proven the sphere yet. We know that.
We're
talking about the model. We're actually talking about the model, not the shape of Earth. We're only talking about his model. And in his model, there's a 4 million mile difference between aphelion and perihelion. He just wants to throw it out like it's minuscule. 94.5 million miles away versus 91.4 million miles away. January versus July.
I wanted to ask him. Hold on, shit. I forgot. Sorry. Lost my train of thought. I'll re-get it. Hold on, let me look.
Yeah, I was off. It's like 3.5% different.
Okay.
Well, you can put it in percentages or ratios and try to make it minuscule, but we can see it's not minuscule.
Well, when we talk about energy flux, percentage is much more important, right, than the actual number. We want to know how different it is.
Well, you receive more energy if you move 3% of what is the question. You can't say 3% of anything isn't huge. 3% of a few trillion can be a large fucking amount. So just to say 3% of anything isn't huge is asinine.
Oh yeah, I remembered, man. So that minuscule distance, Mike, that 4 million miles or kilometers, I'm not sure which one, whatchamacallit. Now, the flux, right, the heat flux, the solar radiation that's coming in, is it, does it lose intensity like linearly or exponentially? That's my question to you, Jake.
It would be subject to the inverse square law, so it would be an exponential. It'd be on an exponential. It would be on a power, not an exponential. It'd be on a power curve. Because it's not exponential.
You're right.
It's 1 over x squared, right? So it's a power function. It's not an exponential function. It'd have to be x to the.
The x is squared, so it is. There is an exponent, so you can't run away from the exponent.
Oh, it's a power function because the exponent is not a variable.
Asshole, come on, man. I know my algebra. Don't mess with me. That's
strictly mathematically, it's a power function. It's not an exponential function. The inverse square law is a power function. Not an
scientific notation is a power. Come on, just stop. Solar logarithms. Stop it.
Hey, Jake, can you read this equation?
I mean, I can show you the definition of a power function and an exponential function if you want me to demonstrate to you that it's not.
It's a power function.
To the subject, bro.
There's the output luminosity of the sun that you want to make minuscule at 3%. Can you do the equation now and tell me what the difference in 3% would be?
Over 1,000? What is that? 1,000 watts per square? It's about 1,000 watts per square meter or something like that, right?
Correct. Actually, you're right.
So 3%. Yeah. So 3% would be 30 watts difference over a square meter.
I don't think so.
But it's not the right.
Yeah, it's roughly 1,000 watts per square meter. Then the fluctuation would be 30 watts.
You're 100% wrong.
Hold on. You're leaving out the 3.8 times 1,000 watts per second per square meter.
Dude.
I don't know what that 3.8 is. What is that 3.8 supposed to be?
He said it's a power function.
This equation. Yeah, you have to do this equation to say how much it puts out per second per square meter. Do the equation. So you're wanting to say 1,026 watts of the output.
Wattage is the unit of power. Wattage is a unit of It's a unit of power, not a unit. It's not a unit of energy. So it wouldn't have a time component to it.
I know what a watt is. A watt is a joule second. What do you want? You know what a joule is? What's a joule? Let's rock and roll. Since you like this,
a joule is a unit of energy,
which is defined. It's been defined by certain parameters. If you don't know it, you can look it up. Has to do with water. Certain quantity. Yeah, no.
Yeah, the energy to raise what was it? 1 cubic centimeter of water, 1 degree, or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. Jogging your memory. Like there you go. You're getting it. All right, cool.
It's been a long time since I took chemistry.
Oh, dude, it's all right, man. Hey, it's been like 10, 12 years for me too, but that shit keeps you sharp, if you keep it in your mind.
I was trying to find. I'm trying to find a graph of a solar array near the equator because I'm curious to see what it looks like between perihelion and apohelion. I would expect that there would be a change, although it might be more related to the weather, which might influence it more. You might not be able to get a clear view.
You'd have to track everything, of course. Yeah, log all the data.
You have to compensate for weather. If it's more cloudy certain time of year, even if there's more sun, you'd still not have.
Your panels will reflect. So your panels are like the best sensors. You just keep track of like your weather and your panels, like the output. You'll know when the sunny days are. You're like, okay.
Now, one of the debunks of the moving sun on the flat Earth is the fact that when you have a 2-axis solar panel tracker, it doesn't explain how the inverse square law doesn't apply to the sun, because you have a flat output for the majority of the day. You have a completely flat power output on a 2-axis tracking panel that can tilt itself to compensate for the rays of the sun.
Absolutely not. Early morning and late. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. Because most of the UV is scattered, Mike. Most of the UV is scattered. That's why. What's up?
Solar panels don't work on UV light. They work. Well, anyways, they work on visible light.
Yeah, topography has a great deal to do with that too.
Bro. Yeah. Anyways, UV has a lot of energy. It's high energy photons.
Yeah. Well, topography has a great deal to do with the amount of sunlight you physically get in any given position. Go stand in the valley by a mountain and tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about the panel being blocked by topography.
How about this, man? You want to post your favorite whatever YouTuber or whomever has the data with the logger, because a lot of people on the internet have like their logged info for their solar panels. Pick one. Let's post it. Let's dissect it together. Since you studied chemistry, let's be fair. I don't have a tracker solar panel, but I understand that. Or early in the morning, you can even stare at the sun. It's the intensity, the light is not that intense.
Yeah, well, that's when it's
high noon. It's like get the hell out of here,
right? But
and we know peak output is at high noon, so
My picture didn't load, but if you click that link, it'll load the picture that shows a fixed mount versus a 2-axis tracking mount.
I understand what a 2-axis tracking mount is.
You can see.
Now, what does this prove, right? What?
Well, you can see that except for the first couple of hours and the last couple of hours when the sun is low on the horizon and a lot of the energy.
I don't want to touch that.
On the panel is almost completely flat, which you wouldn't expect because it's constantly moving away. So the inverse square law should be applying if it's if it's a local. Oh, thanks, BattleMod. If it's a local sun that's moving away, you would not expect such a flat solar flux output, right? You'd expect the inverse square law you'd expect the curve more like the fixed panel, not with the 2-axis panel.
Is this from the manufacturer? Is this actual data?
You could find it anywhere. You could look up any 2-axis panel mount.
No, I want an actual mounted one. I want to see real data, like real people that have this. Because
I'll see if I can find it for you.
I know there's plenty of it. So let's see if it matches this curve, this theoretical, beautiful green smooth curve. So it's like, all right. Dude, people in the chat want validation of radius. They're getting pretty mad about this Narnia speak.
Hey, I know you're gonna get mad, but you know that's from a simulation, right? Simulation of solar tracker.
Yeah, it might be, but I mean, people have been running 2-axis mounts for decades. There's no secret or conspiracy behind this.
The simulation.
Most people still don't do it because the cost to run and maintain a 2-axis mount it's not worth the cost of just adding more panels that you don't have to maintain. There's no mechanical parts.
That's a simulation, isn't it? Oh, yeah.
That might be an output from
from MATLAB. Oh my God, from MATLAB. Yeah, funny guy. You're a funny guy, Jake. Like I said, give me some numbers, man.
You can Google it. I mean, it's all over the place. People use.
It's okay. You're a chemist.
Calculators.
I'm an engineer. I look up tables. Can we have a table of actual data?
Hey, I want to point something out. He says it doesn't match what we observe in reality, but what he showed us wasn't what we observe in reality. The simulation.
The simulation.
I appreciate if I don't keep getting muted. I'm trying not to overtalk anybody. I really am.
I didn't mute you.
The last time I got too hard. I did.
All right.
The last time I got muted, I was muted for like the last 6 weeks. So
listen, bro, I unmuted you when you came in. I'm gonna unmute you when I want to be heard. I'm gonna mute you. You know, don't appeal to emotions I don't have. When I want to be heard, I'm not gonna.
But I would like if you would mute the flat earthers as well, right? Because it seems like it's just some selective.
Any motherfucker that keeps rumpusing me, dude. How long you been here? I'll tell the whole damn lobby to shut up, or I'll ban them all. You ain't heard it?
Heard it plenty of times.
Give me that crap. When I want to be heard, I put your feelings and my feelings on the table. We'll see whose bet's bigger.
You mentioned that you're an engineer. What type of engineer are you?
Grease head.
No, I mentioned that this was a simulation here, and it come from a simulation link, and a quick Google search showed me it wasn't anything we observed in reality. Now, what do you got to say about that?
It's possible that particular picture was come off a solar power calculator, right, which is used throughout the industry to predict panel performance. They're very accurate. There's no reason to just say, "Oh, it's a simulation." I can dig around and I can find you real curves from real world logs if you'd like. But this isn't some secret. I mean, people have been doing dual axis mounts for decades. Like I said, since the 70s, 50 years.
I'll go get a graph. I'll go get it. You just keep talking. Thanks. All right.
Yeah, what's the dual axis? It gives it elevation and azimuth, right? Elevation and azimuth.
It compensates for the azimuth and the elevation.
Yeah, so the only thing it does is as it comes directly overhead of you, it tilts up so that it's not catching at an angle so that it can get direct overhead sunlight. I know what a double axis system is.
It keeps the rays perpendicular to the panel.
Yeah, by moving in azimuth and elevation.
Right.
Azimuth, that's just a 360-degree circle with a ceiling height. So it gets the sun when it's furthest away by lowering and completing a better angle. And then when it's directly above, instead of being at an angle and reflecting most of it, it tilts it up. It brings it up just so it can absorb direct sunlight. So what I fail to see is how this is a proof of living on a sphere. Can it track it 24 hours a day because it's a sphere? No.
Mike, found a graph from the government, from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. How about them apples? Is that a decent citation? Or
let's see it.
Yeah, let's rock and fucking roll. Copy link on my phone. I told you I'll go get it. Let's just get it from the government.
Yeah, I'm the guy that can actually afford to have shit like this to take camping with me, bro. And power cells, so I don't need a generator. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the graph from that link. I'll just post it so no one, Boom. Very good. There it is. tracking dual axis in orange, tracking single axis in green. You know, so there's your.
That's not over the course of a day, though. This is over the course of days and months, right?
Yeah.
Winter,
scroll.
spring,
I gave you
summer,
the
and
link
fall.
though.
Yep. And if you look at that image, it shows you what I'm talking about. It moves up. It tilts up. It has moved.
Yeah. What it's showing you is in the summertime when the sun is pretty high. I don't know
You know
what
why?
latitude that's for.
Because this for the single axis, the sun is really low on the horizon. For your single axis, you see, and it's fixed. You see, so you'd have to, unless you adjust it. That's why the output varies quite a bit from the dual axis. But in the summer, where it's overhead, you can even have like flat panels or just a slight angle fixed panels. And look at them. It's actually no tracking. Look in the summer, the no tracking. They all almost match up in the summer, so it has to do with the position of the sun in the sky.
But the main thing is, if you look at it over the course of a day, it doesn't make sense for the sun to be local.
If the day matters that much, bro, in percentage, then that would also reflect over the long average. It's the same thing. Just zoom in.
When the sun is at a 45-degree angle on the flat Earth, that means it's twice as.
Hey, listen.
It'd be twice.
Get me your link. I gave you a link. Now you go get me another link that has your
I'll find
stuff.
one.
Why does it not make sense? Is what I'm not understanding. That's the portion of it I don't understand.
Well, it'd be the inverse square law, right? So if the sun is constantly moving away from you, or it's approaching you and then coming closer to you and then moving away, you would never expect to see a flat output over, a 10-hour period.
Unless it was going directly overhead, right?
Well, I mean, you always see the sun.
Jake, hold on, Jake. So you have this image of the sun always going around in circles and going away from you in a circle, and that's a flat Earth model for you.
Well, the flat Earth, the sun sets because it goes too far, right? To where the solar output goes to zero because it's too far away.
Jake, bro, there's something cool though. See something from the government website? It's also simulated. You see, it's not actual data, which is interesting, right?
Yeah, I'm looking. I was wondering where you got that because none of these I find are anything other than the simulations.
I'll tell you, man. It's interesting. Who has dual access? Okay, let's go.
It's just like the only thing about the dual axis is the same thing. The angle of light and how direct it is.
It's facing it.
Yeah.
You want it normal to the sun at all times. That's what you really want.
Yeah,
normal,
when it's on the horizon, you want it pointed towards the horizon, but you don't want it still pointed to the horizon when it's directly overhead.
Exactly. And then in the winter, when it falls, you also want it. You want it to fall with the arc of the sun in the sky.
That's exactly what Sarah said. 90 degrees, ideal. The sun should always be 90 degrees to the panel.
Normal, yeah.
No.
90 degrees, exactly.
Wasn't his original argument that the dual axis thing wouldn't work on the quote flat Earth model?
Yes, for some odd reason.
I think it worked real good.
It wouldn't be able to compensate for the fact that the sun is moving further away, so the amount of energy over area would still be decreasing.
Listen, the amount of daylight doesn't stop, and the amount of output of lumens doesn't stop, just because it's a different model. That's what you don't understand. So that's why I ask, how do you view the orbit on a flat Earth?
Well, just like the same as it's listed in the icon for the channel.
Yeah, that's more like a rudimentary design. It's not a model.
Yeah, but a dual axis would work great with that picture because as you went out through the year, you would want it to not only rotate,
even on the flat Earth, it would work better.
With the east and west, but you'd also want it to rotate to the north or the south, depending on where you were at.
Because it's not about the shape of the Earth; it's more about the propagation of light and the energy supplied from it.
But the inverse square law would apply, and the difference would be very big throughout the day on the flat Earth, because that's what makes the sun go away to begin with, right? That's what makes the sun dim.
No.
What makes the sun go away on the flat Earth then?
All right, man.
I'm not saying no to I'm saying no, the intensity levels wouldn't change because of shape, and you'd have to change the way light propagates and delivers its energy. Light
Does
is
anyone
energy.
remember?
So
I
what you're
said it would
saying
match.
is it? Hold on. Well, basically, what you're saying in root form is you change the shape of Earth, you change the amount of energy that the light delivers, which makes no sense to me. Why so?
I don't know. What was your question?
I found actual data. Right?
Why is the light delivered in a different manner because of the shape? We're still topography.
Well, it's because the sun is going further away on the flat Earth, whereas on we're throughout the day on the
Have you
globe.
ever used one of these things? Have you ever used?
So I can't interrupt you, but you can interrupt me mid-sentence, huh? Is that how it works here?
I thought you would know that. Yeah, that is how it works here.
That's great.
Did you build this server, Jake? Do people allow you to
I
stay?
did not. Did you?
I tell them. No, but I'm one of the only reasons you really get to stay here, dude, and you should know that.
Oh, I could leave if you don't want me here. I'm here to be your entertainment. If you don't want me here, I'll be gone.
I didn't say that. So what I wanted to know was, have you ever used one of these out in the open for camping purposes? And do you know what
I've never used them for camping. No, I have used them to charge a battery on an RV. I've never used them for camping specifically.
Yeah, I've used these at camp, and the thing that's most essential to them is how clear of a view you have to the sky. If you're in the middle of the woods, it's hard to use. You might want to climb the tree and mount it in a tree.
Yeah, you want direct sunlight. You definitely don't want any shading whatsoever.
That's right. That's right. But I still don't see why the intensity of light would change because Earth isn't a sphere.
Because on the flat Earth, what makes the sun get dimmer and then dark?
Attenuation.
Right, attenuation. So we should expect to see a progressive attenuation throughout the day, but we don't see that with the 2-axis mount.
Yes, we do, and I posted the graph, man.
You posted a voltage graph, which is not the same as the solar flux output.
No,
right?
no. It matches directly.
Because
that's what you get from the actual lines from the solar panels, right?
It's sun, it's sun down to sun up.
Yeah,
and that's what you should.
You're missing the critical component, which is
sir.
You're missing the current carrying capability of the panel, which is the amount of electrons that are being knocked across the silicon
to get the power. But with more volts, you'll be able to drive more amps. Dude, we know that the curves will be similar for the amps. So just
the way these panels are designed.
You've studied electricity and electronics 1 and 2, or not?
Of course.
With your chem. All right, then.
I mean,
don't be silly.
I haven't.
They match. Look, this is here, and I'll post a link for this guy. I just Googled it. Here. Let me share. That way it's like, all right, like let's see actual data and see at sunset and sunrise, man, it's pretty close. Look, it's irrelevant, So it's like, look, man, and that's what I was saying. It's like, there's your argument right there. It's like that beautiful green graph. I was like, get out of here, man.
Well, what you're not saying is the differences in these arcs. Each set of arcs is single versus dual axes. Not flat and
well, that one is fixed, so it wouldn't even be single.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. That's like the worst.
I would expect to see it low in the beginning of the day, rise to a high point, and then drop down on a flat Earth. I would expect to see the same thing on a sphere. Because believe it or not, attenuation is real no matter what the shape is. The atmosphere is a fluid medium. Attenuation does apply.
Yeah, it does apply, even on the globe.
Yeah, and a lot of these graphs, man, I'm finding online, simulation after simulation. What is going on here?
So the amount of hours the distribution of power doesn't change, intensity of power doesn't change, attenuation of power doesn't change, and visibility for the panel to get light doesn't change. So why should we see any different? I wouldn't expect.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was trying to read something. What did you ask, Battlemutt?
I wouldn't expect shape to change anything. the intensity of light changes, then yes, I would expect to see a change in the graph. If the amount of light changed, then I would expect to see a difference in the graph. But none of these things change just due to shape. The amount of the day is still the same, beginning and end.
Well, if the sun is moving away further and further away throughout the day on the flat Earth, I would expect to see a bigger change.
I don't think it would be a bigger change because on a sphere, you're only getting half the sun at the end of it. And then 3/4 of the sun, then 1/4 of the sun. So it'd still drop dramatically at the beginning and at the end. It'd still be the same rise and fall. What you're saying, inversely squares as it leaves away, for yours, it becomes fractional. You're only getting a fraction of the power source because it's going over a horizon. So they would almost mimic themselves. There'd be a point where you're only getting 25% of the power that's delivered by the lumens of the sun.
Well,
because 75% of it is already on the other side of the sphere.
Well,
Yo, Jake, I found one with. Sorry, go ahead, Lemon.
But if you get one of those one-axis solar panels, it's going to stay in the same position throughout the day, and the intensity is going to drop off and be most intense when it's right over the solar panel. But if you get a solar panel that changes in 2 axes, it'll just readjust to, keep the sun in the face of the solar panel. So you're going to get more or less the same intensity. It's probably just the type of solar panel they're using. That's all.
Oh, his point is this dual axis wouldn't make any difference on a flat plane.
I found a paper, bro. How about them apples? And this is power graph.
I wonder if it's the same one I found.
Malaysia? Or where?
No, I got a different one. I saw that one too.
You saw it? And so why didn't you use that one? Because that's a really good one, and that's the graph from. Look here, you said voltage, and you complained about voltage, right? Look, power in watts. There you go, graphed point by point. Here is the source to the link, and it's an actual paper, dude. Look at this. It's a nice paper. Really, really nice, actually. Look at it. Like I said, it matches. It's only at high noon, dude. You can see the difference. From really, let's see, 10:30. At 10:30, they start to really spread out. At 11, you can tell the power generation. There's about 20% more. 11 o'clock, the difference. But then it catches up the other one. So at high noon, around 12. So peak production for that location, I guess it was in Malaysia, so it was like 12:30 for both panels. And it's less than, it's about 15%. I have to, where's my calc? Boom, what is it at? Let's go like 125 for that. 140. Cool. Something like that. Yeah, it's only 11% difference. However, in power, which is the area under the graph, of over time, that's a decent amount overall. I would have to calculate it. So what we're looking at is a difference, right? Because the red graph. Okay, see the energy, okay, let's say there's a battery, all the energy, if we shade the area under the graph, all that in whatever electrons or whatever you want to model them at, stuff that in the battery, okay? If it's 100% efficiency, let's assume that, which is false, but let's just do it for easy, imagination sort of thing. Not calculation, actually. So the black graph contains the red graph underneath it. So that peak where the difference is, well, you remember, the black one, the red one, like the black one contains the red one. So the peak, that's only the difference. So it's not going to be that big of a difference. But it looks like, wow, look at that. But no, listen, we're looking at the shaded area under both graphs, right? So that little sliver up top, how many, what is that? Is it 10% difference, give or take?
Yeah, I mean,
calculating the squares actually, like rudimentary. We can look how many squares under the graph.
I think approximate. If we looked at a summer day in a much higher latitude, it would be much more profound difference, because this is Malaysia, which is near the equator, so you have almost equal day and night.
Yeah, it's at the equator, which is phenomenal. That's great. That's where you want to test this.
So there's only like 12 hours of light at all to deal with.
So again, it's about how normal it is, the panel to the sun. That's it. It really is like that. So yeah, and it showed even at the equator there is a better performance.
Sure.
Yeah. Is it worth the money though? I'm not sure.
No, because it's cheaper to put more panels.
There you go.
That's why nobody does it.
So your argument was pretty stupid, to be honest. It's dumb. You can do better.
Well, because from even in that graph, right, from like 10:30 to what is that, like 2:30? So it's like 4 hours, 5 hours. Mm-hmm. The output is pretty consistent, right? Whereas the sun's angle is changing quite a bit because the sun is moving much further away on the flat Earth, right? I mean, the sun is directly over a 5-hour period.
It's also moving
the sun is
further
like,
away on a globe Earth, bro. It's the same shit. Like, what do you mean? It's moving away either way, motherfucker. Look at it.
You're standing on a ball and you're falling
3,000.
backwards. So
what is happening? Like, in those, everyone's watched the sunset before, and from the moment that the sun touches the water, if you're looking at it, let's say over the ocean, right, where you have a nice horizon. So from the moment that the bottom edge of the sun touches the water to where the sun completely disappears, it only takes like 2 minutes. Depending on the time of year, it could be anywhere from, I think it's for like 90 seconds to like 3.5 minutes. What is happening in those 2 minutes where we go from seeing the full disk of the sun as we saw it through the whole day to where the disk just disappears? And then it suddenly starts getting dark very quickly. Just within 45 minutes, there's a big noticeable drop in how much light there is compared to the whole day where it was pretty bright most of the day, right? What is happening in those 2 minutes?
Daylight for like 45 minutes in my country when it's summer. Even if the sun, quote unquote, has set in the heliocentric model, I still have daylight.
Yeah, in the summertime, because the sun is near the horizon, right? It's coming down at a very sharp angle. The further north you are, further south you are, depending on what hemisphere you live in. When it's summertime, right? The sun is hugging the horizon. It's not just going straight down like it does in the winter.
But you said it's gone pretty quickly. That's not true.
Because of the tilt. Because of the tilt of the Earth, yeah.
Which tilt? Right. Who's validated the radius?
Well, exactly. That's where I was going, Roger. That's why I wanted him to say yes. Come on, man. Playing the game here, Roger.
Yeah. Well, you can measure the radius pretty easily.
Yes.
It's not very difficult. A lot of different ways you can do it.
Ticks and shadows, yeah. Oh man, dude.
Well, you can just measure the drop of the horizon with elevation too. That's even easier than doing sticks and shadows.
Oh, so the horizon is physical Earth curve.
Yeah, the horizon is physical Earth curve. That's right.
Okay.
Okay, then we can zoom in with the oil rigs and use the black swan. All right, let's do it.
There's a reason why the black swan is only like 9 miles away, right? We don't see the black swan at 60 miles. We only see it at 9.75 miles.
It's a done
or whatever it is. Less than 10 miles away. It's well within what we would expect from refraction.
Hey, we can use the horizon. Come on, man. We can use the horizon.
Well, it's interesting because he's done multiple photographs, and the photographs where the crane is not all crooked like a hook, you see obstruction, right? The times where the one time where you don't see any obstruction and you can clearly see all the way to the horizon, and the oil rig is not obstructed is the time where we know there's maximum refraction going on because it's the most distorted of the pictures. So you're choosing the most distorted picture to be representative of reality, the one where a straight crane looks like a fish hook, rather than the pictures that he's put out where the crane is nice and straight. There's not such a high temperature gradient. There's less refraction, and then there's very obvious obstruction.
Can we? Yeah, you need a radius for your refraction.
I would like to see this obstruction, like the horizon was now in front of the oil rigs. Yeah.
Here, I'll find it. Let me find the photo of it. Hold on. I'll show you the ones. It's from the same guy. It's from the same guy.
Yeah, we know, right? So Earth grows and shrinks. Is that it?
Yes. Well, it has to.
So the question is, why does the flat Earth gravitate to the picture that's the most distorted as being represented in reality, and not the picture that's the least distorted, right?
Yeah, you know what it's about. You are in this argument long enough, right? What is the argument here?
The argument is you guys are, for some reason, you guys are ignoring that we said that you can have a lot of refraction under right conditions, right?
That was not my question. What is the Black Swan argument? What is it?
Well, the Black Swan argument is that, well, there should never ever be a time where you can see the entirety of the rig, and I don't know why.
No. So you're or will
that is the argument.
No, it's not.
What is it then?
It's about the horizon, right? So you're willfully not telling us, or you didn't understand it for like 2 years. What is it?
Oh, the argument is that the horizon at that distance in camera elevation, the horizon should never be where it is in the Black Swan, and if it is in the Black Swan. Yeah, and Virgo, let me know. I moved my mic. Let me know if it's any better.
Why would you first say something else then? Why would you first say something else?
Oh, that's what I said. I told you.
No.
The argument is that the horizon should never, on the globe Earth, the horizon should never be where it is in the Black Swan at that distance and that elevation of the camera. And if you can find one example of that, it just debunks the globe Earth, because it's the Black Swan, right? That debunks the globe Earth. That's the argument. Am I wrong?
Why are you talking about the rigs then?
Well, we're using the oil rigs to see whether the horizon is in front or behind the oil rigs, right? We're using them as a reference point.
Right, a reference point, not as a point of your quote unquote distortion argument, right?
But the only times where we see the horizon further away than we expect it to be is when we would expect there to be a lot of refraction, and that's when the image would be the most distorted, right?
When do you expect? How did you expect? What is this expecting of more?
Everyone, even the flat earthers, all acknowledge that refraction exists, right? We've all seen pictures of Phantom Morgana.
You said when we have more
Superior Mirage.
When do we expect more? So stuff that's being distorted makes you look further, right?
The more distortion you see, the more refraction is going on, because that's what refraction is. It's distortion of the light, right?
And how does it relate to the horizon itself? What?
Because the image of the horizon will be bending in order to bending in a way that makes the Earth seem flatter than it is.
Around what? What is it bending around?
And the most important thing to keep in mind is this is only at less than 10 miles. It's well within what we know refraction can do. There is no black swans at 60 miles, right?
Yeah,
there's no black swans at 100 miles.
20 miles. I just posted you one of 20 miles, right? BLSM 69 did one for 20 miles. Okay.
I'm not familiar with that one.
No.
Sometimes some ones what we've analyzed, we've seen that the object that they claim is 20 miles is not 20 miles. I don't know that specific one. I haven't looked at it.
Oh, so it's okay. But what is it bending around? What is it bending around?
It's bending around the curve of the Earth.
Oh. So you have a radius for us, so we can validate that it is actually.
I told you can easily measure that radius using many different methods that all agree on the same number, even though there's no reason why they should.
So you first told us use the horizon, and then you flip flop between it's curvature, and it's an apparent horizon, right? So that's out the door, right? Can't use the horizon.
Of course, you can use the horizon.
No,
because even in this example of extreme refraction, that horizon has only moved a few arc minutes at most. It's a tiny change, right? As opposed to when you go up in elevation, you see the horizon move by degrees, right? Multiples of degrees,
yeah,
right?
Degrees is begging the question again, right? You're begging the question that the Earth is a ball where the light. Yeah, you do, right? So you're what do you need for your refraction? What is it we need?
So it's like saying, well, how can I tell if someone is a burn victim? Well, if we should expect if someone is a burn victim that they would have evidence of scars that only happen when you receive a burn on their body. And you saying, well, no, that's begging the question. Right? That's just silly.
No, that's not. How is that silly? How is that silly? So you just you try to infer that the light is quote unquote bending over this ball Earth without any demonstrations, without any validation of the radius. But we can use the horizon to measure the radius. But the horizon is not Earth curvature, but it is Earth curvature, right? So
the horizon is Earth curvature.
Then
it's a physical place.
Then the black swan proves that the radius is 37,000 miles away if the horizon is Earth curvature.
Yeah, if you were to use that one data point, yeah. But like I said, we all understand that refraction is a thing, right? We see Phantom Morgana, we see Superior Mirage, we see all kinds of weird stuff. And when you purposely select the picture that's the most distorted and not the picture that's the clearest, you're going to get an erroneous data point, right? You can have bad data measurements, right? Like if I choose to use the tape measure that's all rusted out, where you can't see the lines on it, and say, oh, see?
Kind of begging the question if you're saying that just because refraction occurs, that's explaining the phenomenon. You need to show that it's actually the case to have a real argument. And
we know it's the case because the horizon does move from day to day, right?
Yeah, but it's always toward the level of the eye.
That proves that refraction changes the elevation of the horizon. That's proof right there, the fact that it moves from day to day.
You're always going to have a horizon at the level of the eyes or toward the level of the eyes. It doesn't appear to move up or down past that plane. So we still have a horizon. And so we would have a horizon due to the diffraction limit or something else other than Earth curve, just the ceiling merging with the floor. And what you're talking about is more like distortion. So unless you have a perfect day where there's no refraction that you could base your refractionless day off of, it just sounds like you're begging the question. Just as there's
there are days that are like that,
or lowering due to refraction.
There are days that are like that, Lemon. And by the way, Lemon and I go back a long way. In my opinion, he's one of the smartest flat earthers I've ever spoken to.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind.
I do mean that, Lemon.
I heart you too. But it's begging the question to say that refraction is essentially lifting up the horizon over a ball. You may just have haziness and distortion over a flat plane.
I mean, we should never expect obstruction on a flat earth.
We would expect it just like looking down a hallway. The ceiling would eventually...
I've never seen a hallway with obstruction. Unless the floor itself is uneven, right? And most floors are.
The ceiling appears to ramp down, the floor appears to ramp up. One would logically conclude that these two zones would sandwich together into a horizon line. The closest explanation to explain that appears to be the diffraction limit.
You think so, Lemon Bird?
That appears to be the best explanation offered by Life is Short and others. Diffraction limit making the ceiling and the floor eventually merge together into a horizon line.
Yeah, but the diffraction limit has more to do with resolving two objects as separate.
Object one would be the
right?
ceiling. Object two would
doesn't have to do with
merge together as two separate light sources with enough distance. Even though they're separated, they merge into one unresolvable horizon. There's the application.
Like a candle flame is like 1 inch by quarter of an inch or half an inch, and something that small is beyond my diffraction limit when it's only a few hundred yards away, or even 100 yards is probably way past my diffraction limit. But I can see a candle in a dark night from miles away. So a point source of light is not limited to the diffraction limit. It doesn't make the candle disappear, even though it's way, way, way beyond my diffraction limit.
Eventually, even it merges with the surface. And if you want to see the candle again, you got to get higher off the surface and get a wider viewing angle.
I'm curious, Lemon, who did you vote for during the select? Sorry to change the subject. Or are you not into voting?
Aren't we talking about the Earth, kiddo?
Oh, we are, but Lemon Bird, we're friends from another server, so I was just curious. I see him side on various sides politically. I was just curious.
You say Jake on the plane, that's your name, but we don't live on a plane? Are you arguing for the globe?
No, I'm a flat earther.
He's a hardcore globie, man.
I don't know what to say. Are you guys being facetious? Because
no, man, he's a hardcore
globie. I argue for the globe, but I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not. I'm just checking your roles. Okay, now I know what you are. Thanks, dude. As you were.
Hey, thanks.
Well, on the other hand, I am a round earther for real.
Are you a round earther?
Say again. Anthony on TV.
Kidding.
What's up, Anthony on TV?
What up, guys? Sorry, I just dropped in and I didn't want to jump in while you guys were in the middle of that.
Nah, man, you're cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
New people are always welcome. Like, got the mic. How you doing?
Nice. Doing good, chilling.
Good, man.
Chilling like a villain, huh?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, now, I guess I'll take a second and say this. So the only reason why I kind of came here is because I'm a round earther, obviously. I don't like to say that. I like to say I believe in mainstream science because it almost seems like two different groups sprouted out from this. Obviously the flat earth people started, but then I feel like it actually created this other type of people, like these round earth people that are mindlessly defending. Like I see both you guys do it though. I'm not saying every flat earther is, like this, but there's round earthers that are stupid as hell, like defending science. They don't know what they're talking about. But then there's also flat earthers that do it too, right? But then there's like people like not like me. I'm not super well versed on like science shit, right? But I know this and that. I look stuff up, right? But it seems like there are people that know a lot about what they're talking about and it can explain it better. But then you do got guys with the that think they know, but they are mindlessly spouting shit out. And you guys are almost trying to convince people like, yo, you guys don't know the science. You're not getting it right. But these guys really don't know the science. You know what I mean? Like, even though they're defending the round earth, they still don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they're stupid. Like, not to be like, I'm just being funny.
Why did you hear me say something stupid? Anthony?
No. I was being funny with that. I was just
Anthony, you're right.
We had a globe earther girl the other day.
Yeah, you double speak.
Anthony,
the horizon is not physical Earth curve.
Spherical Earth?
It is physical Earth curve. I already told you that.
Okay, so the black swan proves that the radius is 237,000 miles.
Yes.
So
okay. Now go ahead.
So when I'm standing behind a bus or a truck and I'm looking at an object that's just over the exhaust of it, and then the guy hits the gas to accelerate and it gets all distorted, I'm still seeing the physical objects that's behind that hot gas that's distorting it. Just because it's distorted doesn't mean it's no longer a physical object.
Yeah,
right?
but did you look over the object? You look over it, right? Over the.
Have you ever seen? I forget what that Glober's. His name is not coming to me right now. He always has the really terrible music that he makes. Where he took a can which has a curved surface, and he put like a little character or something or some shape like a red shape just under it. And then he used the butane. Yeah. Oh, Slice Sparkane is the guy's name. Slice Sparkane. Have you seen that video?
Yeah, well, but we're not living in butane, right?
Well, all it's doing, he's just using the butane because it's cold, right? So it's greatly increasing the density of the air around it. So it's showing it's showing though that you can create a refractive condition that will lift an object up over the curve, right?
Is it analogous? Are we living in butane?
In principle, it is analogous, right? Except it's not happening with butane. It's happening because you have warm air in Southern California over a very, very cold ocean that in the summertime can be 50 degrees, even though the air might be 80, right?
They imply that that's a fake effect because they angled the camera up. Because if the
so why don't you do the experiment, Lemon, and post your video of it not working?
See would be a duplicated image, which is what you tend to see with refraction, like with the straw. You see a split in the image, or you see in a miraging where the image is lifted up above the original object. But what they did was they had the obstruction, they angled the camera upward to make it look like that it was perfect obstruction and it was being lifted with no duplication over the obstruction, the pipe or whatever. And so it appears to be a bit of a camera trick because otherwise without that obstruction in the way, like you'd see over a flat plane, you'd see a duplicated image like we see with miraging and Fata Morganas and stuff like that.
Did it make the barrel move at the back of the object, like the horizon? Did it do that?
Yeah, it lifted. It was lifting the horizon. It was the edge of the can that was cutting off the toy or whatever the object was that was red.
Did the clay thingy, was it being brought in front of the can, right? The obstruction, the line that was obstructing the clay thingy, did it move backwards behind the thingy?
Did it move backward beyond the thingy? Not sure what you're asking.
It was a red and yellow clay object, right?
Right.
Right. So he poured the butane on. Did the obstruction, the line that was first blocking the yellow and red clay thingy, was the line being brought behind it?
Yeah.
No.
The same way that it was. So if you consider the part, so what you have to remember is if you consider the part of it that was being obstructed when it wasn't being lifted, and then the part that wasn't obstructed, it was now in front of that edge, right?
Sorry, I'm driving and the guy is.
I'll see if I can find his video. It's hard to comb through his channel. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I know the video. You see the canister, right? And then you see the canister, and then that yellow and red thingy just pops above it, right? But the can does not move behind the thingy. Just like the Black Swan, right? The horizon is beyond the second oil rig, and it has to be at 1.225 miles. But I'm indulging your.
Let me see if I can find the video. It's been like probably 3 years since I've seen it. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm indulging you with this observation because it's not analogous. We're not living in butane.
Yeah.
Okay.
An object is being lifted up over the horizon offered by the obstruction, which is like the pipe, but the pipe is not moving in front of or behind the object that's being lifted.
Exactly.
The thing that the globers are trying to imply with the horizon that can be lifted up or down or in front of or behind the image is patently absurd. There needs to be something that you're raised above or below, which would be the unchanging horizon. The horizon would not change like they're trying to act like it does over a ball.
I don't have a link to that. I'm having trouble finding it on his channel.
Also, yet again, when we have refractive effects like that, usually we see a split in the image. Like with a straw, we know there's refraction in the straw, but the image is split. You can see one image in the air and a split in the water with the straw. And you can also see things like reflecting, being lifted above the original image. Otherwise, it's just begging the question, saying it's occurring without at least a duplicated image to show that it's actually the case.
Yo, was someone trying to ask me a question earlier?
I was asking, do you believe in a sphere Earth or a round Earth? Keep saying round.
Oh yeah, sphere. Yeah, I guess flat Earth technically means it's still round, right?
That would be speculation, but I was just curious. Thank you.
By the way, where has Hank Hill been? I haven't seen him in a long time. Does he still come around here?
Yeah, every day.
On tonight.
Every day he's here.
No, last night. He was on last night.
Oh.
He was on until like 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, he's not on at the times that I'm up. I see. Damn, I can't find Sly's video. I tried searching butane, horizon. I can't.
We know the video, right? I even explained
I wanted to look at it again. Dude, that girl's head looks... Is it me or does that girl's head look disproportionate to her body in that picture that Glatflow posted at 50 after? It looked like her head looks like a bobblehead or something.
So even with the butane magic trick, right? You haven't shown us how the horizon can move beyond an object, beyond physical the object, right?
I don't know. What are you asking me?
Just like Lemon said, I mean, with the butane magic trick, even with that, you haven't demonstrated that the horizon, right? That one that has to be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observed height can move beyond the object. Should be in front of the object, but we see it beyond the object, right?
Yeah, I think the part that you're missing with that is because that object is never brought up entirely above the obstruction. It never appears like it's in front. But if it was like imagine that it was just a little sliver of something on a string, and then it was hidden, and then you did the butane, and then it lifted up, the horizon would look like it's behind that object, right? Because you would be able to see underneath it. So that's what's throwing off that illusion there.
So, do you have a demonstration of this?
No, I don't, because I don't need to prove it. I don't need to prove the globe Earth to myself, right? I already have seen all the evidence, and I've made a conclusion to it using
like
my reasoning.
Like validation of the radius. You have seen that.
I know you guys don't want to ever talk about pictures from space or satellites or things like that. But I have no reason to disprove those things, right? I mean, I've seen those objects. I've watched launches. I have friends that are involved in those industries. I've watched countless satellites fly by my telescope, right? I've watched the ISS many times. I even watched the Crew Dragon rendezvous at the ISS. So there's no reason for me to ever think that that's all fake, or it's like a U-2 spy plane that goes around the whole world in 90 minutes. Like I don't have any excuses for it's some ancient object that's always been there that's never been written about. Like there's no reason for me to disprove that stuff. So, there's a whole body of evidence, right? I could see the horizon drop with elevation. I know how the sun works, right?
You don't know how the sun works. You don't know how the sun works. Come on.
Well, I'll tell you what I know that the sun rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest and even the very southern tips of the southern continents, which cannot happen on a flat earth. Unless you say that the sun is just magic.
A globe is magic, right? It can't be a ball if it's not curving.
The globe is perfectly consistent. There's no reason to say it's not curving because...
That's why we see an horizon 10 times further. Pretty consistent, bro.
I mean, you have one example in extreme refractive conditions when the image is completely distorted. But when you look at platform habitat on a day where the air temperature and the water temperature are much closer, and you have minimal distortion, and the crane is not all bent like a fish hook, then you see a lot of obstruction, right? You don't see the horizon behind. You don't see the horizon behind the platform like that.
So Earth grows, right? Earth grows and shrinks.
It can appear to. Yeah, refraction can make it appear to.
So there is no validation of the
which is why you use more than one data point, right? Because every data point can be corrupted, right?
Yeah. But what do you need for your premise that light bends over the curve? What do you need?
Just need refraction.
Yeah. And what does refraction need?
A change in density of the light propagating through.
What does Thomas Andrew Young tell us about this?
I don't know. I don't know who Thomas Andrew Young is.
Sorry?
I said I don't know who Thomas Andrew Young is.
You don't know. No. He's the guy that talks about terrestrial refraction.
Okay, I'm not familiar with him.
So you need curved gases, right? And a radius. So you're begging the question, right? Begging the question.
Oh.
Yeah,
begging the question because if you can do experiments on refraction and you can analyze the way that light will move, right? Like, I mean, we have fiber optics, we have lenses, we've been grinding lenses for centuries, right? I mean, that's how a lens works. Lens works on refraction, right? Changes the speed of the light as it passes through the thicker versus the thinner portion, and then it refracts. A lens works on the principle of refraction, though, right?
Are we talking about lenses?
The density of the medium, right?
We're talking about
Snell's law.
Yeah, but it's not Snell's law, right?
Sure it is. Why wouldn't it be Snell's law?
So can you tell the definition of Snell's law? What is it?
It's like the relationship. I mean, going off the top of my head, it's like the relationship of, I did see that other platform, but I'm not convinced that platform that he's claiming is that one at 29 miles. There's a lot of other platforms out there in Santa Barbara. I mean, I used to live near Southern California. There's a whole bunch. So I don't know if that's really 29 miles away. I'm not saying it isn't. I just don't know. But going off Snell's law, it has to do with the relationship, right, of the angle of incidence versus the change in the medium. There's like a formula for it, right, to determine the coefficient of refraction.
Okay.
And I'm not like an optics expert or something. I'm just going off the top of my head here, but
okay. So what is the true definition then?
I mean, what is the true definition
of Snell's law? What is the definition?
So Snell's law says that if there's a ray that comes in.
Now I want a definition.
I mean, I'd have to go like off the Google definition, right? Ray of light crossing a path. between the boundary of two different materials, right? Two different densities.
Two different materials.
Well, two different densities. It can be the same material.
Two different materials, right?
No, I mean it could be the same material, right? Like a lens, right, is the same material, right? Whether it's glass or polycarbonate or whatever. But in some places it's thicker, in some places it's thinner. So it'll slow the speed of the ray more in the thicker part and less in the thinner part. So you'll get more refraction in the thicker part and less refraction in the thinner part, right?
What was it? The boundary, right, of two different materials. So you have the lens and the air.
It doesn't have to be material; it just has to be density, right?
So what is the official? What is the definition then? What is the definition of Snell's law? I mean, you've been in this for a long time.
Two contacting substances. I mean, I'm not a big Snell's law kind of guy. I mean,
so
it's not
why
an
did you
argument that I go
invoke it
to.
then? Why did you invoke it then?
Well, it's because you're trying to say that the black swan is bulletproof proof that we don't live on a ball, right? It's the ultimate evidence, right? Even though they throw away all the other evidence that contradicts it, right? Like just the evidence of that same exact platform on a clear day where it's not all distorted and the crane doesn't look like a fish hook, right? But you guys don't like that one because that one shows obstruction, right? So you say no. If there's ever a time where you don't see obstruction, then therefore it cannot be a ball, right? Which is a claim that would have to be proven, right? You'd have to prove that refraction cannot happen in the way that the globers say, and that the refraction cannot account for seeing to the bottom of the.
That's not how it works, right? That's not how it works. The burden of proof is on you to show how this and demonstrate this.
We don't have to prove anything to you guys. We don't have to prove anything. We've got centuries of brilliant people that have looked at this. We've got all the evidence of that we live on a globe Earth, right? So it's you guys that have to prove that it's flat. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to present you anything.
The radius, you got that? The validation of the radius?
Yeah, just go to a mountain and measure the drop of the horizon, and then work out with how much elevation, how much drop you got, and then you'll get a rough R value that'll perfectly match, the same R value you'd get by measuring shadows.
The horizon is Earth curvature.
I just told you that it is.
So the black
physical curvature, yeah, it's obstruction.
The black swan proves that the radius is 237,000 miles.
What?
So if the horizon is Earth curvature, the black swan proves that the radius is 237,000 miles.
Yeah, if you were to only use that one data point, yes, that's true. That's why we don't use just one data point, right? Because you can get noise in your data, you can get a bad measurement, right? I don't take one measurement with a rusty tape measure and say, oh, see, look, in this particular case, this table is now over 4 feet. Therefore, there could never be a table less than 4 feet or whatever, right? Make some stupid universal umbrella claim.
You told us the horizon is moving. How can I then validate the radius if the horizon is always moving? How? Right? You
can pick conditions. You can pick conditions where you see minimal refraction, and then you can take multiple measurements, multiple days, different conditions. Especially if you get up not so close to the water where you have maximum refractive effects, right? You take measurements from higher elevations and different high elevations on clear days, and you're going to get very consistent measurements day to day, year to year, and you can plot those all out on paper, and then you can make a calculation, and then you can use a totally different, unrelated method like measuring the angles of celestial objects, measuring shadows, and get the same exact value using that totally independent measurement.
Still begging the question that the light is bending over the curve, right? Without the radius.
Question.
It is.
No.
Right, so what do you need?
Anytime you ask a question about anything, you can say it's begging the question, right? But that's how we work. That's how we figure stuff out, right? We say, I wonder if it works this way. Well, if it works this way, then we should expect this to happen, right? And you say, well, that's begging the question. But that's literally how we've ever learned anything about anything, including how you learn things in your own life. Right?
That's how you learned about flat Earth, by questioning mainstream science. Like, you had to bring up questions, you had to get uncomfortable in the room for us all to get to this point to begin with, right? I don't know. I just like what you said there.
It is really not what we are talking about. You're talking about
But how do you know that that's not like? How do you know so for sure on what the right thing is to talk about? Like you're just so married to what you know. Like how do you know? Like maybe he'll say some shit like where he's gonna go somewhere with what he's saying, and then you're gonna find out it gives you more evidence for the flat. Like
do you have a gas oven or an electric oven in your house?
Me?
Hello?
Electric. Sorry.
No, the guy that I was just arguing with. I didn't see his name.
Roger, I think.
Is that you, Roger?
Yeah.
Do you have a gas? Do you heat your food with gas or electricity?
Electricity.
Okay. Is it begging the question for you to say the electricity is what heats my food? The energy coming from the electricity is what heats my food.
No, because we can dissect the apparatus and look at what it does, right? Measure it.
So describe an experiment for me that we can use to determine that wouldn't be begging the question prima facie.
How is this analogous for your refraction claim? How is it?
Because anytime you do any kind of experiment, you have to quote unquote beg the question, right? You say, okay, I'm making this assumption that this is how this works. And if it does work this way, I can do this test and see if it really works this way. No, that's begging the question. That's literally any kind of experiment that you create. You make an assumption that something works a certain way and then you test it.
What is an experiment? Tell me. What is an experiment? What is an experiment? Sorry?
What do you mean, what is an experiment?
Yeah, well, what is an experiment? What does it need for it to be an experiment?
We're not going to go down. Do you guys just repeat everything Quantum Eraser says? We're not going to go down quantum erasers, independent variable, dependent variable. Yeah, his elementary understanding of what science is. Are you guys just going to repeat that? Do you guys have any creative thoughts of your own?
Dude, just because you have nothing doesn't mean attacking one of us is going to make the Earth a globe. Try again.
I'm not attacking. You guys are parroting quantum erasers if we haven't heard this stupid, silly argument from him.
Quantum eraser speaks the truth, just like a lot. Quantum eraser speaks the truth, just like a lot of us. He's just very precise about it.
He decides what science is, right? He decides that astronomy is not science.
No, he doesn't.
Geology is not science.
No, he doesn't.
I'm not the one calling people names here.
That's ad homs. It's quantum eraser and ad homs, bro.
I mean, it's literally his argument, right? And in science, I mean, there's a whole bunch of quotes from top scientists that say that there is no one scientific method, that there is no one way to, just like there's not, just like all the things that you've learned, all the things that you've learned in your life as a human being on this planet have not been done through quantum erasers, multiple step scientific process. You've learned truths about reality using other methods, none of which included quantum erasers' 3-step program, right?
3-step program? Dude, look up the definition of an experiment. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, that's like literally an elementary textbook version of an experiment, right? But if you look into any other higher text, they tell you that this is something we teach for students to get them into the thought process.
Occam's razor?
I mean, just think about it. If you've learned truths about reality without using this method, why should anybody be shackled to using this one method to determine truths about reality? Right?
Shackled to the one method that is better than all the other ones to show us what's empirical and objective?
You haven't used that yourself to determine almost all the knowledge you have in your head about reality. You haven't used that method.
Have you been me? Have you been me my whole life?
Oh, okay. So you've set up an experiment for every single thing that you believe to be true in your life. Don't be ridiculous.
For the flat Earth, I sure have.
Don't be this intellectual. No, I'm talking about everything in general, right?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the Earth.
Okay, so you probably believe that, unless you own an electric car, you probably believe your gas car runs on gas. Have you set up an experiment to test whether your gas car runs on gas?
I'm not talking about beliefs here, number one. Number two, we aren't talking about cars and gas, brother.
We're talking about beliefs. Ultimately, science is about beliefs, right? Justified true beliefs. That's what we call truth, right?
Are you asking me? I'm just going to let you go until you're finished.
No, I mean, you yourself do not use that methodology to determine the truths about reality, right?
If I'm going to perform a scientific experiment, you bet I use
forget about scientific experiments. There's things in life that you believe are true that you've arrived at without doing these experiments, have you not?
Of course, that's life, but that's not what we're talking about here.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the Earth, bud. Flat or spherical.
Ultimately, science is about acquiring knowledge about reality, right? There's no reason why
you want to wax intellectual in place of giving evidence for the globe. That's fine, but
I'm not here to present evidence of the globe. I don't need to present evidence.
Oh,
the evidence
okay. Then what the fuck are you doing here? What are you doing here then?
I'm here to entertain everybody.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. All I needed was that admission. You're not here to learn or help learn. You're just here to entertain. Like
don't joke yourself. There's nothing to learn.
Hey man, Jake's been actually asking some good questions and trying to like debate peacefully. I mean, he's definitely not being like a piece of shit.
Yeah, I am getting a little hot under the collar, so I'm going to tone it down a little bit and apologize. But no, I don't need to come here and prove the shape. I don't come here to prove the shape of the Earth or to march evidence in front of you guys so you can go, yeah, not good enough. Yeah, you're going to use this.
I thought you were calming down.
I am
calm. You were calming down.
I'm trying to be a little bit animated, and I'm trying to be entertaining a little bit. Sorry if it's coming off.
That's not what we do here. We don't exist for anyone's entertainment. So
I'm trying to entertain you guys, not the other way around.
Yeah, I think
I'm trying to be entertaining, and I think that both the Globers and the Flat Earthers are somewhat entertained, right? I mean, I'm sure they're all thinking, "Oh, this brainwashed Glober, he's so blind, he's a sheeple, he doesn't see the truth of the Flat Earth that was started on the internet by a stand-up comedian named Matt Powerland as a comic gig and a yoga instructor who copied, Samuel Rowbotham's 100-year-old, proofs of the Earth."
Let me know when your tantrum is finished, young man.
Jake.
What's up? What's up?
Jake, it's not working. You don't sound funny, buddy. You sound like an ass.
Tough crowd.
Seriously,
tough crowd.
Mate, just chill, mate. No, not tough crowd. Wrong gig.
Wrong gig, indeed.
I mean, I don't know. Jake's just coming here asking you guys questions. I mean, yeah, it's a little silly.
We don't need your color. We don't need you to tell us what Jake does and doesn't do, okay?
You don't need to white knight for your friend.
We don't need...
He's not my friend, dude. I just can't. This is my first time here, man.
So stop that.
You know why? And this is kind of why I'm here is because, I kind of liked a lot of what was going on with Flat Earth, but I see people that get so married to the idea and they start, like, defending it, just like how Brown Earthers do. Like,
It's not an idea, kid. It's the reality of the situation.
Okay, sure.
Take it or leave it.
Yeah, where you have to just completely ignore, things in your reality and pretend like they're magic. That's a very reasonable position to have.
Like curvature?
So we've never seen curvature. That's right, Roger. So we've never seen curvature, but it's there. Tell me about that.
Obstruction is not curvature. It's just some weird...
Never said that.
So what is obstruction then?
Not curvature.
Oh, what is it then?
Okay, obstruction is not curvature.
Well, what
obstruction is something that blocks your view between A and B. Come on.
Right. So when you look at like Ranty's million pictures of the wind turbines and things where they're like the entire blades are in the water.
That's where you fuck up, dude. We're not talking about Ranty or anything he did. Try again.
What do you mean? He was like a huge proponent of the flat Earth. Right?
I don't care. I don't care what Ranty does with his life, dude. We're talking about...
You guys have all seen pictures of obstruction, right? You guys have seen ships being obstructed, right? What's causing that obstruction? Here's a simple question. What causes the moon phases on the flat Earth? What causes the moon phases?
Hold on. The sky does not equal the ground. The sky does not equal the ground.
We can't look at the sky because everything about the sky debunks the flat Earth. So rule number 1, never look at the sky. Everything in the sky debunks flat Earth. Do not talk about the sky. What causes the moon phases? Who knows?
If you want to determine what you're standing on, you probably don't want to look anywhere else but what you're standing on. Does that make sense to you?
No, it makes no sense at all. Like if I'm walking across a gym, I can look at the ceiling and determine my position in the gym by looking at the ceiling, can I not?
What if you've never been to the gym before? Then what?
Well, then what you'd have to do is walk around the gym. Then what you do is you walk around the gym and you look at the sky. You see how the sky changes in different positions, and then you can walk around the gym. Oh, thanks. I just debunked your point there.
We're not in a gym. Okay. There's no gym ceiling. There's no gym floor.
Other than when we're determining the truth of the flat Earth, you can never look up in the sky to determine what you're standing on, because that would just debunk the flat Earth. Therefore, don't ever look at the sky. Nothing in there can be talked about, and it's all magic, and no one knows how it works.
I'm glad he's having a good time. Do you know that you're poking fun at people like kids do in high school when they make fun of people? You know you're doing that, right?
to be fair, you guys are doing it right back to him.
Yeah, I mean,
he brought it.
It's honestly, it's really, it is a silly, childish idea.
But you guys could stop it. I mean, flat Earth, you're supposed to be a little bit more enlightened and shit. I mean,
what causes the moon phases? Who knows? Why does everyone see the same phase of the moon? Why does everyone see the same phase and face of the moon everywhere on the flat Earth? Who knows? Even though you're looking at opposite sides of the floating moon flat disk, and the disk never looks like an ellipse, right? It always looks like a circle, right?
Who said that?
Or is the moon a sphere over the flat Earth? There's a lot of debate over that.
I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? It's magic. We gotta look up. No one knows. No one knows what the moon is. No one knows what the sky is. Oh, so if gravity and orbits are fake,
is it okay that humans don't have the science settled? Is it okay that humans haven't figured something out yet with you? Is that okay with you?
Believe somebody muted him.
Who beat me to it? Roger, was that you?
Sorry?
Somebody beat me to it. Somebody beat me to it.
No, I was getting out of my car. I didn't do anything.
No, that's true.
I just still don't understand why.
Well, anyway, I apologize if somebody was trying to get something done with that fucking loser, but I can't stand it anymore. So I had to jump on it.
It sucks that it just everything I say debunks the flat Earth. I mean, it sucks. I know. Gosh.
What?
What can you do? Yeah. I mean, like, orbits are fake. There's no, oh my God, a spinning ball and an atmosphere sticking to it. But yeah, we look at like Jupiter and Saturn. We see objects or an orbit around it. We see, see an atmosphere on the surface swirling around.
Who's we, brother? When did you and I observe that together? Who's we?
I've observed that. What do you mean? Anyone that has more than a couple thousand to spend on a telescope.
You said we. You said we.
We in the colloquial we.
Okay. So just in a general broad sense, not specific like what science needs to be.
It's not like you can't go on, you can't go online and buy a decent telescope and have it in your door at, Amazon Prime 2 days later, right? Like, you can go see this for yourself. But no, we can't talk about that because everything in the sky is about the flat Earth.
When was the last time you measured the Earth?
Well, back when I first started, I was actually serious about proving the shape of the Earth. I did do, I'd go at different elevations and measure the horizons.
No.
And then I also measured
what did
the
you
angle
measure?
of the sun.
How did you actually directly measure the Earth? How'd you do that? Or have you yet? Wait a second.
What constitutes a direct measurement in your book?
Have you not even measured the Earth yet? You're coming here like this?
No, I did measure the Earth. What constitutes as a direct measurement? Like, I'd have to squeeze it between my fingers, the whole Earth? Like, well, what would constitute a direct measurement for you?
You'd have to get to a frozen lake or something like that, know exactly the distance between A and B, get your little laser out, do a little test over a certain elevation.
Are lasers subject to refraction?
I don't know. I don't think so, because if you're doing line of sight, it's line of sight, kid. It's line of sight.
Yeah, line of sight is still, line of sight can still be refracted.
Listen, I can see my friend with a mirror 4 to 5 plus miles away over a frozen lake. Shouldn't be able to do that if there's even 10 feet of drop. There's not even 10 feet of drop. Dude, you can't use refraction as an excuse. It's unfalsifiable.
You do know George Hotnuck, and he did the Lake Rainy measurements on a frozen lake bed where he literally spent
I wasn't with him, so that's moot.
He was doing this, planning it for a year. He invited all the flat earthers to come. Not one showed up. A bunch of Globers did, but not one showed up. What does that say about these truth seekers who want the real truth? And then when Soundly, where they were saying that all of Soundly's pictures are fake of Lake Pontchartrain, the curvature is fake. This is all
just people saying stuff, dude.
He rented a hotel room, did a weekend live stream, invited all the flat earthers to come to his hotel room. Lots of Globers came by. Not one flat earther who wants to know.
Do you want to say that a third time as if anybody was listening? Dude, this is cool stories. Where's your measurement of Earth curvature?
I don't need to provide any measurements to you.
There you go. There you go. See?
Yeah, well, I'm not here to prove anything to you guys. I'm here to poke fun at how silly and stupid flat Earth is.
Well, you're doing the exact opposite, but go ahead, keep trying.
I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, you do.
We can't look at the sky. Nobody look at the sky. It's really dangerous because it completely debunks flat Earth, and it's all magic, and no one knows how any of it works, even though it all perfectly.
Do you know what happens when bullies just stand there and go, do, do, do? They change their voice as if they're making fun of somebody.
It's really sad.
The whole school laughs at them after class because what a fucking moron. What a loser.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute psychopathic retard, admitting that he's scared to death of the actual concept that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, we need to take some clips from this one.
Do you guys think he's like quote unquote stupid because of the way he's acting, or because he believes, or because he believes in the?
No, listen, he's got a moral deficiency, and that's why he's speaking at all.
No normal human being could act that way unless they're possessed by something.
Yep.
Well, okay, so that's why you think
be saying that. Isn't it like you got banned multiple times?
More concerned trolling.
Someone was roboting just a second ago. Who was speaking?
Yeah, the concerned troll was trolling.
No, that was Serve the Alarm, I believe, or Serve the Lamb.
Oh yeah, Serve the eye lamb.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you've been roboting the whole time. I serve the eye lamb, or the one lamb, or whatever that is.
Yeah, when people point out the fact of the spiritual conflict, they get harassed. Normal.
Well, I mean, he just ruined his whole thing by admitting he's not here to talk about truth. He's here to poke fun at people.
Oh yeah, Snake on a Plane is an absolute psychopath. I mean, just a nut job. He's claiming. I mean, what type of psychopath? He's claiming he knows what the sun and moon are. You're talking to a psychopath. I'm sorry.
Well,
I agree.
Play the devil's advocate in behalf of Jake. It's almost like you guys.
I don't know about that.
Okay, well, it's almost like you guys are doing the same thing back. It's like he does talk about some stuff, but then you guys have
trolling. It's more concerned trolling.
Yeah, do you want to talk about Jake, or do you want to talk about do you want to have a direct conversation with one of us, or do you want to talk about Jake? Who's
no, I'm just here for my first time. I don't know what this really is all about, man. I just got here, heard you. I thought Jake was on your guys' team. That's what he said, but I think it was a joke.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I know that now. Yeah, I see that now. But I mean, I'm just here to kind of.
Well, I've only been here a minute. I was listening on the outside for about 5 minutes, and the guy just lost his mind every time Glatflow would ask him a question, spiral, and talk about everything but the question. How could that be Glatflow's fault? Is that Glat's fault or?
Well, okay, this is the way I was thinking. He had to like explain different shit to get to the overall point. Like just because like what you're asking is not getting a direct answer doesn't mean that he's not going to eventually get to it. Like some things take like more words than just one or two.
Well, okay, there's two things there. One, you're concern trolling again. I don't know if you guys are friends or not really, but don't worry about him. Let's focus on you and I's conversation. Second, it's really simple. If there were direct measurement of Earth curvature, we wouldn't have to keep asking for it, and it would be very easy to provide immediately after the question was asked. Okay, you wouldn't have to dance around it and eventually get to the point, my friend.
All right, fair enough.
The guy was displaying cognitive dissonance. He's been doing this for a very long time. He knows the ropes. That's why he got absolutely triggered and spiraled when somebody said, well, can you explain to us what a scientific experiment is? And of course, he immediately mentioned quantum eraser and how everybody just, follows quantum eraser, more ad hominems. And he just lost his mind. Just asking what a scientific experiment causes an adult to lose his mind like that. I mean, who are we talking to? I mean, if Glat, Flobe, and myself were on the street talking to people, I've had this crazy idea that they wouldn't act that. Just a hunch.
I guarantee you, if he and I were in person, he would not be acting that way, for sure. But that's neither here nor there.
You can tell what the truth is just by how people approach it. You don't need it. These people are the greatest evidence I could ever ask.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, Anthony, that's what we deal with around here is dishonest people who want to come in and just make fun of other people. I'd say that's pretty evil, wouldn't you?
No, I mean, I don't know the whole story. I mean, if that's really how it's been going down, then fair enough, man. Yeah.
Didn't you hear him?
Well, I'm very unbiased. I tried to listen very unbiasedly, and I mean, I seen some red flags from you guys and him. I got, you know what I mean? But it's just it's a conversation, man. Like, no one's perfect. Everyone's gonna get frustrated, especially like, and you know, it could be the matter of who started it first and whatnot too. Like, I don't know who started the aggressiveness.
Well, do you think that Anthony? Do you think we went to their hangout and started harassing them, or did they come here and start harassing?
It depends if this is like an open discussion, then
depends.
no.
It depends. We might have all gone over there and to
No. I don't know what this specifically is. No. You misunderstood. I don't know what this specifically is for. Is this for like flat earthers to talk about one another?
Well, yeah, that's the thing, is that this channel allows everybody to come here. I'm not even allowed to go to the Globe Earth channels. I've been banned from thousands of channels because I'm kind of good at what I do. And we're not allowed to go there, but everybody's allowed to come here. And that's how they treat us this way, because they're allowed to come here. They're the ones abusing us. We're not even allowed to go to their channel.
I mean, fair enough, man. Like I said, I'm completely new to this all, so I'm just trying to be unbiased. And if you know, I wanted to stick up for Jake because, you know, you guys got a lot of ammo on your side, it seems, and there's a bunch of you guys. So I felt like I had to.
Anthony, you're exactly right. We do have a bunch of ammo.
Yeah, I've heard some,
and that's the problem. He threw himself into the gauntlet, my friend, and he knows exactly what he's getting into every time he comes here. So if he gets triggered, it's for our entertainment at best. Does that make sense?
And no, you guys gave me a lot of context in it, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and I don't want to be a jerk to anybody, but it's almost like a tough love thing, at least for me. Other people do it other ways, right? There are people who are a little lighter-hearted about it. There are other people like Quantum Eraser who are very direct, if I can say that. But I'm somewhere in the middle. If you come after people personally without having science behind your argument, then I'm going to do the same thing to you, but with science behind my outburst. And conversely, if someone comes here with, like, you being respectful, Anthony. Even if you were concerned trolling for a second, I understand.
No, I didn't. I wasn't trying to, at least.
Right. Okay. Well, now think about that next time. You were defending and don't do it on Flat or Globe, right? Just come here to have a conversation, you and someone else. If someone else gets eviscerated, Flat or Globe, just let it happen, right? Just let it be. Anyway, yeah. So I come here to learn and to help people learn in that order. Okay, I don't know everything, and I'm never going to know everything. I know what I know, and I know that I hate to see my fellow man down in the doldrums, in the gutter, willingly taking it, licking that boot. I think that my fellow man is better than that, and I want to try to help him out of that rut. So,
well said, man. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know enough to like really start debating stuff, so that's what I'm just kind of stopping to listen and, I don't know, say a couple words.
And my friend, that is intellectually honest, and around here we really do appreciate that.
Hell yeah, brother.
Cool.
Well, if there were anything to know from their side, we'd be talking about it. They don't have claim, let alone evidence.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing a lot. Here's a good question for, I don't know, anyone that wants to answer. So obviously I've been looking into some of the flat earth stuff, and people are doing like pretty cool experiments and shit. And I hear a lot of people say like, yeah, you know, if you do this experiment, do that experiment, it works. But has any of you guys actually done one of these experiments? Like any of them, you know?
Well, I go past experiment and I do long range observation, which are not experiments. So, you know, that's a colloquial term, but so I go beyond experiment. There's no such thing as a scientific experiment that can tell us what the Earth is. Science isn't, you know, a what is system, you know? So the experiments and stuff, a lot of people do them, and there are some decent ones, but I think long range observations are a lot more powerful.
What do you mean, like standing on a cliff and horizon stuff, all that? Like
seeing the bottom of a mountain, that's higher than the bottom of the city. When the city's 50 miles in front of it, the mountain should be lower than the city, the bottom of the mountain at least, for one example. You know, there's millions of examples of seeing things way too far. There are no examples of seeing the curve. That's what I'm telling you, that there isn't even a claim ever in anybody's history of somebody using a camera and going, yep, that's our limit, there's the view, and I can't see any farther. It's never happened. That's the point.
Right, and then obviously, as me being a round guy, I would go and say, well, NASA. But I already get it. Like you got, and like it makes sense. Like even though I don't believe,
NASA, no, you can't say that NASA doesn't have a claim though. NASA. Oh,
No,
watch
that's
this. NASA.
I'm saying that too.
Watch
Yeah,
this. But NASA can't tell you if you go to call NASA right now and ask them when can I experience or see Earth curvature, they have no answer. Then ask them, okay, well how high do I have to go to see Earth curvature? And they still have no answer. There's no claim. But when they show us cartoons on TV, all of a sudden it appears. They never show us a continuous transitional point from the ground to this magical place where the Earth starts to look like a ball. It just cuts off. The camera always cuts off every time it matters, and then it goes from flat to ball. There is no transition point. There is a cartoon system that they show. They make these videos in a studio. CGI, water pools, things like that. As a photographer, it's very easy for me to see. I know that most people maybe can't see it, but it's really easy. Once you start just looking at a couple of things, you'll notice that it's all fake. It's just they don't have a claim. The point is they can't tell you when we can experience a baller.
Right, and obviously, like I totally understand I don't believe it, but like I don't have an argument against that because I get it because it could be. Like I don't think I'm not married to the fact that all these are real pictures or videos, but I get it. Like yeah, they definitely could be fucking fake. I mean, if no one told me Superman was real, I would think it was a movie.
Well, here's what you're going to notice first, Anthony. When you start looking back at like the ISS footage, which is the most commonly video for people that believe in a ball, you'll start noticing that not only do they never turn around, which in a outer space should be free space enough for me to just turn around and do a 360 view, you'll also know that there are no other satellites in space. There are no other objects out there with this one supposed satellite, and as you look on Earth, there are no airplanes.
Yeah. No, it's actually
no airplanes.
I've watched the ISS live stream. That's funny that you said that. Like there are no. I didn't think about that, but thinking back to it, there weren't. But could that be just because of maybe they're really low in the atmosphere, or like you know what I mean, like lower?
There's supposed to be 20,000 other vehicles up there. There's also another 150,000 aircraft on Earth. But when we see the videos, there are zero. That's the problem because they're not real.
That's a fair enough. I want to look into that point. That's actually a good one.
Yeah, look into the ISS footage. It's all very sus because they just they only keep the camera like pointed at like a 15 to 30 foot little area. Yeah, anyway, and that stuff to me and I like what Exo was saying about long distance observations. My family has a house in Snowmass, Colorado, and we used to go up there all the time to go snowboarding and skiing. Now we just rent the place out, but even as soon as last year, and I've been into flat Earth for 7 years now. Let's see. I've known it's flat for 7 years. I've been researching stuff like this for a long time. Anyway, so at the top of Snowmass Mountain, it's 14,000-ish feet. We'll be generous and say it's only 14,000.
Right.
And at the top of Snowmass Mountain, I can see over 100 miles east and see the Red Rocks amphitheater area. I can see Pikes Peak. I can see Golden, Colorado. My stepsister lives in Golden. Okay. 100 plus miles southwest of Snowmass, I can see Ouray. I can see Telluride. I should not be able to see any of those places, anywhere near them, if Earth were the globe with the dimensions they say it is. Okay.
You actually seen this yourself?
You would
absolutely.
Be able to see, you would be able to see some sort of distortion of curvature at that ability. Yeah. There'd be over 15,000 feet of curvature.
And the reason I know he's right, and the reason I know about the Red Rocks one is because my dad had always wanted to take me to Red Rocks. He never got the chance to, but I would always locate it when I was at the top of Snowmass Mountain because it's really high, and I wanted to just be able to point it out. You know what I mean? Why not? And so I would, at the top, every time I'd get to the top of, I forget the chairlift name. But anyway, it's only a 2-seater chairlift because it goes way to the top. And yeah, it's just beautiful up there, but I can see for miles and miles. I can see for miles. You know what I mean? Like it just, and it's nice. It's gorgeous. I would much rather have it be flat than, any curvature because I wouldn't be able to see so far,
Okay. You ever take binoculars out there? That'd be interesting, right? Like how far can you see then?
Oh, I don't know. Just with the naked eye, I can see over 100 miles. Yeah, I haven't taken binoculars up there. I will say that a nice pair of binoculars are I wouldn't want to snowboard with those on my person. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Absolutely, I would love to.
So okay, let me tell you where my brain goes
Anthony,
with that. So
Anthony, real quick.
Okay,
Anthony,
go ahead.
I don't want you to lose the thing that you were just asking about, because there is an official world record to the limit of a photographer showing a long distance observation with a zooming lens, and it's about 373 miles. I think it's in France, sure. But there are times without demarcators, without distance markers, where there's certain times on the horizon when I've been on an airplane, I know I'm looking over 2,000 miles. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to show you that tonight. But I did record that a couple of years ago. But that's the thing, is that these world records are already in existence, and they're not by flat earthers, but they're seeing 373 miles flat. They didn't even realize what they were seeing. You know what I mean? So again, there's not a claim for curve.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I can find the picture of that real quick.
Yeah, go for it. So let me get this out, I guess, before I do forget. So obviously people will say, okay, that's refraction. I personally, I think that's kind of ridiculous. Like, I'm not on board with you guys quite yet, so don't get excited. But I also do think some of the stuff that we're saying is ridiculous. Like, come on, it's not reflective stuff like that. Like, that's just, there's no way. But I do say, like, hey, like, science is wrong a lot. Maybe theirs is a little bigger than what we thought. Like, that's where my mind goes first. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
how big does it have to be before? I mean, like, how big do you have to keep assuming that it is, right?
Okay, wait. Sorry.
Hold on.
Wait, no,
go ahead. Hold on, though.
But let me do one more thing before. I don't want, because I don't want to go too far without saying this. So I use that as an example because it could have been 1 of 1,000. Like, maybe it's because it's too big. Maybe it's because of this. Like, maybe it's like something that we're not even questioning, right? Like, the answer is something that we're not even talking about right now.
I have to explain though, Anthony, because we already have intercontinental travel, so none of that's gonna fly, because when we fly, we depend on a flat plane. So when we have intercontinental travel, when we do waypoints, since I've flown a lot in my life, I just know we fly from point A to point B, and then we fly from point B to point A when we come back. I mean, that's just how it works. And these distances are obviously not something that could be drastically different. They'd have to be within a very tiny margin of error. And the worldwide map, the AE map, or the flag of the United Nations, is what these airlines are based off of. Even the Navy uses that map, and it's an azimuthal equidistant flat Earth map for a reason. So all the distances of all the the continents, whether we know them or not, well, it doesn't matter. The airplanes go there, and it's dependent on the fact that the Earth isn't some other size. Thanks.
Okay. I mean, I don't know so much to comment back to it. I'll just have to say, okay. But I don't know.
Well, you already know that flights happen. Everybody already knows international flights happen. This is not something that's being contested. This is something that everybody knows, and it can't be challenged. That's how easy this topic is. None of the points that I'm going to bring up are challengeable. Like, everybody in existence admits they experience a stationary plane of existence. Nobody experiences a ball. That's you. That's your friend. That's your, that's your family. That's your lineage. Everybody in history is experiencing that. So there is no argument, including flight paths, right? If we know that it takes 15 hours to get from Asia to North America, then the Earth can't be 10 times bigger than they told us. It's just that simple.
Oh, no, I totally understand what you're saying now. Okay, yeah, I get that. Like, a lot of the questions, we're not even questioning the shit because it's obvious. Yeah, okay.
It's obvious. We already operate this way. The whole world is already dependent on the fact that Russia isn't going to be 1,000 hours away. It's only going to be 15 hours away. Yeah.
No, that's a good point. Absolutely.
Hey, also, I posted in the live stream voice text the article on the Guinness Book of World Records longest line of sight photograph. It's 443 kilometers. That's impossible on any kind of globe. I don't care how you frame it.
Yeah, looking at the photo, the biggest problem is that you can see that it's flat. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, there's nothing to talk about. That's why you'll notice that I don't have to explain anything.
Yeah, go to nearest lake, large body of water, and look over it. See if you see any curve. It's that simple.
Speaking of planes, I always have to come in with this argument because I think that if you have to
visualize
this and
you
understand.
can even measure the water level on a shore, and then you go to the other shore, pick another point, and measure the water level, and you will see you have a level.
Yeah, just think about
All
sea level.
across.
How could we have
Yeah.
sea level? How could it be
Yeah.
level everywhere on Earth? It's fall, right? You're looking at 30-mile stretch, a 30-mile stretch of a horizon that's perfectly straight, and then you're supposed to believe that 3 miles out in front of you, there's enough curve to hide a boat.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Take a boat, go on a lake, and use a plumb tool to drop it down to the bottom, and you can measure the how deep the lake and the shape of the bottom of the lake according to the lake level, water level. Yeah.
Who is it who's the guy that people are talking to here?
Oh, I guess me at the moment, but like not. I don't know like a bunch of information. I'm kind of just new here, so I'm just. I don't know.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll send you some links.
What do you think about gravity?
No super strong feelings about it. Like I heard your guys' argument with density, and I'm cool with it. Like I'm not married to gravity, so like density makes sense to me at least. So
that's
good.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a real open mind.
You see, gravity can be attacked from an infinite vectors of angles.
I have to ask you now, since you asked him that. How do you feel about purple elephants with golden feathers?
They're dreamlike.
So the problem there is that I'm not mad at Get, but I wouldn't ask you that. Obviously, there's this magical word gravity that Anthony, that's your name. Anthony has already noticed many of the habits of these people, so he already knows that the word gravity is used as an epoxy patch kit for your boat. When you're out on a lake and you need a fix real quick because you're taking on water, just say gravity.
Exactly.
And the fairy will appear and patch your boat. That is the solution and magical fix for every single problem and the magical ball cartoon religion. All you have to do is say gravity. Say right? Right. You'll say gravity, which is duct tape.
Also.
Right, which is okay. So hold on. Let me explain. Right, let me explain this real quick. So gravity is this duct tape, right? This perpetual duct. Now, gravity and evolution got together, and they had a new baby in 2015, and the baby's name is refraction. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because you brought it up earlier, Anthony. You mentioned refraction, and that's the thing is that nobody in their right mind has ever claimed refraction until the atheist community noticed that flat Earth was growing in around 2015, 2016. So they started making this psychotic claim that the world just always looks flat because of this magical refraction, but it's not. What they've done right off the bat, Anthony, is that they've admitted they can't trust their eyes. So they've already removed a possibility for a claim. So anybody who says refraction no longer can make a claim because they've already admitted they can't trust their eyes. And if you can't trust your eyes, you can't then change your mind and tell me when you can claim it's what we're seeing. So it's over for that group. Sorry.
Right.
Thank you, XO.
And they reverse engineered all the concepts that they mimic perspective with their curvature calculator. And you can just, once you really look into this, you'll find that everything's just been completely reverse engineered.
So are there this is obviously a pretty big, quote unquote conspiracy. I know that to you guys it's real and shit like that, but to me right now it's a conspiracy. So is there any, for a big, I looked into other conspiracies about 9/11 and JFK shooting. I don't know, those are very obvious ones, but just for examples. Yeah. And I found that some of these, some conspiracies kind of have puzzle pieces to them, as in they both connect. You learn about one conspiracy theory and then all of a sudden you learn about another one, and then a couple years later oh wow, they matched up, almost the Jeffrey Epstein Island thing. And then people were talking about, there's a big problem with children, and then all of a sudden that stuff comes out, and then those two connected all of a sudden, right? The child trafficking.
Well, when you say it came out, then you have to, there's levels to everything. The onion has so many layers that you have to peel back. It's like when you talk about controlled opposition and some of these stories that are just fabricated to give answers that aren't really the real answers, but like a subterfuge answer. You know what the word subterfuge means?
Like almost like deception in words, if that maybe.
Well, it's like if I wanted you to have a bad opinion about a certain thing, then I would just go represent that thing in a poor way, so that your opinion would be bad of that thing, even though I'm a show of someone that wasn't even involved. I just portrayed them poorly on purpose, so
okay, absolutely,
muddy the waters, you know.
So Anthony, ask about the conspiracy. Yeah, what were you saying, Anthony? Go into detail about the conspiracy question.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna do it very generally because it's kind of a big question. Are there any other conspiracy theories that like connect with flat Earth? You know what I mean? Like,
oh my goodness! Oh, listen, yes, a billion deceptions are connected to this, and that's why this is such a big deal. Because once
was your question? Are there other conspiracy? Yeah. It's okay. So the thing about flat Earth is,
you can't hear me, Glad? Do you hear me?
Once
am I cutting out? You're talking. Hey, Glad flow.
Am I cutting out? Glad, do you hear me? Am I cutting out?
Oh, I can't even hear XO. I'm sorry.
Well, you can't hear me. Did you? Ask him if you can hear me.
Right? I can hear you. XO, I've been able to hear you this whole time.
Yeah,
right. Anthony,
Glad flow was.
I gotta reconnect. Sorry, let me reconnect.
Go ahead, reconnect.
Go ahead, XO. Maybe he's reconnecting too.
Okay. Yeah, real quick, Anthony. I'll just make this. I gotta go anyway soon, but it's too late. It's almost 1 here. So Anthony, yes, that's the thing about this topic. The reason so many people hate this deception, when you uncover the fact that the Earth isn't a magical ball in a cartoon vacuum space, it unravels and exposes thousands of other deceptions. That means all the things they told us about the distances of these things and galaxies and all this BS is all a lie, including all the false wars, the government control, the last 70 years of fake space programs. And it also means that all the governments are in on it together, and that there aren't separate governments, just as they've proved that last year when every single government made everybody wear special face diapers. So there is only one government now. Everybody knows this, and it's crazy because we're off into a spiritual topic here, which I'm not ready to get involved with, and that's not what the server wants me to do right now. But this is much worse than just evil men. It's much farther than that. And remember, most people are not in on the conspiracy. Most people are stupid, pathetic noobs that, got a certificate in high school, then college, and they think they're really smart when they're not. And they're just like these gullible, pathetic atheists that I meet all the time. They're not. No. Hold on. They're not. Hold on. Okay, take a bong hit. There you go. Get careful. So they're not in on the conspiracy. Hold on. They're not in on the conspiracy. They're a victim of it. Just like billions of other people. They're not in.
No, I absolutely love that you said that at the end there, because I do see arguments going on like, oh, how can everyone be in on this? But like I at least can come to the understanding of like, they don't even know that they're doing evil shit. Like I get
right,
that point.
Right. Like last example, like when I was in the Army in 2011, does that mean I was on the conspiracy to say that there was weapons of mass destruction?
Nope.
Duh. No, I had no idea what I was doing, right? I was an E2, right? 28 years old. I was older than everybody else. I turned 28 in basic training, had no idea what I was doing. 6 months later, in uniform, I woke up to the fact that I was not working for who I thought I was, in uniform. So there's no such thing as a conspiracy as far as I don't need a conspiracy. Men are stupid, men are cowards, and men follow their leaders. Thanks.
Yes. Orders.
Hey, real quick before you go, XO, I know you'll always like to chime in on the point I always make about, you guys are talking about planes. I thought maybe I should come in and also accentuate that point, because if you're in a plane and you're going to land on a landing strip that's faced north-northwest or south-southeast, let's say, one would be with the spin of the Earth, right? And the other would be against the spin of the Earth. You understand that?
Bless you.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, Coriolis.
Yeah, Jay, did you hear that part? That bit? You know how you can get in a plane and fly against the spin of the Earth? Are you aware of that?
No, nobody knows about that new perspective because nobody does it. Nobody's aware of that.
Right. That's supposedly what you're able to do, right? I don't know if he's here still.
Jake's gone.
Oh, he left? What happened?
Yeah.
Better off.
I don't want to say what might have happened.
Well, Anthony seems to be open-minded. You know, I mean, you know, that's the thing, Anthony. No one forced you to be here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, you're talking to me? Oh, yeah, my bad. I thought you were talking to XO about that. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm talking to you, bro. Sorry, I was trying to figure that out. Okay.
Sorry, I messed that up.
So Anthony, you know how when you get in a plane, you can either go east or west or whatever direction, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, but the Earth only spins in one direction, right?
Right.
So
11,000 miles per hour.
1,000 something like 1,000.
Oh, is it 1,000? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 1,000 miles at the equator, but then it tapers down. They say, right? It'd be 700 miles at a smaller circle as it gets up towards the North Pole, and the circles would be smaller, just like a racetrack, where they start the people at different areas. Because to make one revolution, you have to start the person back because it's a smaller circle, right? So they say that you'd be actually having to calculate for these different speeds at different points on the Earth if you were shooting a bullet. They call it the Coriolis effect, right? They had to include that, but it fucks their whole thing up because planes and anything in the air never takes into account Coriolis effect. So just picture this: you've flown in planes, right?
Yeah, a couple times.
So you know that the plane can land pretty much anywhere, right? Like a landing strip that faces one direction, or north, northeast, south, southwest, all these different directions, right? But that means that they would have to account for the spin, either going against the spin or with the spin when they land, right?
Well, isn't it because we're in that, like, the atmosphere still? So, like, the wind.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer it, because it's even worse. If you're in the atmosphere.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. But hold on. I have to point this out, though. I have to point this out, though. So, okay, hold on, get me. So that's the thing. So that the whole point about this, Anthony, is that all these people have been telling us that we should experience deviation, and now they're saying exactly what you say, that actually the wind or the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, and now we don't experience it. So they've destroyed their own argument.
Yeah,
there's no argument.
It's actually worse. It's actually worse, because I was going to say if you're being dragged along with the atmosphere and it's somehow velcroed to the Earth and it's all one contained reference frame, is what they call it. We'd be within the same reference frame, and it would be just the same as if you're just standing on the Earth as if you were flying on the Earth, which makes no sense. But yeah, if you were going along with the force of gravity and the spin, then you would never be able to fly the opposite direction of the spin. You know what I'm saying?
But hey, guess what?
I'm just trying to think about that.
Guess what? Look at your smartphone device. Install a accelerometer app and have a ride with the train. When you're in the train, you take a seat, so you're sitting, you're not moving, right? But your phone is going to show you the speed of the train, that you are traveling with that speed. But when you come off the train and you stay on the ground still, you're not moving, the phone is going to show you 0 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, but just visualize if you were landing with the spin or against the spin. And then realize that when you're landing on the plane, you look out the window, you don't see the Earth moving separately from the plane. But they say that you can fly against the spin of the Earth, and there would be timing issues with your flight because of you either going with or against the spin. If you Google answers to these kind of questions about flying with the spin or against the spin, you'll be amazed at the contradictions in just one paragraph that they'll give you. Because it's impossible. In fact, all flight simulators use a stationary plane for the basis of the flight simulator. So why would they train somebody on a flight simulator that assumes a stationary Earth, just like the manual for the pilot says to do, and then they put them up against the spin of the Earth when they actually get into a real situation? Does that make any sense?
Well, off the top of my head, no, it doesn't. I guess that's a pretty good point. I wish I knew more to argue about this.
Well, there isn't a good argument for it. The one they'll give you, the official one from the top people arguing on their side right now, is that, it's just like if you were in the train car and you could toss a football to somebody else and it wouldn't matter because you're inside the train car, and a drone could fly inside an airplane and land wherever it wants on the airplane, and it'd be just like being in the atmosphere of Earth.
Boy, that's actually that's a good point, kind of. Well, with the ball,
because think about it. Think about it. Okay, that's like saying, when you're in an airplane and you're traveling with the airplane, it's just like being on the Earth relative to the atmosphere within the airplane, right? So you might as well just be standing on Earth. It's exactly the same as far as when you can toss a ball within that, from someone 5 feet away. But we're talking about a totally different situation when the plane is flying against the spin of the Earth or with the spin of the Earth at all different angles with different latitudes that are supposed to be going different speeds than the place you started from. And the calculations are impossible to even imagine that you'd be able to just go and fly, land on one angled strip compared to another and not have anything to adjust for. They don't adjust for that. And they would have to by just sheer practicality. You couldn't land on a spinning ball. You would never know how fast to time it. You'd have to aim at a landing strip that's not actually there. If the plane was a spinning ball and you were flying over it, that would be an equivalent type thing, but it's not. There's different reference frames. So they have to admit that the plane is in a different reference frame because it can fly against the spin. That means it's no longer being, dragged along with the spin of the Earth. Otherwise, it would never go anywhere if it was being dragged along with the spin of the Earth, because it couldn't go against it then. You understand?
Yeah, it's a pretty decent argument. And again, I don't have anything to counter. I wish I did, but
Let me give you another. Let me give you one example in reality, Anthony. So when F-18s or Sukhoi 33s or any type of naval aircraft trying to land on an aircraft carrier is taking place, that's considered one of the hardest maneuvers in aviation history, and that's only hold on, guys. That's only that's only accounting for about 30 miles an hour maximum. 30 miles an hour maximum is the accounting difference that I have to account for when landing on a ship. So could you imagine trying to account for something moving 800 miles an hour? It's just so insane, bro. It's just lunacy.
Yeah.
There's no argument for them at all, bro. Yeah.
Right. Not to mention that it's insane to begin with that you wouldn't feel all the different speeds, and you looked up the different
1,000 miles an hour is more than the speed of sound.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, we'd notice a Doppler.
It's a
You'd
literal
notice a
speed.
Doppler effect as well. You'd actually have physical differences in the way things sound depending on where they are on Earth.
Yeah,
You'd hear a
we've never heard
Doppler effect.
Yeah.
Right.
Fair enough.
And,
All right,
and
okay. Go
they
ahead.
give these answers that really don't make sense, but because of the way that they assert it as if it should make sense to you, don't let them intimidate you, or don't just accept these answers before you really go deeper in the critical thinking of it. Like,
That's the thing right there. So I take in the answers from them and from you guys. I take it both with a grain of salt.
You should at first.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
We wouldn't respect you if you just believed us.
I guess
we don't want to convince you. We only want to inspire you to figure it out for yourself. That's the only thing. That's the only way you can get here. You can't get here.
Natural science is consistent in truth and facts, and we cannot change them. And we are pointing to natural science, and we want you to know it. So
you guys,
very hard for them to lie to you.
Do you guys know that the Earth isn't round, or do you guys know that it is flat?
Yes, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now, for an absolute fact, I know that the Earth is a level plane of existence under the heavens.
For sure, flat. Okay.
1,000% that it is a plane of existence. So there's no shape. The Earth is not an object. I'll put it to you that way. The Earth doesn't have like an end that I can go to it that we even know of. We are a plane of existence. That's not a shape. Absolute fact, not an opinion.
It's a dynamic system. Actually, it is an assembly of complex dynamic systems and fields and forces which are manifesting in these fields. And we have electromagnetism, we have electrostatics, but we have no gravity. We don't have monopolar forces. They don't exist.
Yeah, both of those of what they just said are very, very good possibilities of a claim as far as the whole goes. But that's not really even what this necessarily is about at first. It's about the fact that you give up the belief that it's a spinning ball after you realize that it's impossible in hundreds of ways. And then you're only left with your base reality, which is what anybody experiences ever, which is a stationary level plane. The belief comes when you start thinking that your reality is the opposite of what it seems, with the spinning and all that.
Okay, so what's the okay, 2 questions, I guess. I'll just ask one at a time though. Fuck it. Do you guys have like a mic drop argument? Like, you know, like or like a go-to quick one? You know what I mean? Like, you walk up to someone who believes in a round earth, can you like snap them out of it with like a
Well, I just gave you mine. You would not crash the plane. The plane would crash every time. I think there should be a video.
No, that's a good argument. Yeah, I was asking if you had more because that was a good one.
They should make a simulator that actually uses a spinning ball for the airplane to fly over, and you get unlimited lives, but you would crash every time.
So here's one for you.
Okay.
The Earth is 70% water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you have water, it seeks its level, right?
Yes.
So if we have 70% of the Earth that's seeking its level, what is the Earth?
Gravity.
Gravity?
There you go. There you go. Refraction.
Gravity? What?
There you go. For
like that would solve. Like gravity doesn't even apply to that one. But that's funny you said gravity.
Well, I have to say this real quick. Actually, I'm not beating up on Spiral of Love, but everybody does this. The Earth is 0% water. Change my mind.
That sounds like a whole other conspiracy that I'm not ready for.
No. That's the thing. That's the thing is that this is a misconception people don't understand because we're still using the terms we've been given from the deceivers. The Earth is Earth. The Earth is not water. If the Earth was an object, then you could make the claim. But the Earth is standing out of the water, so the waters are the waters are the waters, and the Earth is the Earth. Now, yes, they say that the Earth is 70% water. That's actually not true. That they don't believe that.
There's there's water on the Earth, not
right. They believe that the surface, right? They believe the surface of the Earth is 70% water. They believe it's a 99% rock. Thanks.
That's a funny change of perspective. Real quick.
Good correction.
I was thinking of, and along those lines, there's something else I was thinking of today. Is like the toroidal magnetic field that surrounds maybe the area we're in could be seen as an oblate spheroid. You know, but it's not the Earth that's round. It's the containment where, you know, it could be that
it can't be the new perspective. It can't be seen, but it can't be seen, right? No. So we can't decipher shape, right? But we do see the stars moving.
It's not,
yeah. Right, but the stars do move, and I do want to point this out. There's no such thing as a celestial sphere. I don't know why that's been used for so long, but obviously the stars move in a 2-dimensional motion, so it's not a sphere. Even the sky is flat. Yes.
Okay, here's another gotcha, a mic drop argument.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they say the sun moves at 500,000 miles per hour, right? Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
500,000 miles per hour. Right?
Yeah, just like shooting through space and stuff, right? Because
ridiculous.
It's expanding.
Right? So
yeah, okay.
If we're traveling along with that, and every day there's 24 hours, that means we'd be displacing ourselves in space and time by 12 million miles every day from where we originally started.
Well, everything else is moving too, though, so it wouldn't really change, would it?
In perfect sync, is that the whole idea? Is that are they really claiming that everything else in the universe or our galaxy moves in perfect sync, so we can't even tell the difference of where we were? Is that their claim? That's not even their claim. They might as well claim that. They kind of claim that. Let me explain. What they say is that my go-to argument is, or one of the mic drop arguments, is that there's no parallax shift in the way that we see the stars, right? The stars always rotate and end up in the same spot, right? We can map the constellations and figure out that they're always going to be the same distance apart from each other, same spot in the sky at a certain time of year, right?
Fair enough. Yes, true.
And they always look the same, right? You see the Big Dipper, that spacing between those stars never changes from the time you were a kid, right?
100%. I agree.
All right, completely, right? So if we're displacing ourselves in space-time every single day by 12 million miles, times that by, 1 year, 365, times how many years, maybe thousands or however they've been tracking these stars to end up in the same spot. So how is it that we don't have a parallax shift in our relation to those stars that are supposed to be suns of other galaxies or whatever they're saying, right? Wouldn't you think we'd have a little bit of a shift in the way we would see those stars?
I mean, that's again a good point. From what I would know, and this could just be a bunch of fucking bullshit. Sorry, can I swear in this? I don't know. You guys are live. Okay,
Yeah, you
cool.
can.
Okay. So obviously, from mainstream science, they say that a sun's light is like billions of miles away, and like some of these lights in the sky that we see are already dead stars, but like the light is still traveling to us. So if the light's still traveling to us, and it like technically it's like an illusion, then you know what I mean. So it wouldn't change. Like that illusion wouldn't change.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
like,
get to. Like I said, that comes in later. Like their excuse for this, so what they say is that it's not that they're all moving with us in such a sync that we wouldn't notice the difference. It's that they're so far away that it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, right. That makes sense to me though. If
Does it really? Like think about it, just on the level of if it was even a million miles or a billion miles away, like don't you think still there'd be a little bit of shift after moving 12 million miles every day yourself out of the original spot?
But let me point this out real quick, perspective to Anthony. That Anthony, you understand that they're claiming that stars are literally millions of different distances, right? They're claiming that all these stars are different distances. Well, then what perspective is trying to tell you, which is oddly his name, the perspective should change. There should be a parallax. They should be separating, converging, and diverging. They don't do that except in a two-dimensional fashion. So they're not changing their position, such as a cluster or such as a Orion or Sigma Octantis, Big Dipper, Small Dipper. All the same shapes remain identical, the same. There's never any variation within the stars. So all the constellations are the same all the time, everywhere throughout all of history. They've never changed ever. They just go in a circle. Absolutely impossible to be on a
And here's another time where they take what our argument would be or is and use it as a way of explaining that, or seeming to prove their argument, and that is that they had these special telescopes that could see these stars at one point, and the claim that they were infinitesimally far away is how special these tools are to see the parallax shift that we're talking about. But it's so infinitesimally small that we could never really detect it from the human eye or even the telescopes we can afford. But they can see the little bit of shift in these stars' positioning, which is this parallax that they're claiming proves how far away they are, rather than the fact that there's no way they're that far away. So it's like they always reverse the argument and try to claim what like perspective somehow works for them in some way, So the idea that they're so far away. Now I just put something in the live stream voice text. Can you see that? I just pasted a P900 video of Polaris, and I'm going to put a GIF in there too that shows you the close-up of Polaris, which is done with a P900 $600 camera, right? But do you see what I wrote in that text there? How far away they say Polaris is?
The one where it's I see.
6 trillion miles away is 1 light year, right? And then it's 430 times that away from us. Can you conceptualize how far, what the distance of that is? 6 trillion to begin with. Can you even imagine what distance that would be? And then
no one can.
How far? And then times it by 430, and then you're talking about how far that is. You could never write the zero. You could never you'd never have a page long enough for all the zero. But I just put in is showing Polaris with a lot of definition that doesn't seem like it's an in-camera issue. So how would that image come from something that's 6 trillion times 430 far away? And it doesn't even look like a bright light, what we're seeing, So there's lots of P900 or P1000 cameras footage that you can find on YouTube that shows these stars to not be that far away, not even close to as far as what they're saying.
Yeah, I see what it's at. So, like, if these were that far away, we wouldn't be able to zoom in like this, right?
No way.
It's kinda,
Wait a minute. Wouldn't some stars, right? Some stars would have different focal points. Wouldn't that be if they're at different distances, right?
Exactly.
They don't. They all look the same, right? They all look dark. Some are dim, some are bright, but they don't have a different focal point. They all look blurry, like they're in water. Amazingly, like that's my claim.
Well, that's a good point. I would stick to that because they all do. I mean, from what you sent me 2 of these, but they do look similar, and wouldn't they have a massive difference if they were like the distance between these two are billions of miles.
Oh yeah,
that's
just
the
look
difference.
up real stars. Look up real stars and planets P900 on YouTube, and you'll get tons and tons of videos that people are making with their store-bought
Interesting.
camera, zooming in on these stars. That kills the globe argument. It should have killed it a long time ago. But
Are stars actually like this? Are they actually like this circular? Like, this is pretty. It's like almost like a perfect.
A lot of them look like little disco lights. They have their own little like frequency, and they dance with different colors. And sometimes the Glober will claim that this is like, there's a focus issue with the P900. You never get that. And it's not true because there's so much definition and difference between each of these stars. If it was an in-camera issue, it would be consistent for all of them.
Right. That's super weird, huh? Okay. Sorry, I'm still watching.
So the reason there's no parallax is our position in relation to these things doesn't change. The reason you can land a plane on any runway facing any direction is because the Earth is actually stationary, just the way the manuals say, and the flight simulator simulates. That's the only way it would work. That's the gotcha drop mic question, right there.
No, it definitely
doesn't work otherwise.
It's good arguments. It's definitely great arguments to have. I can only lead to more answers, I mean, even if you guys are wrong or we're wrong, don't matter. Like, questions lead to answers, right? No matter what.
I noticed you just said weird, as if you're still like firm on the ball after all we've been through.
No, hey man,
I just wondered what your scale of 1 to 10 has it changed at all since you got here?
So that's a good question, I guess. So where was it to begin with, though? Obviously, I always just mindlessly believed in the ball Earth because I was just told that. I didn't know any of the science. Then people talked about some. Yeah, exactly. So people started talking about flat Earth, and people were bringing up good questions. That's why I'm here, because you guys bring up good arguments. Like, I'd be stupid to not give you guys credit for the arguments you come up with. And I hate when people say that you guys are stupid, because a stupid person can't hold such a great argument or come up with one. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you guys were stupid, you wouldn't
realize
even be.
That the reason they have to paint us that way is because they're scared.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
So-
and, smart people can't. Fair enough.
And field engineers, right? They done a laser test over lakes, multiple days, shot high-powered lasers over water, measured no curvature. Right? PhDs done laser tests, no curvature. Are all these guys stupid? Do you think these guys just ignore everything else and then just say, well, the laser just bend over the Earth, right? Of course not.
Nobody wants to be a flat earther, Nobody wants that. You lose your friend.
Open alleys never go out.
Yeah, my girlfriend's gonna break up with me if you guys convince me of this shit. Come on.
Yeah, I'd say turn back now while you still have a chance. If you continue on with your integrity intact and your intellectual integrity, is going to be important. Then just maybe if you can get out now while you still there.
So
don't worry about me, man.
And to get back, right? You were talking about Jake, right? That is what we call an anti-flat earther, right? So there are servers built around our server. These guys just exist because we are here, anti-flat earthers.
Right. They're not there to ask real questions or have progressive conversations, or they say you said, down, poke fun.
They're 24/7 there to battle flat Earth, right? If it was such a ridiculous, archaic belief, right, that would be disproven so easily. Why are they battling it 24/7?
Right.
Anti-flat Earth.
Why would this discussion still be continued after, if it was a psyop, it would have lasted a week or so, and it would have been ha ha ha. But now they're still more interested in what we're saying after 5 years of this battle and being won years ago by the flat earthers, but nobody acknowledges it in the mainstream, so nobody knows. But if you were paying attention, you would have saw flat Earth won a long time ago.
Right. Well, I definitely agree with that because if I might be mistaken, but I think you guys believe that the moon is in our atmosphere, correct?
No,
or is there no atmosphere?
Okay,
no.
First of all, you say we believe something.
First of all,
we're gonna get
stop saying we. Each and every one of us speak for ourselves.
Sorry, I just meant I don't mean the dude.
No worries. I just
no, you're good, dude. You're good.
The whole claim of the moon being within our atmosphere is something that they just claimed recently.
Yeah, that's what I was about to bring up. That's why I was going to bring it up, because I thought that's what you guys. Okay.
Well, no, we don't. The atmosphere, first of all, is a contradiction in terms because gases can't have a shape, right? So just to call it a sphere, an atmos sphere.
Okay, fair enough.
Is ridiculous to begin with. But regardless, it's not about believing what they say. If they're telling us that the atmosphere goes beyond the moon now, that's not a belief of ours. That's something that they've made up to cover their tracks for, other reasons, like the whole idea that the men went to the moon might be somehow more believable if the atmosphere extends that far out or whatever. But if you look into any of these things, you're going to start laughing at what they're saying, because they'll contradict themselves in the same sentence and just smile. I mean, the ISS, come on, you see that they're on wires, right? We've seen that by now. We've looked into this at all.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and sorry for saying we, but are there flat earthers that believe that we've been to the moon, or is that like automatically out of the question?
I'd say it's pretty much ridiculous to think that we went to the moon. If you've seen
I agree. By the way, yeah, just to say, I do agree. I don't think we've been to the moon. just to throw
I
that
have a
out.
friend like that. I'm like, so you think they lied to us about the first thing they claimed, but then they're telling us the truth about everything after that? What the hell?
Exactly.
Why would you think that? It's like a guy in high school saying he slept with the hottest chick, and then all of a sudden you find out, for real, no way he did that. The next time he comes up to you, oh, I slept with her too. You're going to believe him?
Right. I don't trust anything.
I'm sure. I'm sure there are flat earthers. I'm sure there are flat earthers that have many problems with comprehension, and that's the thing, is that flat Earth isn't going to solve everybody's issues. But if they believe in the moon landing still, they're missing the point. If they believe in evolution, they don't get it. There's a lot of things that are attached that if they still believe in, then they have failed, even though they know the Earth is flat.
Right.
Can somebody show Anthony Black Swan example and to see what he think about that?
All right, before you go into Black Swan, because it's not my favorite, but I'll leave because good talking with you, Anthony. Take care.
Oh, thanks for talking. Yeah, man. Peace out.
Yeah, later. I sent you the links, by the way. Right?
I'll look at those after I'm done here.
Yeah, start with the first one, and if you can buy 200 proofs and then still think that it's a ball, that's amazing. It means you left your common sense before you started watching it.
Fair enough, dude. I'll give it a shot.
All right, bro. Take care. Good night, guys.
Night, brother.
Take care, brother.
Have a good one.
All right, what are we about to show me now? The Black Swan. I heard you guys talking about this when I first came in.
First, real quick, did you see the picture I posted of one of my views from Snowmass Mountain?
Let me see.
Check the live stream voice text.
Okay.
And there's also stuff about stars in there that other folks posted. Yeah.
It's CGI. Yep. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
So see that little stack of rocks there too. That I didn't disturb that. I'm not going to touch on that. Somebody else did that, and it's really cool. So,
absolutely.
But yeah, that right there is like, oh, so the Earth's spinning at thousands of miles an hour. How the fuck does this thing stay standing way up here? Don't worry about it. Anyway, you see how far you can see, like those really blurry mountains in the background there?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that's over 200 miles away. I think that's Maroon Bells, if I'm not mistaken, the mountain. But yeah, so I don't know. We should not be able to see hardly any of that if the Earth, dude, even if the Earth were twice the size they say it is, this picture's impossible.
So, right, yeah, anyway, going based off of their signs, this should not be possible. Got you.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, someone take him to the Black Swan. Once you understand the Black Swan, it gives you a nice footing in the argument.
Let me take a look at this. I just got it.
Cool.
Do not watch that Bob and Alice. That's another picture.
Oh, what, the Bible? What are we talking about?
No, the Bob and Alice thing that's above the picture he posted is a different explanation, in a different thing. The Earth is not a sphere, a Bub eyeball. That is what we call the Black Swan, because basically that is nearly 10. What? Sasha, were you trying to say something?
No, sorry, it was my radio.
Oh, okay, no problem. So what we're seeing here, Anthony, is this is a still shot taken from a video, and we can find the video for you too, just so we can show you that this was a zoom in, and then like right at the end of the zoom in, someone took a screenshot and then made this image. So, but it's a screenshot from a video, and what we're using it for is to demonstrate that the horizon shows up behind the second platform.
Right.
And it shouldn't even show up behind the first platform, let alone the second platform, if the globe radius is 3959.
But it does get shorter, right? Doesn't it seem like...
What do you mean shorter?
So the one on the left that's farther does look like it's like lower into the water than the one on the right. Correct? You guys are saying we shouldn't even be able to see it though, right? Like it shouldn't even be a thing there.
Sean, explain him that oil rigs are only distance, nothing else. Anthony?
Sorry, say that again.
The oil rigs, it's only, how to say, distance.
It's only there to show distance. Yeah. Right. So basically what we're seeing is 10 miles, let's be generous, 9 miles away.
Okay.
The horizon is still there, and it's right in the middle of the view. So, again, there should be a lot of drop. We shouldn't be able to see anything. You see how the oil rigs almost start to go up instead of down? You see how the one on the right is further away, but it almost seems like it's higher the further away it gets? That's strange.
Wait. The one on the left is farther, I thought. No?
That's what the one I'm saying. The one on the left is farther. So it should be, if there were a curve, it should be lower, right?
It is lower. The one on the left is lower than the one on the right.
Take a look. No, take a look at the bottom of Platform Hill House, and then take a look at the bottom of Platform Habitat. See how Habitat, in your view, is higher than Platform Hill House? That's strange.
Okay, no, I see what you mean now.
See that? Yeah.
It's kind of like a trick of that, what I was looking at.
Well, okay. I mean, yeah, but that's what we're seeing. So if you draw a line at the straight line at the bottom of Platform Hill House, Platform Habitat will be higher than that.
Right.
That's weird. So anyway, this is one example that, and why they call it the black swan is so. I don't know if you know anything about swans, but they're all white, and at least as far as I can remember. But let's just say all swans are white, right? Mm-hmm. All swans are white. The scientific consensus is that all swans are white. Whole world knows all the swans are white. Can't find a black one, right? Mm-hmm. All it takes to disprove that, the assertion all swans are white, all it takes to disprove that is one black swan, doesn't it?
Right.
So that's what this is. This is just one example of the infinite examples, but you should only need one that proves that the horizon, we shouldn't be able to see this horizon. And these oil rigs are, I mean, if you want to focus on the rigs, they're not behaving as if there's any kind of drop whatsoever.
Is there a way, we probably can't do this on land just because you kind of need to do this in water, right?
Water's easier. Right. Yeah, because land has all kinds of topographical obstructive capabilities, right?
Absolutely.
And even water has like waves and such. Yeah. Okay. So Gabriel Donato. So Donato just posted in the live stream voice text the zoom in and the still shot.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. This is what we're looking at. Cool.
Yep.
I'm gonna watch
Crazy, right?
Yeah, I guess that is a little goofy, huh?
And the reason the picture looks different is just because they wanted to make the colors a little brighter so you could really see that horizon back there behind the second oil rig.
Right.
But it's, you can, I mean, yeah. So we shouldn't be able to do that.
Where is this at? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't. This has been used for a few months now. I forgot who took the video and the picture.
That'd be interesting to know.
Well, yeah, it was one of us, though. I know, one of us. But yeah, Kiwi would know.
It's in California.
Yeah, I knew it was California. I just don't know where.
Okay, so
I think Santa Barbara, something like that. I think.
I got one more question, I guess, before I don't know, go to bed or something. So what's the whole point? I heard people already answer this question, but you guys are like the most realistic flat earthers I've talked to, so I'd like to hear it from you guys. Like, what's the point of, the whole thing? Like, who gives a shit, right?
Oh, why would they lie?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If I may, boys and girls, I'd love to talk to him about this for 5 minutes. So
deep into the rabbit hole he goes.
Yeah, well, not too deep, but the point is to spark relevant thought processes. Well, my first question, Anthony, is: do you believe that your government has ever lied to you?
Oh, absolutely, all the time, every day.
Absolutely, all the time. Okay, great. Well, that's not great, but okay, we're on the same page there. So, now, so how many lies does it take for someone to be a liar?
For me, just one.
Just the one, right? Okay. And the government's been caught, and NASA is the government, here, part of the government.
Fair enough, yeah.
You're right. And so, well, they're funded by tax dollars and all that stuff. So,
yeah.
So they've lied, and we know it. So what would make you think that if they had the power to lie to you about something and take all your money as a result, that they wouldn't do it?
Well, I guess to answer it not so, simply, it would just be, to me, it's more of like, there's a lot of fucking space agencies out there, so they all got to be lying the same way, kind of, right?
Well, not everybody in the space agencies, though. Do you know what compartmentalization means?
To put it briefly, I guess, like, there's the higher ups, and then they got people working for them. Is that kind of like,
Well, that's a very broad way to put it. Let me put it to you this way.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you get the overall understanding, but I want to make sure that this is explained properly so that you understand. So,
Absolutely.
Compartmentalization in a place like, let's use the Ford Auto facilities. They're building cars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the guy who's making a specific screw for an engine part has nothing to do with the guy molding the body of the car, right?
Okay,
They don't talk to each other. They don't need to know what each other's doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the same thing, and honestly, yeah. So the same thing is with, like, say there's a guy working on a rocket and he's got a bolt and a nut that he's manufacturing for this part of the rocket. He has no way to know if that rocket is going to space or not. All he knows is he's going to put a nut and a bolt in the thing, and from there, they're going to tell him it's going to space, but how can he really validate that, right?
Yeah.
That's the same thing. And he doesn't even care. No one's being like, hey, by the way, that screw's going to be doing this while they're in space, and then while they're in space doing this and this and this. It doesn't matter. As long as they get the thing built, the people who built it don't need to know what that thing's even going to be doing, right? The guy who makes the screw isn't an astronaut, so he doesn't even need to lie to anybody. He doesn't know what's going on because he doesn't need to. He just needs to make that screw.
Well, then, in order for this all to be true, then we have to, like, the one world government, conspiracy theory has to be, it has to have already happened in a sense, right? I mean, if all these different places, like, not even, like, there's a Russia space agency, and I'm not opposed to believing that, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. Like, it has to be this.
Here's the other thing. The problem with asking a question like, why would they lie? The problem is in they. See, I only know why I would lie. I don't know why anybody else would lie, okay? So I can only sit here and speculate. They do it for money. They do it for power. They're Satanists.
Right.
Like, to me, all of that is speculation. I'd love to tell you why they lie, but all I know is that they've lied. A lot. I'll stop it with this so you can respond, and then if you got to go, you got to go. But so, like, if there's a murder, right, and the cops show up, and there's a murder laying there, and the first thing people start asking is right away, well, who did it? Why? Well, hold on. Have you even gotten all the blood spattering and all this stuff, have you even finished realizing that there's a murder? We'll try to figure out why later. Look, the murder happened, and that's the most important part. So it really doesn't matter why the murder happened. When you see the murder, it's like, cool motive, the murder still happened. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing as they lied. So cool motive. I don't even want to know why they lied, to be perfectly honest. Because it'll probably just piss me off more.
Yeah, now, Anthony, real quick. Now, if I were to answer that question like this, Anthony, and say, well, they lie because men like to control people, that wouldn't be a good enough answer, right? Because that's just a broad example of the emotion, right? I then would have to extrapolate and go farther and then talk about specified reasons, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I follow.
Right. So the whole point here is so as far as the specified reasons, like Glatt just explained to you, we couldn't point out the specified reasons, but we do know why people do very bad things, and the government has already been doing these things for quite some time. But when it comes down to this topic, I'll be honest with you, Anthony, most flat earthers cannot answer that question because it is beyond the topic of discussing shapes. Right. We're talking about morality. We're talking about the evil of the world. Right. So that goes right back to the point of the moral topic of right and wrong, good and evil. And that's what this is about. It's about the fact that the world has been very evil for a very long time. Now, without going to the Bible, I'm very limited. You see, I can't really give you lots of details historically to explain or extrapolate on why men have done this. To the populations, for thousands of years. I would say right from the Tower of Babel, we could historically go back and look at that and say that's the first space program. Look at the Tower of Babel in the Bible. So this why would they lie thing is huge, and it's a good question, but it is far beyond the physical realm in which we live in. We're talking about a spiritual battle here, which is outside of what the server even wants me to talk about. So most of the time they tell us, or people will say, well, let's not talk about reasons why. But the reason why is very big, and it's evil, and it's beyond all those other nasty deceptions and conspiracies you've heard of. It's much worse than that. I'll put it that way.
Thank you, XO. He's totally right. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
How long then? How long has this been going? Is this are we talking centuries?
Thousands of years. We're talking about thousands of years. Yes, thousands of years since basically since the dawn of Babel. That's why I mentioned, the Tower of Babel, because that describes that the population back then wanted to reach the heavens. Does that sound familiar? And they were going to be able to do it. So God had to stop them from doing that. And God doesn't have to stop NASA because they don't have the technology that we used to 4,000 years ago. It's a painful process to build it back. They'll explain that later. But this topic is so big, bro. You're not going to even figure out 5% of it tonight. Unless you've already been looking into government, operations for decades. This is going to take you a lot of time. But the why would we lie is to separate you from God. That's the real reason.
So, okay, so does not... Okay, how do I put this? So you guys are probably not religious. Maybe some of you guys are religious. Does the flat Earth go against? I'm not religious, by the way, so I don't give a shit. But I'm sure some people do. Do people believe in the Bible? Or does flat Earth and Bible correlate, or is the Bible a trick? That's what I'm asking. That's a
oh my goodness. Well, the Bible's my book, so I'm going to be by myself on this. I can't speak for anybody else, Anthony. So when you're asking a question about somebody's faith in the Creator, obviously each individual is going to have a different point of view. But yes, I'm 100% Bible literalist. Yeah, that's what I do. I do it all the time. I do it too much. I get in trouble for doing it here because this server's not about this. But just like I tell them all the time, the topic is unavoidable. You just proved that again because you just brought it up again. So that's the point, is that you're going to meet, everybody's different, right? But yes, the Bible specifically does describe a planar earth under the heavens. It doesn't describe a magical ball earth cartoon, but there aren't any ancient cultures that describe a magical ball earth cartoon. The only people that do were the Satanists in control of, Rome and Greece and now America. Those are the people that have a religion for a cartoon ball, right? No other belief system is that stupid.
So, okay, then I guess I'll pose this question. If this has been going on for thousands of years, but yet maybe the Bible. You know, I mean, I guess maybe we shouldn't be going too. Should we not go too deep into this? Like,
let me as a non-religious but very spiritual person help you on that one. So Exo is a Bible literalist. Hold on, my cat, get out of here. Okay, so and I really like the Bible for a lot of reasons, but I'm not religious.
Right. No, I'm not either. But you know, I'm open.
Okay, but the thing is, that's what makes this topic so great. It transcends all of that. And he's right, too. None of the ancient texts talk about a globe or space or anything like that. Now, you know, to me, that doesn't confirm or deny what we live on. To me, it just says, yeah, even the ancient people were not saying, it's globe and space and, you know, aliens and all that stuff. We can't find a description of the universe in any ancient text. So that ought to tell you something. But anyway, yeah, I mean, the religion thing, I try not to be religious when I'm talking here, but I can say spiritually that, yeah, it's just, how do I put this? It seems like there are powers here that are just, they just exist to go against the natural way of things.
Right.
Okay? To hide the truth, to lie to us all the time about stuff. To me, okay, that's evil, and that's not good. And so that's why I try to come here and help people understand things and to learn myself. I think I told you that earlier. I come here equal parts to learn and to help people learn, in that order. And so that's what makes it so great, is because I don't care who I'm listening to. If they're intellectually honest, right? If they're a Bible literalist, if they're intellectually honest, I don't care what they subscribe to, as long as we can have a discussion like you and I are having right now. This is great, man. I love it. You're posing, you know what I mean? You're super respectful. I don't know, man. This is great. So if every conversation we had with other folks that are either on the fence or otherwise went like this, boy, I'll tell you what, it'd be a little bit better. But yeah, so spirituality and religion don't even have to get in there. But even when you involve it, it still points to the fact that we're being lied to about the nature of our reality. And to me, that's concerning and worth reflection.
Fair enough.
I do have to tell you this, Anthony, for an example, for the words in which we are taught certain things and we use the vocabulary because that's what we're raised upon. But to give you an example of how maybe the words don't always work, I'm 100% Bible literalist, but I'm also anti-religion. So just because we have that term religion doesn't mean that it's applicable. Excuse me, it's late. To all people that have a faith in a creator. In fact, I would say it's the opposite. I would call someone religious if they think nothing made everything accidentally. I would say that's religious. I would say if they think they live on a magical ball because they saw it on TV, I'd say that's religious. I would say the guy that has a farm or like an Amish family that believes in God and lives, in a completely separate world, I would say that's anti-religion. So that's the way I view it.
Yep.
Okay. Damn, I had something to say. Sorry.
Well,
don't worry, man.
Rewind. You'll be fine. Trust me. You'll never run out of ideas for this.
Yeah, you guys are.
That's true. This is an endless. The best part about this, my friend, it's my favorite part about this. Like I said, I keep saying it. You're probably sick of it now. I'm learning. I'm always learning. So, like, even though I've done actual physical measurements, I've done countless observations from a lot of places. And then the research that I do, I'm always learning something new. It's exciting. I can get up and I'll be like, when I'm taking breaks in between schoolwork, I'm like, yeah. And I remember I was learning about this earlier, so I'll go back to that. And you know what I mean? Like it's endless. It's endless, and that's what makes it so, to me, so fulfilling.
Well, yeah, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to, reach out to someone and start talking about this shit, because I see people online all the time and they're like get so aggressive and like mindlessly defensive about this stuff, and it's like, man, like, what happened to asking, like, no questions are stupid questions? Whatever happened to like just now, like, questions are knowledge, dude? Like, you ask a question about something that's supposed to be obvious and then you find out that it's not what it seemed. Like, how else can you figure out anything, right?
Absolutely, man.
What'd you say?
What'd you say, Spiral?
I asked him if he's sure he wasn't a flat earther.
Yeah, you're sounding really logical and reasonable. So
hold on to that. What am I sounding like? Logical. That's what I am, man. I've always been very logical, and I don't get fucking defensive. Like I literally grew up learning that we should always question everything, and then all of a sudden, I tried to make this point a couple times. All of a sudden, this flat Earth versus round Earth thing started up, and it was bad to question flat Earth. And I'm like looking at all these people being mindless, they mindlessly defend the round Earth. They do. Like there's people that don't do that, but there's also people that do. That's why I keep trying to say it. It's like created these two types of people. There's flat Earth people, and then there's round Earth people. And I don't want to put myself in either of those shoes. Like I'm just I don't know a lot about science, dude. How the hell am I supposed to know any of this bullshit?
Well, there you go. There you go. And see, that's the thing. Your senses should be able to tell you everything you need to know about your reality. Right? You wouldn't even have your senses unless they were used to determine, your reality and live within that environment, right? You wouldn't be sent here with just, you know what I mean? Like you wouldn't have, like if I couldn't smell things, then it wouldn't matter if like say it was smelling smoke somewhere, like I need to find that out. Is there a fire somewhere? Stuff like that, survival stuff. So your senses were, I know you may or may not believe this, but your senses were designed to do what they do. They wouldn't do what they do unless that were a design characteristic, right? Does that make sense? Yeah. You don't have to say, I believe a God. You know what I mean, though?
No,
so there's a reason that I can smell. There's a reason that I can see and use my eyes to see. I don't need to create a device that convinces me I'm seeing better than I should need to observe my
eyes
world,
and
right?
feet aren't designed to make you not walk, right?
There you go. See, I love it, bro. I love it. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yep, that's kind of where we're at. I love it. What else, man?
This is my wrap-up question, I guess. I kind of had a couple in my head that I want to throw out.
Okay.
So
and I keep talking over XO, so go ahead, XO. Take
we
this
might let
one.
him off. We might let him off the hook. Anthony, we might let you leave, Anthony, but go ahead.
No, okay, this is the last one for real. I got work in the morning and shit. So, say if there's a big spurt in flat Earth believers, what's the goal? Like what, or even if there's if I had the power to grab 1,000 people, where am I going? You know what I'm saying? Or like, what am I doing?
Well, Anthony, here's the thing though, is that this is what's so crazy about these people, and realize that I'm kind of the renegade here. I'm a black sheep. I've been banned from here because flat earthers are the only group that doesn't always agree. They're the only consensus that actually disagrees 100% of the time and agrees 100% of the time. It's a different group. It's like being in a different world, because we literally woke up to the fact that our world didn't exist. The cartoon on TV, we literally realized we were in a new world. And even if I meet somebody that doesn't agree with my biblical stance, I can talk to that person at a different level of understanding. You see, it's a different level of comprehension. It's kind of like, the difference between Boy Scouts and Navy SEALs. You can still do certain things as a Boy Scout, that's fine, but there are levels to reality. And that's what this is about. I'm very passionate because, of course, since I'm a biblical person, I find it that God gets the glory, okay? Because I'm a very serious, I would say Christian, just to put it lightly. And if I think God should get the glory, then this is about God. This is about the fact that the Bible was true all along, and that if we just would have stuck with what the Bible said, we would have never had these issues. And literally, so for me, it's a different thing. So for Glatt, it's something else. That's the thing. You're asking a question that every single individual, including yourself, is going to come to a different conclusion when they want to get something out of this topic. Remember, it's almost like this topic is a new beginning more than it is even a conclusion. It's a fresh start. It's giving you the ability to have fresh eyes. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie They Live with Roddy Piper, but it's like finding a box. Well, you might someday, I'm sure you will. But it's like finding a box of CIA glasses, which this guy did in this movie, and he was able to see who the real people were and who the demons were, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Because he put on a new set of glasses. Right. This truth is too powerful for me to explain it to you. If I could explain it to you in a 48-hour period, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. This is such a big deal. It's going to take you several months to actually figure just most of it out, just so you can comprehend your own arguments and ways to speak about it. And then it's going to take another 2 or 3 years to then get to those other parts of realizations and study. Because remember, how old are you, Anthony? About 25?
25. Yep. Oh, wow. Exactly.
Right. Okay. Very good. Very good. Yeah. And that's the thing, is that you've been in a world for 25 years with a false belief system, just like when people are raised in cults. It's the same thing. You know, it's called Stockholm syndrome. Even people that are captured as adults will soon sometimes be complacent with their own captors and start defending their captors, knowing they've been kidnapped. So remember, people have always been really stupid. Right. So there, you got two sides to choose from. You got one side that's a renegade side that's not agreeing. And then you have the other side that just agrees with whatever they're told. And they're the majority. So this has nothing to do with evidence anyway. Actually, Anthony, what's going to happen here is your heart and soul are going to be tested. And you are going to eventually, this is going to lead you to understand God. That's how big this is. Eventually, because you seem to be on the fence on a few things. I'm just assuming that you're not a believer yet, or if you are, this is, for me, 6 years ago, I changed massively after being a researcher. I was a researcher for after 10 years. I was already into the Bible. I thought I was smart. And then I realized, wow, I cannot believe how embarrassed I was when somebody said something to me, because it took me 30 seconds. I realized right away that I had made a mistake, because I made a false claim and I said I thought I saw the curvature of the Earth flights, and I didn't. So I had to come to the realization that that's something.
Wait, what do you mean? You thought you seen the curvature? What do you mean?
Yeah, I did. So that's the only honest answer I'll accept, Anthony. The one thing that I'll allow people to say that I won't blame them for lying, or I won't get mad at them, is if somebody says, I think I've seen the curvature of the Earth, I can understand that. I can understand that because I was brainwashed by the same thing. Even certain things that my family would say to me when I was younger led to me to that knee-jerk reaction. I wasn't interested. I was never a space cadet. I didn't like Star Wars or Star Trek. I was interested in airplanes and, radars and tanks and things like that. I was interested in the other side of the military-industrial complex. For some reason, I just didn't care about space. I think it's my grandfather worked for Lockheed Martin. And that just seemed boring to me. Like, I don't know. I didn't care about the space shuttle by then. Anyway, I have way too much I could speak about the topic. I was already invested in for several decades. So the reality here is that this is too big. This is so big, you won't even understand 1% of this in the first week that you've come across this information, Anthony, unless you've already been interested in similar topics. And if you haven't,
I definitely am a little bit. Yeah. Definitely.
There you go. Well, that's the thing, is that now you're going to get answers for lots of other things you never knew you had answers for. After doing this for almost 7 years, even recently in the last few months, I've made new discoveries personally with, things in history or nomenclature, words, historical references, you name it, just in the last few months. So this is something has exploded me, right, in my life, but it might not work that way for everybody, Anthony. And this isn't for everybody, because some people can't handle the truth. And some people don't want to know the truth, and that's okay. And actually, that's a good thing. So as far as you asking what the goal is, I'm very glad that most people won't know about this, Anthony. I got bad news for you, because I'm kind of a bad guy. I'm very glad. I'm very happy that most people will never wake up to this truth, because it is not something that can be forced upon someone. You see, I can't force a girl to fall in love with me. That would have never worked. You see, this is for people. This is for people that aren't scared of truth and that are willing to admit they are wrong. And that's what God calls separating the wheat from the chaff. So it's a very painful thing for many people, because realize most of the people in this server have had to make many sacrifices in their lives after finding out this truth. Because guess what? 90% of their friends and family are going to ridicule them and make fun of them, because that's the brainwashed world that we live in, right? And then some people had to then just forget and not bring it up anymore and pretend that they didn't know this truth. And some people had to go back to that world and lie to themselves. So again, it's not for everybody. And this, is a scary topic to an atheist, because once you realize that the plane of existence is created, evolution is all over. Everything they taught us was over. The dating methods, it's all fake. It's Scientology, bro. And they just showed us it was on a cartoon. So it doesn't just mean that the Earth is a plane of existence. It means all those other things they taught you about history, almost all of it's wrong. Feathered reptiles, all that stuff's just cartoons. There's no such thing. It's all just literally a cartoon on TV. So again, it's not just one topic. It's going to touch millions of things. But again, it's not for everybody. But sorry for my diatribe, Anthony. I appreciate.
No, you're good.
And I'll yield the floor.
Yeah, you brought something up that actually went in my mind. So obviously I've been looking into your guys a little bit. Like I've looked into the David Weiss guy, and then obviously the Eric Dubay. Like I've seen maybe one or two of their videos, nothing crazy. But one of the first video I've seen from Eric Dubay, I didn't get into his shit too much, but
well, you know what? Listen, Anthony, I gotta go. It's nice talking to you, but I'll tell you this: I don't. Before I leave, I'm sorry, this is going to hurt feelings. I don't listen to any flat earthers.
Oh, okay.
You got to go and find out. You got to go and find out for yourself, Anthony.
Fair enough, brother.
So God bless you guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thanks, XO. Love you, bro.
I don't know if anyone wanted to pick up what I was about to say there. I was just about to go into it. Because the first video that I seen, it was like his newest one. It was on reincarnation, and I've always been an atheist.
Yeah.
And I watched that video, and I'm like, I don't know.
Well, okay. Let me put it to you this way. Eric, we're all individuals. We're all personalities, right? We all are human beings. We've all got our quirks and our stuff. That's all I'm going to say about any of these people. David Weiss, Eric Dubay, anybody. The point is, and I love, my favorite point of what XO said is that you can call it a community, sure. Because we come together and we share thoughts. We're never going to 100% agree, and we're never going to 100% disagree. And that is a healthy discourse.
Yeah,
if you find yourself on the majority of something and everybody agrees on everything, you might need to want to reevaluate, because that's a scary place to be. Oh, everybody agrees? There's no fucking way, bro.
Right.
So, yeah. But anyway, those guys, they all have, over time, you'll find, and we can send you and link you, there's all kinds of people taking apart not only the globe argument, but, what seems to be false history, false representations of just about everything we're taught. So, but at least in this live stream, we try to focus on flat Earth. But I will tell you, XO's right also. Well, he was right. I love when he speaks. But anyway, what he said about you learning, 5% or 0.5% of this in a couple hours or a couple days or a couple weeks, he's right, because since they've had thousands of years to do this, see, imagine if you got, real quick, let me digress for just a second. Imagine if you're playing a video game, it's your favorite video game, and you just found the best cheat code for the game.
Okay.
The one that just lets you do everything in the game, and it makes the game more fun.
Yeah,
some cheat codes make the game bad, but everything that you can do, right? You can now take over that world. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit. You're just playing a video game, right? You could turn it off at any moment. Well, there's no consequences. Fuck yeah, I got the cheat code? Bro, let's go. Let's see what we can do with that, right? So the powers that be here have the cheat codes for here, right? They got the codes for the video game. And that's what they're doing. They're just using those cheat codes, right? And that's really all. That's all they're doing. They're just having fun with the cheat codes.
Yeah, just playing a game.
Exactly.
I get what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, fair enough. So, okay, I feel like that XO gave me a very long answer. If you wanna, I'm gonna rephrase this so it's a little bit more simple to answer. So, how like everyone grouped up, went to Area 51 and all that shit a couple of years ago. Remember that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'd have to look that up.
Oh, well, it was I think it was like a kind of like more of a joke. A bunch of like kids kind of like quote unquote raided Area 51. They all like protested.
Oh, that. Yeah. They were like, oh, it was this big deal. Oh, sure. That was just a propaganda thing. But what do you think about it? Yeah, go ahead.
So what's our, like, if we all got together, where are we going? Like, we're not doing Area 51. Where are we going? You know what I'm saying? Like, where's the flat earth going to go?
I don't know, man. Maybe this can help answer your question. I mean, no, I like that question. So go to the live stream voice text. I posted a few pictures.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at them.
The last 3 pictures that I posted.
Okay.
See those shots? See how, it's at the top of places you can see really, really far.
Indeed. No curve.
Yeah. Yeah, and that'd be nice to just take a group of folks and just, go see something like that.
Yeah. Just take everyone alone and go see.
Yeah, exactly, right. And then just be like, look, no curve, and it's not 100% definitive proof. You can't find 100% definitive proof of anything. There's a lot of people who come in here and argue philosophically, right?
That's what I thought, because I heard a couple of people have mentioned Antarctica's like that's where the edges or the firmament. You guys talk about the dome. I know that. Or hold on.
I got to stop you there.
Okay.
I got to stop you there. I got to disabuse you a couple things. Dome is something that is a presupposition about the container. So the truth is that we can't have gas pressure without a container. If there weren't container walls, the gas couldn't press upon anything. Press, right? Does that make sense?
It actually, yeah, it definitely does. I feel that.
We can't.
Well, there's just a lot atmosphere could be working as our container. If that was true.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Okay, so if you want to real quick get into that, just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get Archimedes' principle out for you. For number one, gas. So atmo is gas. Sphere is a shape. Gas molecules don't form themselves into shapes. Their behavior is dictated by entropy. So gas molecules are always going to seek their equilibrium in the medium in which they exist. Does that, you kind of get what I'm saying? I'm also going to post.
Okay. I mean, you said a couple big words that went over my head, but for the most part, I get what you're trying to say.
So basically gas can't contain gas. It needs something a little more, I guess you could use the word solid. Even a viscous liquid would be better than having, a gas can't contain a gas. There's no way. That's not how it works. Does that make sense?
I mean, what you're saying makes sense. I to myself don't know if that's true, obviously.
Okay, I got it. All right, hang on a sec. I'm still not very good with the whole meme game. I got to find this picture. Hang on a sec.
No, you're good.
What it is basically explaining density. You can even look this up yourself. If I just, let me get you a link. Oh, there we go. See right when I say it. Okay, here we go. Check out the live stream voice text.
Okay.
So if an object has a density lower than that of the surrounding liquid or gas, i.e. its environment, it will float. And if an object has density higher than that of the liquid or gas, it will sink. So it's either floating or sinking.
Okay. So that would make sense. So if gas is less dense than the atmosphere's gas, then it would sink or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It would be down here. Like that's how we could get layers of atmosphere. Am I wrong? In theory?
Well, that's the thing in theory. But see, gas, you can't, okay, so try to reproduce gas-containing gas anywhere else on Earth, right? The assumption is that the atmosphere, which is gas, right? Atmosphere, gas, sphere. It's a contradiction in terms, but anyway, we don't have to even go there. I'll just keep
out there.
Yeah, I'll keep begging the question with the people listening. Atmosphere, we can use that word, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Can't contain itself. Right. So, but it can be contained by even a slightly thicker viscous material, like a liquid. So a liquid can contain a gas all day. You see what I'm saying? So like in the picture, you got the lamp oil at the top, and then on the bottom, all the way at the bottom, you've got the bolt, right? So the bolt is more dense than all of these things combined: alcohol, oil, water, soap, milk, all that stuff. But each one of these things that you're putting on top, each one, it has a different density. And so that's why they can exist like that around each other. And notice how there's no gases in this cup. It's just oils and waters and soaps and all kinds of different things, but there's no gas here. All of these things, except for the bolt, can contain gas.
Well, you said there's no gas. There's obviously can't be gases because you can't separate liquid from gas. But that that doesn't mean that you can't separate gas from. I feel like you could if you would it not? Like if I had,
you can separate gases. You can separate helium from nitrogen and all that stuff. Yeah, you can do that too. Right? No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I would just have to. I'd have to learn more about it, to argue, I guess. I mean,
sure. No. Listen. So this is just to spark your interest to research what the difference between gravity and density and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so a good place for you to start, my friend, if you're genuinely interested, because I'm not the best at explaining things. I just love to talk to people about this stuff because I'm super passionate. I love my fellow man, and I want you to know the truth, man. That's it. That's all it is for me. But like I said, I only have 2 college degrees. I'm not a genius. But and the degrees I have are, well, they're not math based. I will say that. I have a music degree, so I had to learn a little bit of a certain kind of math. But anyway, math is just a language in the first place. You'll see a lot of these Globers come in and say, this equation, if you'd work this out and assume this, and then the sun's this far away, it gets pretty loose, the argument. But anyway, the FE tools on the left, so if you scroll down from the chat and the live voice text all the way down to the second to last option says FE tools. See that? That and everything above it, all those hashtags above it, you got scientific method, planets, moon landing, all that stuff. This whole section under the additional, it goes all the way up to, so additional information you've got at the top, FE introduction, and then everything below FE introduction, all that stuff. This is all stuff where you can click, and there's just tons of stuff, all kinds of stuff in every one of these little options. Like you could spend months and still not get through it, and that's the good news. If you're truly interested, that's a great place to start.
Okay, yeah, I'm scrolling through right now. I'll definitely check it out a little bit, right? I have to.
Sure, man. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would like to come back. I mean, I'm obviously about to get out of here soon, but I'm gonna come back with a premise of giving you guys good arguments. Because again, and I don't care to prove that the Earth is flat or round or like convince you guys back to it. I just love asking questions, and maybe if I ask a couple questions, we'll find out that the Earth is something that we haven't even thought of. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Questions lead to more answers.
That's what's so fun about it. Yeah, that's what's so fun about it, man. If you come in with an honest and open mind, dude, and if you want to prepare some arguments, dude, fuck yeah, do it. Come in and let's do that, because it helps sharpen our side of the argument, and it helps people learn about their environment. So it's Absolutely. 2 birds in a stone, in my opinion, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, it can only lead to good as long as we do it civilly. It should only lead to good things. Yeah.
Correct,
all right, well, dude, appreciate everyone. Some of the people already left. Appreciate them too. But I'll definitely come back, guys. Thanks for being cool and shit.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Anthony. Appreciate it, man. You take care, okay? We'll see you soon.
Thanks. Peace out.
Later. Take notes, anti-flat earthers. Those kinds of conversations are going to be the ones that take it up just past that level where you might as well just not even come in. That guy was awesome. Hope to see him again.
Definitely.
Gosh, now I'm like all fired up, like ready to talk to more honest people.
It was a breath of fresh air.
Hell yeah, dude.
Especially after the other dude.
Yeah. It's like we earned that breath of fresh air. We were holding our breath the whole time through the Jake stuff, and then Anthony comes in and just shows him up all over the place by just being honest.
Literally like the two opposite ends of the spectrum in one like sitting.
Yeah, and that's great. You know, whoever was listening just got a dose of the whole deal, right? The whole deal. I'm not mad at anybody, even the jerks, right? Even the anti-flat earthers. I'm not mad at anybody for any of this. The reason, if I sound like I'm getting worked up, is because literally I love you. I love my fellow man. I don't want to see people struggle and suffer and be lied to. That's why I come here. Hey, Jason, the picture you posted, you said, does anyone know what causes this on this photo of the sun? You're talking about the pattern of circles, right? In the reflection. I don't know if he can hear me or not. Well, since there's no one talking, so Jason posted a picture of sunlight's reflection. I think he's outside, not through a window. Looks like he's outside, but there's all these dots, and they're in a pattern. The red dots in a pattern. And I think he might be commenting on like why are there these pattern of dotted lights, and shouldn't it just be? See, I'm just speculating. I want to ask him about this, but yeah, it's a common question with a lot of shots of the sun. You get all kinds of different reflections that don't make sense, I guess, if we're looking at a solid object, or if it's just one thing, then why are we getting this specific pattern? You know, in it looks like a linear fashion, right? But you never know. I mean, it could be the camera. It could be, it looks like he could be taking the picture through something, and something could be reflecting and spreading the light out like a prism like that. You never know what you're looking through with stuff like this. I hope that answers Jason's question from my perspective. That's just my opinion. Guess I'll just start responding to the guys and gals in the YouTube chat. Let's see. So we got our Rocket Man, we got Randy. We got Smack My Bot. You guys want to come in and chat with us a little bit? I mean, I know you're awake. And I highly doubt you don't know how to use Discord. Echo properly in our container. It's way easier to chat if it's a voice conversation. It's much quicker. Nobody has to do any typing. If you want to just come right on in. Water's warm. So, Smack My Bot's excuse is that they have no voice. They claim their smoking was satanic, hence no voice. I don't know if that's supposed to be funny or not. Yeah, how dare me. Yeah, well, it depends on what you're smoking, Smack My Bot. To be fair, Smack My Bot, I'm more so inviting the far more, shall we say, adamant anti-flat earthers to finally come in and have a voice conversation with us instead of hiding in the chat every day. Did they pay you to come in and voice chat or just to hang out in the YouTube chat? Correct. Randy, the ones who won't come into the voice chat to debate are usually the ones paid to shill in the YouTube chat. Now, I'm only going to say that I agree, and that is also just my opinion, because I can't, you know what I mean, I can't rightly say I know what these people are doing, but... Oh, here's one. Here we go. Moonshadow says, Glatflobe, sketch a FE map that shows 2 places along the equator being farther apart than 2 places north or south of the equator between the same degrees of longitude. Woo! Gosh, that was a lot to even say. How about you just observe that you see too far? Does that work for you, or... Listen, I need you to make a map with all these specificities that are good enough for me to accept, and if you don't do this thing that I'm specifying that you do in every exact way that I do it, then the Earth is a spinning ball in a conceptual medium. Okay? So, yeah, I've had it. You either do what I say, or the Earth is this way, okay? Gosh, I'm sick of you flat earthers just having very simple, concise explanations for shit that I'm trying to complicate. What question, dude? What are you talking about? Sketch an FE map, Moonshadow, and then answer the question. There wasn't a question. You might need to start over, partner. You might need to start over. Ask me a question first, then I can prepare an answer. What's your question, Moonshadow? So much easier just to come in and talk like adults. Talk as if we've even looked into what we're talking about, right? Come on, somebody, anybody, please. Anthony was such a breath of fresh air. Like, now that's like the standard, right? Now I'm expecting every conversation to be that good. Anyway, all right, so... Moonshadow. So where are we observing this right now? What your question's asking? See, I would have to take your word for, and I'm quoting you, how 2 places along the equator are farther apart than 2 places north or south of the equator between the same degrees of longitude. Are we looking at the Earth from a vantage where we can even check that out? I'll ask one more time for the people listening. I'm sure you're preparing your answer now, Moonshadow, but are we, both, you and me, at a vantage where we can see that 2 places along the equator are farther apart than 2 places north or south of the equator between the same degrees of longitude? Are we at a vantage where we can see that, and therefore talk about it? Moonshadow says, airlines and shipping companies know the distance and direction between ports. Moonshadow, my response is, that's a very cool story. I don't work for an airline or a shipping company, so I can't really talk about the distances that those companies know about and how they use their equipment how they ship things, how they fly. Wow. You work for both an airline and a shipping company, Moonshadow? See, this is the problem. You got to know what you're talking about before you start talking about it. I mean, I hate to rub your face in it, bud, but... I'm sure they do know the distance between ports. They have to. That's their job. That doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth, my friend. It's non sequitur at best. Oh, hang on. Pope... Hold on. Sorry, Pope Sin Cleanser. I was speaking with the guy in chat, Moonshadow. Okay, YouTube, I'm no longer paying attention to you. Sorry, I love you. And now, Pope Sin Cleanser. Dude, I can't unmute you, unfortunately. I don't know if there's a mod in here or not. Yeah, that's about all I got. Also, I don't know why you were muted. It's pretty late at night or early in the morning, so I'm not sure what we can do about this currently. If there's not a mod in here to unmute you.
You've been unmuted. Don't fuck it up.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Whoever.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. Let me just say one thing after being muted this long. Flat Earth has such an opportunity to invoke the world into thinking about things that you've probably never even come across. So Flat Globe, it's exciting for me to understand how new to this you actually are. So
I'm sorry?
I think you're very new to this. Are you very new to Flat Earth?
No, not at all. Why do you say that?
I would only ever say that because I feel like Flat Earth has everything to do with empiricism and experience and knowing for yourself what is and what is not. How would you go about proving things?
Well, like DxO described, I've done a lot of observations, personal observations, and I've measured bits of the Earth over miles distance.
Okay, so did you use an auto level? See, I'm going to ask you questions that I know for a fact you've never... Oh, so what do I gain when I ask you, have you ever used an auto level? I know you've never used an auto level. What about
I'm not sure what you gain from that.
Okay, so listen, I know you've never used a theodolite or an auto level.
Gosh.
Or transit, right?
So I didn't take a surveyor out to the lake.
No, but
with my
I'm not
family.
criticizing you. I'm not criticizing you. What I'm saying is, we're comparing notes here, aren't we?
No.
At the end of the day, we're really just comparing what we figured out.
Sure, okay.
So I'm not trying to be unfair to you. I'm not saying you don't know shit. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a possibility statistical equation that's attached to have you done this or that, and chances are you haven't done this or that. I'm not shitting on you because you haven't done this or that. What I'm saying
I'll tell you what, I haven't done everything available for a test, that's for sure.
Oh, that's fine. There's no reason for me to shit on you for that. What I'm asking
So what is your reason to attempt shitting on anybody?
I'll ask you one question. Does your understanding of truth reside in empiricism, or does it how do you know what truth is? how would you know what truth even means? What in your example, in your worldview, for you to say we're wrong, you would have to know what's true. What is your understanding of truth? How would you know?
Well, it's the same thing from the other side, my friend. How would you know it's true? Like, we have to ask each other the same question.
Yeah, we would. Guess what? And this is why Flat Earth wins. Is because in my worldview, all I have to do is go to the beach. I have to see the horizon. The horizon is a synonymistic understanding of the term in geometry, formerly known as a horizontal. So I win. I win on that one only because I understood geometry. The horizon is a straight line. I see that when I go to the beach. Empirically, I know this to be true. How could you possibly argue against that? You have no fucking chance. There is no argument against empiricism. I experience a flat Earth. How would you try to talk me out of that?
I'm not trying to. Do you think I'm a glober?
I think if you're a flat Earth denier, you're probably an ether denier. And ether is way more cool.
Wait, dude. Did you just start listening? I'm a flat earther.
Are you? Okay, well, good luck. Have fun. Are you an ether denier?
I don't talk about the ether, dude. I really don't. I haven't looked into it.
You don't know anything about it. Yeah.
Right. I haven't looked into it. That's why I don't talk about it. That's because that's what adults do. They don't talk about something they don't know about.
I wasn't shitting on you. If you got the impression I was trying to put you down, I wasn't putting you down. What I was saying.
I apologize.
Essentially, what I'm saying. Relax. Essentially, what I'm saying is that we know the Earth isn't a globe for a number of different reasons. Now, these numbers of different reasons we can prove through experimentation. I can get you to go doing this and that. And you'll find out very quickly for yourself why the Earth isn't what they tell you it is. Now, I'm not expecting you just to fucking hook, line, and sinker believe everything that I say, because I think there's a philosophical argument for flat Earth that's just as, what would you call it, convincing, right? The most convincing evidence for flat Earth resides in empiricism. Right? Your experience of reality.
I agree totally. You're talking to me like I'm a fucking glober, dude.
Well, why you're not a glober?
Absolutely not. No.
Are you
absolutely?
A flat earther?
Yeah, because I know the reality upon which I live. That's why I'm a flat earther.
Well, okay. So I don't know if you had the impression. I wasn't trying to talk you into flat Earth. It's more of how do you equate yourself? How do you orientate yourself in reality? The only way a person could objectively orientate themselves is with the understanding that the Earth presents itself to be horizontal and flat. Horizontal, horizon. This is just what we experience.
All right, brother. I don't know. We're on the same page,
man. We may be agreeing. I don't know. We may.
Yeah, dude. Listen. Okay, listen. Let me try to prove to you I'm a flat earther.
You might be a flat earther.
All night I've been defending. If you scroll up all night, I've been. I've been to the top of Snowmass Mountain, 14,000 feet, and I've done this 20, 30 times. Yeah, and I've taken pictures and I've done observations. I should not be able to see the 100+ miles that I can see out. If the Earth were even twice, let's be generous and say the globe is twice the size that they say it is, I still wouldn't be able to see 100 miles across.
I don't know. This is your proof, man. You're telling me about your proof. You realize that?
I suppose. I mean, the Earth presents itself, regardless of what you think. The Earth presents itself as flat and stationary.
Okay.
Right?
Fine. That's fine. I can't argue with your little personal experience, right? Why would I argue with that? You're telling me what you thought you felt that happened. Right?
I thought I felt. No. It's observable.
That's
for
what
everyone.
happened.
Everyone can see.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. There's not a whole world of flat earthers, are there?
Oh no, most people are brainwashed as hell. You bet it.
Okay, so you're saying that most people don't experience flat Earth.
No, they don't realize it. They experience it. They're just not paying attention.
Okay, so you're a conspiratard. That's fine. if you found yourself this depth, you are, unfortunately, a conspiratard.
Well, thanks for telling me what I am, my friend.
You are a conspiratarded human.
What else am I
probably.
then? Let's go down the list. What else am I? In this 5 minutes that you've talked to me, what else am I? Let's hear it.
If you're rejecting the mainstream narrative, you're one of us. If you're going any further than that, you're a truth seeker. If you're finding shit out that most people don't even fucking understand, you're a little bit further than what the average person should be, right? So how would I tell you that you're
right now?
Okay, okay. Let me just really clarify it for you, because I know you're a new flat earther. There's a lot of Hold on. Listen, Mr. Young Buck Flat Earther.
Okay.
I think I know why you were muted, bro. I think we know why you were muted.
That's weird. What was he doing? He's like playing all sides, I guess. So it's the art of war, right?
Yeah,
Sun Tzu art of war.
He was arguing.
Play both sides against each other
for the sake of arguing.
Pope has a problem with the bottle.
Got it. I was really confused.
Coming at you all foul, and I was like, dude.
Well, and now we know that all he has is being foul. I thought that, like, he's like, oh, you're a new flat earther. I'm like, well, then clearly he hasn't really been listening tonight, this kind of deal. And then we get what we got. So it makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah. I think they unmuted him just to see where you were gonna go, where it was gonna go to, and see how you.
Yeah, I think someone did. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, crazy stuff. Oh well, okay, that was fun. I guess. I was like, how do I defend? Wait, This is weird because he's acting like a flat earther. But he's trying to make fun of me, and this is strange. It was so weird, dude.
Bro, he was deliberately attacking you for no reason.
Well, for sure.
It's like one of those Christians who's like, you say you're a Christian, but how do you know you're a Christian? I'm like, okay, he's one of those people. Yeah.
Well, my favorite part was when I would explain some flat Earth stuff, and he would, and then as an argument against what I was saying, he would, for some reason, use flat Earth arguments. Excuse me. So it was like me saying, "Hey, Earth's flat," and he'd be like, "Yeah, but why do you think it's a globe?" It's like, wait, what?
I don't know why he was
like. How do you respond to that? What do you do with that? Oh dear. Hey, Pope Sin Cleanser, 2 things. I know you're still listening because you're typing in the voice text. 1, you say we could just talk. Clearly, you didn't want to just talk. You wanted to do something else, which I still can't explain. But number 2, you're muted. I didn't mute you, but I have a sneaking suspicion that was the right move. So, if you want to chat, we can do it in the voice text, but you're not going to come back on the end of the live stream. Sorry.
The voice text is in live stream, I think.
Did you mute him? Thank you.
Oh, I guess I meant the VC.
I know what you meant, but it was
yeah.
funny.
No, you're right. We got to be mad specific with a lot of these folks, right?
Right, because they're gonna say some dude, for real, because they're gonna be on your ass.
Well, because all they have is tactics. They don't have empiricism, like right? Mr. Sin Cleanser was talking about.
They'll point out the stuff that you did wrong, or you're talking about wrong. Like, you fuck up on one word, or you say so. They try to turn and twist your words against you.
And the key word there is try.
Sorry, Spiral Love, Kim
Spiral
Barely
of love. Yeah, if you're chatting, dude, you might want to reconnect because we can see you lighting up, but can't hear you.
Sorry, my bad. I was just talking.
You're good, brother. You're good, brother.
Who is he talking to?
Who?
Popes and
I think he's talking to me in the thing.
Oh.
But I'm back and forth. I mean, I'm doing a lot of things right now.
Oh, he's talking to Crack Villain.
Oh, good. Get him, Crack.
He was like, "Hey, Crack homie." I was like, who the fuck is he talking to? I didn't realize Crack Villain was in here.
Yeah, Crack Villain. I mean, even these kinds of dudes, we all get together and have a little fun together, right? I hear it. I understand.
You're the exact opposite of what you're saying right now.
Well, yeah, it's clear that Mr. Pope Sin Cleanser doesn't want to talk about the shape of the earth. He wants to talk about the people talking about the shape of the earth.
Right.
Isn't that what you want, Pope? Come on, you can admit it. We're friends here. In the live stream voice text, I just posted a picture of Aspen Mountain. You can see the city of Aspen there, and then Aspen Mountain. That's summertime. Look how beautiful refraction is in the summertime. I'm sorry. It's a beautiful, beautiful picture, though. Boy, that refraction really makes those mountains pop, doesn't it?
Smell of refraction in the morning.
Right, yeah.
The best part of waking up, refraction in your cup.
That's right. Little Folgers action. Yeah, man, I think today I've seen it all, though. Anti-flat earthers, genuine globers, genuine on the fencers, genuine flat earthers. And then I get to see the last guy, the Pope Sin Cleanser guy. I hate to keep giving him more attention, but I didn't know how to talk to him because it sounded like he was a flat earther. And then, but everything I would say that was also agreeing with the flat earth truth, he'd try to argue against. I was like, oh no. I got to hand it to him. I was baffled, befuddled, bewildered, hoodwinked. I was... It was a bunch of ballyhoo. That's what that was. Mishmash, pish-posh, bunkum, succotash. How you doing, Solar?
On top of the world, mate.
Good, man, good. What time is it where you at? Is it morning time there? Like, or maybe afternoon now?
It's about midday.
Midday, cool.
Just before 12. You really can hear it all. It's like 4 seasons in one day. When you talk to these globers, it's like they can give you 4 sides to a coin, which only has 2 sides.
Exactly, yeah. It's great.
You ask them to give you heads or tails. Like, I didn't ask for 4 sides. Just asked, is it heads or is it tails? Like,
yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, hey, what color? You ask them, hey, what color is a carrot? And they go, buildings are tall. Okay.
It depends.
How fast does a Ferrari go? How fast does a Ferrari go? Oh, apple pie's delicious. Like, okay, well. Do you even want to have a conversation? Yeah.
I like chicken.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as stupid that as I made it just sound there. I mean, I'm tired. I'm not making all the sense in the world.
Dude, I am just as tired, bro. I
got one more assignment to finish before I let myself go to sleep.
You're not alone, Flo.
I'm procrastinating because I like you guys so much better than doing homework. Now I just want to go back to Snowmass. Jeez. These pictures are making me hungry to go back there now. It's only been a year.
I want to get a P900 now.
Yeah.
Start taking shots.
Yeah. So the same happened with the Jake, right? Earth curvature, a horizon is Earth curvature. So Black Swan, no, that's not Earth curvature. But horizon is Earth curvature, yes. But Black Swan, no, that's not Earth curvature.
Mm-hmm. It's just an unwillingness to accept the truth at this point. It's just, it's a no, I don't wanna. It's like when you tell a kid to put an extra coat on when he's going outside. It's cold. Hey, put an extra coat. I don't want it. Yeah. Okay, whatever. I remember being like that, I didn't want to put the coat on. I didn't want to admit that I needed a coat, that someone else could tell me the truth about something. Right? I already know the truth. Ah. Should honestly be refreshing that the science isn't settled. There's so much more left to learn. That's very exciting to me. I just posted in the voice text another picture of a view from Snowmass Mountain. Gorgeous, and that's at the very least, because I haven't looked up this vantage yet where it is. But that's at least, hold on. Yeah, that's at least 100 miles out. I'm putting that other picture right next to it, the one that I took. Yeah. That's crazy. You can see so far out there, man. It's easier to see in the summertime too, because the mountains don't have snow on them, so it's easier to see what a mountain is compared to what a cloud is. Spiral, that's pretty cool, man. What are you gonna do with that?
This one I just kind of fly around to practice flying the plane, but I have another plane that actually has a camera and stuff on it.
Nice.
It's just a lot bigger, so it's harder to fly like just on a daily to mess with.
Right. That's cool that you're doing that. See, this is what I would hope that the other side stuff, this is stuff that I hope they would be doing too. So that, you know what I mean? If they were truly interested in the facts behind all of this, they'd be building these kinds of things. They'd be buying all the drones. They'd be getting all the surveying equipment. They'd be doing these things and talking about how they've been testing it, and doing things like showing a picture where somebody is building something so that they can test the thing on which they live, right? Gosh, that even looks more solid than the lunar lander already. They probably didn't even use a glue gun on the lunar lander, did they?
It probably would have worked better.
Yeah.
I feel like they used a lot of paper mache. Just spray painted it.
Yeah. It's really impressive that all of that just worked on the very first try, too. That's...
Yeah. And they were so just chill about it when they got there. Just like, fuck it, let's play some golf.
Let's play golf! What are we going to do to convince them we're up there? Let's play a little golf. Genius. I love it. Stanley, did you bring your golf clubs? Oh, you forgot them? Neil, did you? Okay, so Neil brought his. We'll use his golf clubs. Oh, wow, yeah, so for scale, I can see the paint roller back there. Okay, yeah, crazy, dude. That's cool. Have you flown the big one?
Yeah, I have. It actually has like a flight controller board in it, so it's kind of has some extra features. I can make it do waypoints.
Awesome. Are you a pilot too? Like, do you know about aviation?
I'd like to get my pilot's license at some point.
Right on, dude.
I'm a remote pilot.
Yeah. You're building them single engine Cessna kind of deals. I like it, dude.
Yeah, I had to rebuild this little one because I went to hand catch it the other day and came in a little too hot and caught it by like the tail and just like ripped it in two.
Yeah. You don't know your own strength. Well, I'm just kidding, but what's it made out of?
just foam board from the dollar store.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, it's so easy to break. You could breathe on it wrong and, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty sturdy for some foam board. I just caught it the wrong way.
Right on.
Survived quite a few crashes I didn't think it would survive, so. It's all about how you engineer it.
Absolutely. Did you learn how to do this as a kid?
I learned how to fly a plane like a little bit as a kid, but recently I've gotten into actually building them.
Cool, man. Yeah, dig it. You should start manufacturing them. Call them the Flat Earth Flyer. Start selling them to people, you know, just on the fence. Or like letting them rent it for a little bit and be like, yo, and you can have one for this price, and you can always look at the flat stationary Earth whenever you want.
Yeah, that's one reason I actually started flying the FPV drones.
What was the reason? Just to be able to just look at it all the time, see it?
Yeah, pretty much. Just go up there and admire how flat it is.
Yeah.
That and because I just wanted to get documentation on like sun stuff and atmospheric stuff. That's hard to do from the ground.
Oh, totally. Yep.
Like I'm 20 miles away from the Mississippi River, but if I go up not too far, I can see it.
Yep.
Basically, just got to get up past the terrain of the land, and then I can see it.
Right, get above the trees and mountains, and then, you know, it's undeniable.
It's also really cool because I've noticed just how much the horizon changes. Like the visibility, like it makes it so much more real when you're up there, like up high enough to where you can see far out and see the actual like extinction where the haze like just stops everything.
Right. Yeah, instead of looking at obstruction, you're looking literally at as far as you're able to see. And it presents itself, you know, if our optics were able to see through all of the gases and the moisture in the air and everything, if we were able to see forever, boy, we probably would. But, you know, there's the extinction limit, like you said, and it's interesting to see where that is, yeah.
It was interesting seeing how much the wildfires was affecting it here in Illinois.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I live in the Midwest too, and you know, air quality was a certain thing, still is, every other day. But now we're going from, what is it, wildfires to hurricane season now?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the video I posted earlier when it was like really hazy from the smoke. I actually caught on the GoPro on the drone, the sun disappeared into the haze, but on my flight camera that I looked through, it was actually still visible.
That's cool. No, I didn't see that. You might have to repost it.
Hey, I'll go post it. But yeah, it's just interesting because I didn't expect it when I came down and actually looked at the video. It was only when I noticed that it had disappeared into the haze because, like, from what I was seeing, it was still showing up. So it just shows how different, like, settings on cameras can make the sun disappear quicker. Or how good the sensor is for, like, the light, the range of it.
Right.
Just a second, I'm firing up the computer.
No problem, man. Take your time. Yeah. Aerial, that's... I love it. For anybody just listening, Ariel posted in the live stream voice text a supposed picture of the lunar lander on the moon. And if you click on it, you can also do an open original and click on, really get a good zoom in on that. And they found, see, here's what they did. They used gold tin foil instead of silver to make it look like it's special space foil. So, oh gosh, where do we start with this thing? God, oh man, it's horrible. The one question I have, well, I don't want to try to really dive into it unless somebody wants to, but how does that thing get a pressure seal anywhere? That's all. That's the only question I have. How do you get a pressure seal in that? I'm sorry. I have to say more about it. This lunar lander picture, I'm looking at ripples in the metal on the seals where it's supposed to be completely sealed up, right? There's ripples. Bends, meaning there's air being let out in both directions. They couldn't even make it look smooth. They couldn't even take the ripples out. Yeah, paper mache. Like, is that metal? What are we looking at?
To me, it looks like something they'd put on like a float for like a parade.
Mm-hmm. Like I could stick a pencil through any surface that I'm looking at. I know 5-year-olds who could destroy this entire thing in 5 minutes. Does anybody understand that? How stupid this looks? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, they had to wrap the PVC pipe in foil so that it didn't look like PVC.
Yeah.
Sup, Indio?
Come on, you're not letting me work, man. I was hiding. Didn't even see me.
Too late. You've been outed, bro.
I've been outed. I mean, the lunar lander. Come on, just pick anything.
Right.
Pick anything about it. Literally. I'm still trying to figure out how come astronauts in space, how they can see. Because, you got tears, right? Tears drain out through your nose because of so-called gravity. There's no gravity. Why aren't there? And how everything is like sticks to everything, right? Water, it's a fluid and just sticks to everything like glue. I'm sure you've seen some of that, like wringing out the paper towel or wringing out the towel, how it just sticks to his fingers. So why isn't that happening to their eyes? Because there's nowhere for the water to drain. Right? There's no gravity.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can literally pick anything. Nothing works.
Nothing works. Yeah, nothing. First try, too. I love going back to that one. Very first try.
Yep, never tested.
The whole thing. Yeah, everything went well. How many first-time voyages out to the sea went perfect? You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, with a new boat design. Boat that's never been floated before either.
Right.
They never tested the lunar module. They never tested the lander.
I mean, there's no way to do that. How are you going to test it?
Well, they had that mock thing that crashed and almost killed Neil Armstrong, but that was like...
Right, yeah, I remember that. Well, I don't remember it. Technically, I wasn't alive, but right, I've seen the footage and I've studied the reports. Oh, man.
The moon landing is like the easiest thing to debunk. It is so easy.
They literally admit that it's not possible.
Wernher von Braun, he wrote a book before they did the Apollo mission. This is what supposedly convinced everybody to try and go to the moon. In his book, he wrote that it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building, and they would have to jump from one rocket to the other, or something stupid like that. Yeah, it's in his little book.
They were using 4-way hydrogen cannons to try and launch rockets up to a higher altitude to then have it kick in back then, and just after that as well in the 50s. And even that stuff couldn't get anywhere near where they needed to go.
Hold on, I gotta be quiet. I'm near an old guy. He'll lynch me and shit. But he hears me say the moon landing is fake. Take his fucking teeth out and start smacking me. It's my generation, damn it.
It's the biggest achievement. It was either that or a war with Russia.
You know what was the biggest achievement of that moment? Is that everybody fucking bought it.
They didn't have much of a choice though, right? What was the alternative? Say, nah, it didn't happen. You can either accept world's best achievement, or everyone could have called it into question and said it's bullshit. And that would have caused such a big problem and such disablement and dissension in the ranks of the American military and people that Russia would have been able to fuck them up, in their view anyway. It was
it almost seems like it was like fear based. It's like, well, if and it's like it's built in. They're not thinking. Nobody's thinking, oh, this is fake. Everybody's thinking, oh, cool. Now we're going to show the Russians up. Thank God. Maybe this will help if they try to go to war with us.
Basically. But yeah, at that time they needed to be united. They needed a big achievement.
Mm-hmm.
Dissension would have served to embolden the Russians in their mind, the people.
Yeah. People like us would have been put in jail back then.
It was like it's a subconscious thing that would have been going on, where their brains would have wanted to accept it through this game theory 101, dude. Yeah, don't listen to Sing Cleanser, by the way. Glatflow, he chats shit about everyone.
Yeah, I got the feeling.
Yeah. He's a lovable guy, though, believe it or not.
I'm sure he's a fine guy. That's the trick, man. So many attitudes come in here, but not as many just honest personalities, I guess.
I know, dude. I know, right?
And I'll admit, man, I can be sharp, and by that I don't mean smart. I mean I can stab that side and you'd be like, oh God, he's kind of being a dickhead. And that's true. I can, but to me, it's tough love, because as attitudey as I may or may not get, my motivation is that I love you. I don't want to see you be lied to, and I want you to live your best life. And I am getting a lot. Let's be honest. It's almost selfish. I'm getting a shitload from knowing about this stuff and learning about this stuff. I just want to share it.
Yeah,
that's really it.
Let me invite you to some other shit. Wait there. I just looked at your servers, and you're not a part of this shit, so you need to be. There you go, dude.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
A little bit.
Absolutely.
Pseudoscience versus science is, that's one of the higher bar ones. Like, very refined arguments in there.
Awesome. Hey, thank you.
Did I invite you to Brandon's server?
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I just joined.
Dude, I'll get you in the mall.
That's a lot of them. Thanks again, man. I appreciate that.
That's so good, bro. Where's Golden Globies?
Yeah, because honestly, I didn't have any other, y'all were the only reason I really even got Discord. I was like, yeah, I'll hang out with the bros and gals over there.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Sorry, I can't really talk much. I've got lockjaw, mate. Don't know.
That's okay. You got lockjaw, like real lockjaw?
Yeah, like a little bit. Like, fucking kidding.
Damn, brother. Well, yeah. If it hurts, don't talk, brother. I hear you.
I can talk. It's just, I think talking's gonna just make it worse over time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I don't, because I've never had lockjaw, so I can only sympathize. Is it from tetanus, or is it from something else?
That's from talking too much.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It's like repetitive strain in the jaw, mate.
I hear you there.
I spend about 10 hours a day talking like continuously and fluently, mate.
I got it. Is that part of your job?
Not really.
You just talk. Yeah, no, I got it. I'm with you, dude. Totally.
Earlier when I read the Bible out loud, right, for 3 hours.
Wow.
To help someone sleep, so I think that added to it.
That's very sweet of you.
They did it for me. Have. That's the way shit goes, the way shit works.
Yeah. Well, we all got to be like that, man.
Yeah, man.
Just got to help out any way we can. Little, big, tons of little ones though. Because those are the easiest ones anyway. Might as well just do the easy ones, as like I don't know.
Yeah, they were in a blow to sleep, I think. So, yeah, man.
You got you've got a cool and soothing voice that would work for trying to help somebody sleep.
Exactly, bro. So one of the funny things that happened one day in here, right? Or a different server, I can't remember. Someone proceeded to tell me about the fallacy of the Englishman, of like anything that comes out of an Englishman just sounds like the straight up truth. Right?
Right.
And both of them were laying out how this fallacy works. And then they proceeded to ask me about every fucking thing that was important about life. As if I was an authority. I was like, you just told me about the fallacy, you fucking idiot. It was brilliant.
I love that. That's great.
Literally. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, wow.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, and it's funny because, like, I don't know if you can understand that fallacy. You know what I mean? Like, you can comprehend it, but you can't empathize with it, right?
Yeah. I can
I can though. I could tell you right now, dude, for sure. And like, I don't have control. I have to notice it and be like, wait. No. Just because that accent really sounds good and smooth.
It is the same for me. It's like there's another guy that comes in here, which is one of the moderators called Crypto. People often mix us up. Crypto is more of a posh version of me, a little bit posher. I'd say a little bit more better, well-spoken than me. So I do get that effect as well from people.
I got it. Yeah.
like, I don't from you American guys. You sound like shit. I'm not gonna lie.
Shit, bud.
No, that's not entirely
true. Well, yeah. So we Americans think that all Brits sound either pompous or smart or both. And you guys think that we just sound like fucking drunkards or something.
Yeah, not quite.
No, I know. I don't know how it would say, because see, like, you could try to describe it to me and I'd be like, yeah, but I didn't grow up over there, so I don't know. I don't know what we look like.
See, the thing is with me, I can be very well spoken at the same time as sound very ghetto or hood. You know?
Yep. Well, I've heard people try to. I've heard people try to be like, you know, Crackville and smokes bowls all day, smokes weed all day, because the way he talks, it's like, no, yeah, and it's like, come on, are you seriously judging the book by its cover on that one? No, don't do that.
Yeah, I don't even smoke cannabis, mate. I quit about a week ago, but before that, I wasn't. Like, I was just like a spliff before bed. And then,
yeah.
Like, when was it? But before that, I was only doing it for like about a couple of months. Before that, I quit like 2 years before. Yeah, man. I don't even drink. My name doesn't help.
No, but your name is, you know, everybody's name is their own kind of personal deal, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, rhymes with my last name. And it was my nickname growing up. On the way home from school one day, when we were about 14, a crack dealer at the end, like near our school, offered me some crack cocaine, like to me and my friends. He was like, do you want to buy any crack? Pulled it out, and I just knocked him clean out, right? And then, you know, just like fucking threw all of his crack into the like drain. And then, yeah, man, after that, my last name, like I said, it rhymes with it. So then everyone else that was like, yeah, crack, man.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. But it was more like my last name said first, then Crackville, and after the last name.
Right. Yeah, no, I got you.
Like
lots of nicknames are based off of last names. You grow up calling people by their last name.
I'll DM it to you so you can. Then it'll make sense to you why villain's spelled wrong.
Yep, got it. Yeah. And that's hard to explain to like a live stream. You don't even want to try to explain it.
To be honest, I've said it in here so many times.
Yeah.
Like where I'm just like, oh, whatever.
Well, I'll never hide from telling people my first name, shit, and a lot about my life, man. There's just no reason to get the last name involved, because it doesn't matter. But like addressing people by their first name, like if they're not afraid to say it, that's fine. Because Glatflobe, I don't want to say that, but Sean, you can say Sean. That's way easier than Glatflobe, right? I'd rather just do it that way. Call me Sean.
I'm gonna just call you Glat because if I remember Sean, I call you Sean. But is it SH or EAN?
SEAN.
Yeah. I had a friend at the school called that, and we used to call him Sawn. Just to wind him up. Wait, Sawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I've gotten them all. Scene. Scene's the one that I got the most, is Scene.
You see, in England, that one don't fly because it's seen as SEEN.
Well, it is here too, but so the word sea, like ocean, SEA, and then just put an N on it.
I know it is over there too. I'm just saying because like people are just weird, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, my favorite one is when someone continually calls me Shane, even though I always say, "Hey, I'm Sean." Like when I was working with a bunch of old people, they just, like residents that I would see every day for months at a time would still call me Shane. They got dementia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, all kinds of stuff, right? So after a while, like I was known by like 5 or 6 different names, versions of Sean, Shane, whatever you wanted to call me.
Shawshank Redemption.
Yep.
Sawn in half.
My mom said to tell people that I was named after Sean Connery, and they'll think I'm cool. I was like, Mom, I'm already cool. But then I found myself saying, yeah, I was named after Sean Connery. No big deal. And when I was younger, people would be like, dude, that's cool.
Was you actually though? That's the thing.
Oh, I don't care if I was or not.
Don't probably care. Were. It sounds like you probably were, to be honest.
Well, she's been obsessed with him, yeah, forever. And I grew up with like Sean Connery movie posters all in the on the walls of our basement and stuff like that. So she had a little like Sean Connery shrine. So yeah.
Oh. Yeah, man. My mum. Yeah, I'm glad that my mum didn't do that to me. I would have been named Travolta.
Oh no. That's funny. Yeah, I guess I got lucky on that one, huh? Like my mom wasn't obsessed with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hey Arnold.
Or Stallone.
Oh mate. Sylvester or Stallone, which one's worse?
Yeah. My cat's bitching at me. What the fuck do you want, Zeus? I don't care. Do you really? Oh yeah, no. I think I've heard you talk about this.
I really don't hate them, but like, I mean, not enough that like I would. It's hard to explain. They just die, bro. Like, they don't always die, but you know what I mean. Like, my cat, I had 2 cats, and then one of them died at the beginning of COVID. One died a year before. But that one, mate, I woke up and it was like next to me on the floor, like choking to death or some shit. And then I was like, picked it up and I was like trying to like resuscitate it. I couldn't.
What was happening?
It had wolfed down like something very quickly. And it's a 15-year-old cat, man. Like, and able to eat. I don't know what had happened. It must have just inhaled it or something.
Well, 15, not a young cat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear you, man. This guy's a kitten, so he's brand new. He's definitely gonna be around for a while.
I like it.
Yeah, he's pretty great. I named him Zeus, and I feel weird because like when I yell at him, I'm screaming. You know, like there were people that used to believe Zeus was the god of everything, right?
Yeah,
and so like I'm screaming that.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
I'm like, Zeus, get the fuck down.
It's like calling a cat All Father or Four. It's like, All Father.
Right? Oh,
Odin.
man.
Odin.
Yeah, Odin. Oh, that's what I mean. It's too late now. He knows his name, and that's that. Yeah, actually, the lady the lady I got him from named him that, and she said because he was kind of like king of the house because she. So I guess this mama cat came and had a litter on her front steps of her house. There's a litter of cats and mama just sitting there. And so she took the cats in and was starting to, you know, because they're technically rescues at that point. So she's trying to give them away. And so there was only one boy. And this woman knew my mom. My mom was like, you know, and I had already been looking for an animal, a companion, because I've decided to stay single for a while and get some shit accomplished. And so I got a cat, and but she called him Zeus because he was like ruling the roost. He was dominating and talking all over the place and acting like it was his house and his rules. So she said, you know, he's the god of this world. His name is Zeus. And so there we go. There we have it. I got Zeus the cat.
I had a big Alaskan Malamute that was a giant one, huge, and he was very aggressive when I got him, and I had to like turn him around and, you know, I miss that dog as well. All my animals died in the space of a year. It was really weird.
That is strange, dude. I can see why you feel that way.
I think I'm gonna have to go, mate. I need to try and sleep through this and hope that it goes away. This not thing.
Right on, dude.
Sorry about
I should get some shit accomplished too.
No worries, Glad Flurb. Sure.
All right, Mr. Crack Villain, buddy. Well, it's always good to talk to you, man. Always.
Yeah, you too, brother. All right, peace out, mate.
Later.
I was just thinking about it. I had a weird experience earlier today. I'm not sure if it's a coincidence or if it's something that I should take note of. But I was flying my drone and I went up a little high today. And like 5 minutes after, a big unmarked military jet came through right where I was flying.
Yeah, crazy. I don't know, man. Couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. Oh shit, my cat is going nuts. Sorry.
I really don't know any of them like fly that route. So,
do you have a base near you within like 50 miles?
Sort of. I guess it's close to 50 miles ish.
Yeah. Unmarked military jet, and it was going fast. It was a jet.
No, it was more like a.
Because they have drones that look like planes.
No, it wasn't so much a jet. It was more like a cargo-looking one. That was. It wasn't flying super fast, but it was flying pretty low.
Pretty low, yeah.
Black plane, basically, just like a dark gray, maybe, but just cruising by right after I was up there.
Yeah, you never know, man. Shit.
It's like I wonder if they're like catching me on the radar or something.
Yeah, and then just flying out. Like there might have already been a plane up there, and then they say, "Oh, by the way, there's something. Why don't you go check this out real quick? Something out there, you know."
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know.
I gave them a peace sign if they were looking at me.
A peace sign, huh? You're nicer than me. I've had my fair share of looking up to the sky and hearing the chopper come well before I see it, and then I see it, and it's certainly pitch black and certainly in my area for a reason. And, I don't know if it's me or not, but I make sure that only one finger is displayed. But that's just me.
Yeah, the sky was doing some weird shit today. It was like some odd, like beams of light that were just colored weird. It was weird. I haven't looked at the video since I flew, but just remembering it was definitely. I don't know.
Just the colors are changing weird, or what?
It was a really colorful looking sky, but then also like it was kind of like hazy, cloudy, overcastish, but like there was like certain chunks of like weird looking light beams. I don't even know how to describe it.
Yeah, there's speculation out there. Let me say that one more time. Speculation that I've come across that, they've got these cloaking capabilities and there's ships up there that can just sit suspended in an area for as long as they want, and they can make themselves either like invisible or look like clouds or whatever. Got that hover technology going on, and stuff in the movies. But I feel like, and again, speculation, if they're gonna pull off some kind of fake alien invasion, then the sky is gonna start doing different things gradually, because usually it's not like a 7-Eleven was an inside job incident, right? Where just some big shit happens all at once. There it is. Usually it's a slow burn with these kinds of deals. Like with the current Cocoa Puffs, the Cocoa Pebbles, right? Whatever agenda is being played out with this, it's going to take a second. They're not just going to do it all at once. Otherwise, we'd stop them dead in their tracks, right? It's like the frog in the boiling water. Can't drop it in boiling water. You got to set it in the lukewarm water and then slowly turn the heat up, and the frog won't jump out. But yeah, anyway, that was the rabbit hole. Yeah, Sky's going to be doing some weird shit, in my opinion. I think we're going to see some more and more different kind of things.
Yeah.
I do like seeing the moon in the sky at the same time as the sun.
There's something pretty gratifying about that. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, because it's impossible on a globe. The other thing is that it was 4th of July a few years ago. I was with my family out in Minnesota, the same lake that I measured with the surveying equipment. I was on the lake with my family looking up at the sky, and I pointed it at, my stepdad's a pilot, and he's got his pilot's license for helicopters and planes, basically for everything but a commercial jet, because he doesn't fly for commercial airlines. But anyway, so I'm looking at the sun and the moon in the same sky. And they're close too. They're pretty. You can see. I mean, you can look up, and in your view, you can see to the right or to the left is a moon, and to the right is a sun. And I'm asking my mom. I said, "Hey, Mom, real quick, can you see that, the moon?" She said, "Oh yeah, honey, it's really pretty." I'm like, "Yeah, it's gorgeous." How, though? And she knows I'm a flat earther, so she was like, well, maybe, I think Bruce has an explanation for that. Is my stepdad's name. And an explanation for that. I said, well, you know what? I don't want to fight with him, so I'm not gonna do that right now. Everybody been drinking and stuff, but I made sure to get a lot of pictures of that, because it was clear as day that, that moon was right there, that sun was right there. And if the moon is visible because it's reflecting sunlight, then there's no way for it to be in the same sky as the sun as well. You can't have it both ways. And this is what I told my mom, and she just kind of gave me this look, this smirk, and I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I stopped talking about it,
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, if it was reflected light, that reflected light would be less than, like, the brightness of the sun. So it wouldn't, it'd be, like, damn it, what's the word?
Diffused?
No, the sun's light would blow out the moon, like, basically.
Oh, right.
Because if it's a reflection, then it's already traveled to the moon, so it's lost some of its, intensity. Then it travels from the moon to us, losing more intensity.
Well, it's got to go through the Van Allen radiation belts and the atmosphere. And you know what's funny to me? Why doesn't refraction mess with what we see from the ground between here and the moon? Why doesn't refraction fuck with any of that?
Yeah, you'd think it would. I mean, it's going from a vacuum to an atmosphere.
Right.
That's two
and
different.
It's crystal clear. It's crisp, clear as day every time we see it, right? It's a mess. It's just a mess. Their whole argument. Okay, we got Aya Baguette, La Baguette in the voice text. Live stream voice text says Earth's round. Where do we start with that one?
Good morning.
I'll tell you what. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning. That's all.
Morning, Elijah.
Good morning.
Man, you find more and more stuff on the internet. So, number one, I hate memes. I don't fuck with memes like that. But you know, this whole certain planets not being not positioned to see in the night sky. I'm trying to figure out what that's about. Because I look at, you look at all the CGI and you're like, well, this isn't helping me come to a better conclusion. Well, they seem to make it look like it's all aligned on a plane. And I'm like, well, I mean, even if it wasn't, I don't see it. I don't know how. Like, they got them locked in these rings, right? These orbits, and it's like, if the orbit only orbits between the sun and the earth, how the hell could you see it in nighttime? I haven't thought that much into it, but on its face, it makes sense. Or does it make sense?
Wait, so which part? Well, I didn't catch all that. Break it down as if I'm
the live stream.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Just look in the live stream.
There we go. Appreciate that.
Nothing's ever that easy, you know what I mean?
Right.
Nothing's ever that easy.
Yeah. That's a good one. Elijah, I like that too.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know yet. I mean, because the Globers in this group will make you like super doubt some shit, you know?
Yeah,
and
they
it's
will.
like memes are wrong a lot of the time. So I'm just trying to figure out, because I went and Googled it and I'm like, all right, surely the planets aren't all aligned, but obviously the universe is flat. So apparently they are.
They can be. Yeah, this is a slippery slope because the one meme that says it's impossible for Mercury and Venus to be seen at night. Well, we're just looking at a cartoon representation of all of these things that are aligned at once. We're just looking at an alignment where everything's aligned at once.
Right, but look at the orbits of Venus though. Or is it Mercury? Whichever one it is. Look at the orbit. It doesn't matter where in alignment it is. How would you see it at night on the other side of the Earth?
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah, no,
then
I mean,
said,
given that model, yeah, it's not possible.
So then I Googled, like, all right, like, let me see the real, like, let me get something like a better. Surely they have something more sophisticated. I didn't look too deep, but I mean, when you Google it, that's all you get is those cartoon images. So what am I supposed to conclude? Do I got to go to university to figure out how they're really aligned, or what?
Elijah, are you talking about Venus being visible at night?
Yeah, especially because it's a hot topic this week, seeing as that we're going to be able to see 5 quote-unquote planets in the sky at night, which should be interesting, actually.
When's that?
Yeah, this week.
I think the Glober's explanation about seeing Venus. Sorry, I think the Glober's explanation about seeing Venus at night would be that it is only visible at dawn and dusk. So
only visible at dawn and dusk. I'll think about that.
So that is because it's called the morning star, right? So it's only visible at I think it's dawn or dusk, and that is, I think, the explanation for seeing Venus at night.
It damn sure wasn't dawn or dusk in that photo with that moon. You see it in the chat? Like, the guy took a picture of it, unless he's wrong about what planet that is. I mean, that's smack dab. That looks like complete darkness.
Well, what I mean, maybe I put it wrongly, but just before the quote-unquote, we get daylight, right? So it's still dark, but it's the lower.
So the angle, in my opinion, if it's dark, just doesn't. I can't make that make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
The angle is just, it's too much, and on top of that, like, no, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Wait a second. I did find any. Let me search the channels, because I did post a video like a half year ago where this was being talked about. So I need to.
Okay.
1 second.
Thank you, Roger.
Have you seen the one Eric DeBay just put out? It's on this topic. Here, I'll post it for you. It's on this topic.
Oh, that's probably why it's being talked about.
Yep.
I damn sure steer clear of mainstream topics.
Right. Yeah, like, facts is facts and stuff. But like,
yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, not that I play in Narnia where this, just look up the pressure for the sun. And we already know what, you need for pressure. And it's damn sure not a vacuum. So I was like, other than that glaring impossibility, playing in Narnia, I'd like to see some type of 3D model or something. Give me something. Don't just call us stupid. Do some education instead of being the fucking troll group you are.
right.
Because I have no fucking idea.